Even after all these years, I'm still impressed by that intro. Hello, everyone! This is EC Infinity here, and welcome to this channel's 10-year anniversary! 10 years. 10 freaking years since I decided to dedicate my life to creating content like this. And in those 10 years, I've created such hits as... Well, I mean, there was that. No, that wasn't a hit. So I decided that to celebrate 10 memorable years, it's only fair to go back and talk about the very first video series that I did on this channel. Not the very first video I did on this channel. That was an I try of Coca-Cola, of a 15, 20-year-old Coca-Cola, ancient soda, something like that. That I basically did to test the camera and my image and how I looked and how I looked on YouTube, that sort of thing. But it was direct to disaster that was the series that I really tried to make a thing. And we will go through the highs and lows of me trying to make this thing a thing that ultimately didn't become a thing as we go through all 13 episodes. Well, I say 13 episodes, but a couple of these I released in parts, so it's closer to 15 or 16, something like that, but let's not be pedantic. I'm going to see how much I can do in one sitting, and then I'm going to edit this all together in one big block. So if you see any cuts along the way, it's just me cutting out some segments that I don't really have anything to talk about, or just so you don't have to sit through dead air. So I'm obviously not the only one who was influenced by the Nostalgia Critic or the Angry Video Game Nerd. I mean, before Nostalgia Critic or Angry Video Game Nerd, those sort of personalities, we saw critics as very posh, very highly learned, eloquent speakers and writers whose media could make or break a movie. And that basically all changed with the advent of the YouTube reviewer. That no longer did you get the impression that you had to go to college and be a successful writer and speaker. That no, all you had to do was get a camera, get a desk, and basically spout every obscenity that you could think of, and then some. It was the era of the caustic critic, where we didn't actually have to review something. We just had to watch it and point out everything that didn't make sense and scream at the people who we thought were at fault. And we all loved it, though thankfully we have moved past that era, mostly anyway, and we are actually making an attempt to review media and actually, give opinions and point out facts and that sort of thing. Because while the caustic critic was fun, soon we did learn that there were actual people behind this media, actual names and faces, and we probably shouldn't be wishing death threats on them just because they had one bad day and made one bad movie. Yeah, a lot of older reviewers, a lot of old reviews from around that time really have not held up for one reason or another. But it was popular and it was fun, and a lot of personalities did arise from those two big names, the Linkara and Phalis and 8-Bit Mickey, Spoonie. And those are the ones that I can name right off the top of my head. And of course, I wanted to be part of that. I wanted to be part of that group, but I could never really find a good jumping on point. I think I recorded something way back in 2012, 2013, where I actually did try to review The Muppets Wizard of Oz. We'll get to later. And I think I had the outfit that I'm currently wearing in this video back then. I don't remember if I had that exact hat or if I had a different cap, but I did try to use my garage as a base of recording, and for one reason or another, I just couldn't get together. I mean, for one thing, it was really hot in that garage, and it's really hot right now, which is why I'm trying very hard to keep my wits about me, to try and give you a coherent review. Okay, about something that's actually happening in the video. That sticker was supposed to fall off. That sticker was really supposed to fall off. I got it as dirty as possible, got it wet, tried to get all the stick off it, and it would not fall off. So I had to attach a string to the sticker to finally get it to fall off, to make the gag work. So it's something that should have failed, that did not fail, that I had to intentionally make fail. But anyway, flash forward to about 2014, and Nostalgia Critic has announced that there are people that they are opening auditions to be included on Channel Awesome. Or was it Channel Awesome then, or was it still Guy with the Glasses? One of those. And I figured that was finally a good opportunity to start my own show. I mean, I knew that I would not be able to get on Channel Awesome. I knew that I had absolutely no cred at that point, but I did decide that was a good time to finally try, finally get my channel together. So I ordered a GigaWare video capture device, which is that was an awful capture device, as I'll get into, and it could only record in what's it called, RCA AV. But it was cheap, and I didn't know anything. I didn't know any better back then. In fact, that's one of the major. That's one of the things about going back and watching these older videos. When I started out, I did not know anything. I mean, look at the video. I didn't know anything about aspect ratios. I didn't know anything about HD. I didn't know anything about editing. In fact, for the exterior shots, for the non-recorded stuff, I used a combination of the camera that I had on my laptop at the time, which my laptop was like 10 years old and super cheap, and
drop everything and listen to what he says.
Woo, sudden audio boom there. Yeah, I didn't know anything about audio mixing. I didn't know anything about equalizing or anything. As I was saying, the camera, I used the camera on my laptop, which was like 10 years out of date at the time. I don't even remember what resolution it recorded in. And then for other shots, for shots of me away from the computer or when I'm filming something, I used like a 5 megapixel, I believe it was, something like, just a cheapo camera I got for like $5 at a thrift store, plus a 1 gigabyte SD card. And that 1 gigabyte SD card could fit hours of recording on it. So yeah, that definitely gives you an idea of the quality of the recordings. Well, of course, I mean, you can see them in the video, but you know, for the time, that's as high end as I thought it got. And of course, for editing, I used Windows Movie Maker, which was basically everybody used back then, because everybody was too cheap to get an actual editing program, including me. I really did want to get an editing program, but I didn't want to spend hundreds of dollars on a program or $100 on a license. And actually, I used Windows Movie Maker for quite some time until I finally learned that Humble Bundle was giving older versions of Sony Vegas out for practically nothing. So that's what I've been using ever since, basically. But for the time, yeah, Windows Movie Maker basically suited my needs. Oh boy, okay, one of my favorite gags of all time is coming up.
What? No Sound of Music?
The hills are alive with the sound of music.
Oh, okay. I'm not proud of the writing of these older videos, but you know, every once in a while there is a gem. You know, you have to really try to constantly strike out. But yeah, that is most definitely one that still makes me laugh all these years later. Where was I? Windows Movie Maker is actually a competent tool, especially when I was editing together stop motion videos and gameplay vids and that sort of thing. It really only becomes a hassle when you have so many different video files, or when you're using super large video files. In fact, I'll get into an issue that I had with it later in the Monster Party video. But yeah, that was me. I had a GigaWare video capture device and a outdated camera and Windows Movie Maker, and for me, that's as good as it got. And right here, I didn't have, like I said, I didn't know how to really capture audio. So for this, I mostly did it mute. I think I had the really terrible audio going on my camera, and so I overdubbed it in post with a Rock Band microphone, which I used for most of the other videos. In fact, that right there. Okay, hi Grandpa. Yeah, that's another reason why I took so long to do these commentaries, is that there are people in these videos that are no longer with us, so it's just really hard to look back at them. Heck, a lot of this footage, I still live in the same place, but that is not how anything looks nowadays. The hallway is completely different. There are bookshelves all down it. All those VHS tapes. I don't even remember why all those VHS tapes are there. I think I converted everything to DVD at some point. Bob's show did the effects that you saw with the lasers and explosions. I'll get back to him later. So as you can hear, if you go back, if you actually watch the video for this, if you watch the review for this, I was using my laptop microphone for most of the video, which, again, didn't know how audio worked, so I just used my laptop audio, and I didn't know the difference between how one thing would sound than another. In fact, I don't even think I thought of doing my Rock Band microphone until halfway through, and then I just used it to do most post recording, and then for later videos I used the Rock Band microphone for the majority, except for a couple times where I forgot, or that the audio file got corrupted, or something along those lines. And the Rock Band microphone actually stuck with me for quite a while. In fact, I even did the first couple Direct to Disaster. No, not Direct to Disaster. What did I recently do? Locked in the Asylum. That's it. I did most of the early Locked in the Asylum videos with the Rock Band microphone. In fact, I think that the microphone honestly has some high quality to it. And it wasn't until like a couple years ago when I actually went out and got a professional microphone, which I don't even remember the brand of this. I don't remember what it's called, but it does allow for a little bit more bass, a little bit more ambiance, shall we say. I don't know. The Rock Band microphone is mostly a shotgun, so practically everything, if I speak directly into it, then it picks it up, but it doesn't pick up much more body to it, let's say. That this current one I'm using, I think actually is much more. I can't think of a word, but it's just more professional. I guess I should actually talk about what's actually going on in the video now. I don't remember why I chose VCR board games to start with. I mean, I was obviously influenced by Spoonie, so I really did want to do VCR board games at some part in the show because of Spoonie, who did the robots and the Rap Rat. No, he didn't do Rap Rat. Let's see, Isaac Asimov's robots, VCR Golf, two different versions of that. Gone Birding. Okay, that was basically a joke episode. Did he do Clue? No, he didn't do Clue. He did Nightmare. Of course, he did Nightmare. Yeah, everybody remembers Nightmare. In fact, I blatantly steal from his Nightmare review for quite a few videos, as I will get into later. And of course, I lived close to a whole bunch of thrift stores, so I decided, I thought that I'd do VCR board games, basically because his release schedule was so sporadic. I mean, look who's talking. I thought that I could do some more VCR board games. I thought I could actually look at VCR board games that he wasn't looking at. So, and that would be one of the focuses of my channel. In fact, I think that was one of the problems with this early channel, that I had too many focuses. So my name, Direct to Disaster, was, well, I wanted to look at direct to DVD videos, direct to streaming stuff, not mainstream media. And then that just grew to pretty much anything I wanted to. I don't know why I screamed like that. I'm a terrible screamer. I can never, ever actually sound frustrated. Here's me sounding frustrated right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not that angry a person generally. In fact, I think that's one of the reasons why I stopped doing this series. I couldn't really pull off being a caustic critic. I can be disgusted. I can be frustrated. I can be upset, but pure anger, pure rage, that's just not in my DNA. So I cannot scream convincingly. I cannot be angry convincingly. Can't open my eyes convincingly. Like as I've joked before, I kind of have that French. Oh yeah, this is another favorite gag of mine where I go back in time. Oh man, this took so long to try to get perfect, try to emulate the first few minutes. In fact, when I first showed this, my friends actually did think that they were watching the video all over again. So I did something right.
Didn't I do this a few minutes ago?
Anyway, yeah, I kind of have that squinty French Stewart look for this first video, and for most of these videos. I try to open my eyes more for later videos, but that's just another reason why I stopped doing these videos. I have no camera presence. I hate seeing myself on camera. That's one reason why later just stuck with text reviews, and I think I've been on camera basically once since I ended my direct to disaster, but like when I did that rant at the beginning of Frankenstein Reborn, which I regret.
Why does it have tokens?
So anyway, back to the subject of the video. Oh man, oh yeah, this is. Yeah, so if you look right next to me, you can see the Rock Band microphone that I'm talking into. In fact, I'm having a hard time listening to the audio. In fact, it looks like it's all coming out of one speaker from here. I have them mostly on mute just to not distract me while I'm doing this commentary, but yeah, well, once again, I just could not balance the audio that well back then. I had no idea what I was doing. So I don't know why I decided to choose these VCR board games. I think that I just chose the ones that I knew I couldn't make a full video around. There was the Star Trek one was definitely the main feature. The Star Trek one was definitely the one that I was most proud of, really wanted to make the focus of the video, and then everything else I don't think I could make a whole video around. The Gargoyles is too short, which I'm actually very surprised that even back then that I found a Gargoyles VCR board game with all the pieces. Do you know how rare that is? Do you know how rare the Gargoyles VCR board game is, let alone one with all the pieces, especially if you find it at a thrift store? Apparently just the universe wanted me to review it. And yeah, like I said, I really wanted to do VCR board games, so I found a lot of these at thrift stores. I think there was one that I didn't find. I think I ordered it on eBay, and that one kind of got me into trouble. I'll probably get into that later if I remember. But these other ones, no, I could not make a full video around them unless I had a lot of friends to play with, which I don't. I'm pretty friendless. I know I mentioned that I showed a video to friends earlier, and I'm speaking very... What's the word? I showed acquaintances, I guess I should say. In fact, I don't even know how most of these VCR board games are played. In fact, from what I understand, that was one of the major problems with these VCR board games. Nobody knew how to play them. The instructions were either too simplistic or too out there. Like, I probably just explained how to play this board game. I'm sorry, I'm not really listening to myself in more ways than one, but I think that, yeah, the instructions are either too
Probably the worst game I've found is this game called
I'm sorry, I used MS Paint to do most of this editing, which of course is poor man's, very, 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 very poor man's editing software. But again, it did what I needed it to do, I guess. The camera's so dark. Once again, I wish that I knew what HD was back then. And this was 2014. Everybody knew what HD was back then, except me. In fact, I didn't even have a smartphone back in 2014. I had one of those flip phones, which I think you see later when I do a gag at some point. But like I was saying, the rules were just either too simplistic or too complex for these VCR board games, so nobody really played them. They just watched the video. And as you can see in the back, I have the Epix California games and the Star Wars games and the Clue ones, which I do get to. And then the first thing of Nightmare, I really did want to do a Nightmare, but I really needed to get all the expansions for Nightmare, but I couldn't find them in time, and in time when I was still doing this show. And eventually, Spoony did do all the Nightmare games. Thank you. I think that was one of the last videos he did. But yeah, there were so many different VCR board games that I could do, so I wanted to get the ones that I couldn't do out of the way. This Power the Board game, I think, is like a local thing. I think it's like a local game company in Utah. I don't know if this is available in any other state. I think it's just a regional thing. And yeah, this leads to another one of my absolute favorite segments. I don't remember where I got that clip where I said that it looked like a cheap infomercial. I think I just got it from some diabetic. I think I just looked up on YouTube diabetic infomercial and used a clip from some demo video. And yeah, here we go. That is my great grandpa's army outfit. I don't remember what I don't remember what sector he was in, what army position he was in. I took off a lot of the medals just to be respectful. I left a bunch of them on that just wouldn't come off easily. So, and yeah, as you can see, I'm looking down at my laptop there, reading my lines. But of course, I'm off camera most of the time, so I don't think it's that distracting. And yeah, I have one of those little magnetic things, one of those little extendable magnetic poles that my grandpa used to pick up batteries and such. And we just so happen to have a big American flag in our house. I think we used to put it out for Memorial Day, but I don't know. Does anyone still do that? I'm sure somebody still does that. I'm sorry. I don't do it I don't not put it out to be disrespectful. I just keep forgetting. But yeah, this was definitely somebody I wanted to be a recurring character, a colonel or lieutenant. Or I don't remember what I originally wanted to call him, if he was a colonel, lieutenant, general, something like that. But he would be a recurring character, and he would he'd do things like this. He'd explain the rules, or he would scream at me for not following the rules or not giving something the respect it deserves. Yeah, there I go, looking down at my computer and the lines. And again, I do not have any authority to my voice or stance whatsoever. Okay, even if I'm trying to be important, even if I'm trying to sound important, no, I am not important. I am sorry. So that's just another reason why this persona could not continue. But yeah, if you ever find a copy of Power, if you ever find a copy of Power, just chuck the VCR, the VHS tape, and just watch me here. I basically explain how to play the game, so I think I do a much better job than the VHS. I don't remember if there are any other rules. In fact, did it come with rules? Did it come with the rule sheet? I think I looked away when I was unboxing the board game earlier, so I don't remember.
You will only taste defeat and the sting of the enemy's gunfire as it mows you down. So gather your troops, lead them to victory, and make your country proud. Dismissed!
Oh my God! What a colossal dork!
What was that? Nothing?
Oh yeah. I completely forgot that I made that I said that. If you didn't hear that, I said maybe we should have hired the Norman Rockwell family, which it was of course a reference to the original VHS tape and with the perfect family. So I apologize if that joke was if not many people got that joke. I don't even think I got that joke. I think I just needed some weird descriptor for that scene.
Sometimes you get a unique experience that's really fun.
And there's Clue 2. Yeah, I should have done Clue and Clue 2 and this is Community, I believe. I believe this is from Community. I just typed in I just typed into Google where if any VCR, if any shows referenced VHS board games, and yeah, apparently they did. Apparently there was one instance in the Community. And then there was much later, the Nostalgia Critic referenced VCR board games in his Aragon. Oh. Yep, there's Grandpa again with wearing a towel and a microphone sticking out of his shirt. And yeah, this is where I stole Spoonie's gatekeeper persona, which Yeah, like I say, I was most definitely wanting to review the Nightmare board games, but I had to go find the expansions before I could make my own video. But I knew that I knew I'd have this guy popping up every here and there just to coax me into making that video, just to make me, just to force me, just to keep bringing it up. And yeah, he eventually becomes my undoing. He eventually leads to my undoing. As I was saying, the Nostalgia Critics Aragon review had a VCR board game reference. Oh my god, I miss working with my grandpa. Okay, my grandpa was your typical kind of crotchety old man with short-term memory loss, couldn't really move a lot. It had as many diseases as you could think, had every disease, every ailment in the world. But when I asked him to do these parts, to act, oh my god, he just came alive. He jumped at the chance to play anything that I asked him to. And I was blown away. He just never had this energy or enthusiasm before. I did not know he loved acting this much, and he just loved all the characters he got to play. In fact, I was blown away that he actually wanted to play the Klingon earlier. It actually fit into that mask, which that mask cost like $50 or something, and then I sold it for like $20, something like that. I got rid of most of my props. And this end credits scene, this is directly stolen from Bob's show. This is how Bob's show used to end his videos. I don't know if he still does. Again, I'll probably get back to Bob's show later. But this also led to a problem making these videos, especially as content claims on YouTube became more and more common. And they could notice these clips anywhere, in any format. And that is a Linkara joke. I stole that directly from Linkara from his Amazon's Attack review. That's a very famous running gag on his show where Batman says, "A deadly bee weapon, bees, my god." And of course, beige, my god. You know. And there I am, to the Paperboy music, carrying all my plug-and-play games at the time. Oh man, the plug-and-play games that I own right now could not fit in that one box. I have plug-and-play upon plug-and-play. I have like 300 different plug-and-plays, and most of them come in their own boxes. That's just all the loose plug-and-play games. And of course, that's my grandma at the camera. She's actually doing a pretty good job with the camera. All things considered. Again, that is not what my hallway looks like anymore. In fact, that yellow thing you probably saw at the end of the hallway, that was Wally. He was a puppet that I bought at a thrift store, and he was actually going to be part of the show. He was going to be part of a show that I had planned coming up, which I'll probably get into later. And here I am again with in front of the camera with, I think I'm talking in that Rock Band microphone this time, not my laptop microphone with the horrible background fan anymore. This is before I learned what the 16:9 camera ratio is, though, so I'm still stuck on 4:3, which I learned that I could change the ratios on my laptop camera, but not on the older camera that I was using for exterior shots, let's say. And again, I didn't know what the difference between widescreen and full screen was back then, so this was all just a complete learning experience. And I'm embarrassed that I was learning all this stuff back in 2014, because I think we had basically mastered all this stuff by 2009, 2010. Yeah. That was technically the very first plug-and-play game that I ever owned right there, that Atari one. Okay, not that specific console, but I had one of those way back when. We bought it for a trip. I think it was a blue one, and we played with it on a portable TV in the car for very long trips, because we used to go back between Utah and Missouri a lot. In fact, we used to travel the country a lot. For my dad's business. My dad would go on trips for like weeks at a time, and sometimes he'd bring us, sometimes not. And yep, stealing angry video game nerd footage, of course, because why not steal footage from somebody much more popular and eloquent than I am, who knows a lot more about what he's talking about. Okay, now here I say that I prefer plug-and-play games over console games. I don't know what I was smoking back then. That's Mass Effect 3, of course. Mass Effect series used to be my favorite game series of all time. I was just blown away by the graphics and the story and the characters. I mean, this is around the time when I first actually got an Xbox 360. So, in fact, I have never been up on modern game consoles. I think before the Xbox 360, I had a PlayStation 2, and then before that, I had a Nintendo 64, and before that, I had a NES and a Game Boy. I think at some point I even owned a ColecoVision and an Atari 2600. Which, going back to that Atari game I was talking about, the very first plug-and-play game, I didn't know that those were Atari games that I was playing. I didn't know what Atari 2600 was for quite a while. I didn't even know that anything predated Nintendo Entertainment System. In fact, for quite a while, I don't think it was until the year 2000 that I even knew that the Nintendo Entertainment System existed. My earliest Nintendo console I knew of was the Super Nintendo and the Virtual Boy. I am actually old enough to remember playing the Virtual Boy in Toys R Us. I'm old. I'm freaking old. And even back then, I remember it being very, very hard to play the Virtual Boy, especially with how short I was at the time. I think it was like 3 or 4, something like that. But yeah, some of my first memories are of Super Mario World and Donkey Kong Country at friends' houses. I actually didn't get my own console until around the year 2000. I was mostly a PC. Actually, for most of my life, I was a PC gamer. My mom wouldn't let me have a game console for most of my life, and so it wasn't really until I was in my mid-teens that I finally bought my own game console, which was a Nintendo 64, because I wanted to play multiplayer with my siblings, and that was the easiest way to do it. I don't remember when I got Guitar Hero stuff. I remember that first I got Guitar Hero stuff for my PlayStation 2. I think I got the games and the peripherals at a yard sale one time. And then eventually when I got an Xbox 360, I bought more games, more peripherals. Yeah, Guitar Hero was once one of my favorite games of all time as well. I played practically every single game. I think I played up to Guitar Hero Van Halen. Back in college, I had these basically Guitar Hero days where I invited people on my floor to come and play Guitar Hero, and I purposely played through quite a few of the games, because the early games, they won't let you choose any song at the beginning, so I had to play through the whole game so that I could let my posse, so to speak, choose whatever song they wanted. And yeah, when I started collecting plug-and-play games, which I'm sorry, I didn't even mention. I don't even remember when I started collecting plug-and-play games. I don't remember when that became an obsession of mine, an interest of mine. I think it was just when I started regularly thrift shopping, which I basically did for a living, kind of still do. And it's just I started finding all these weird video game console peripherals, and that with these plug-and-play peripherals with the with the aux cords that you just saw. And I don't know. I remembered the old Atari console, old Atari plug-and-play console that I was talking about earlier, and just wondered what kind of games were on the Batman-shaped one, or the Superman-shaped one, or the Star Wars-shaped one, of course. And I don't remember what the first plug-and-play games I got were. That's a TV that I owned for quite some time. That's one that I bought way back when I was first getting my own money, getting my own paycheck, and I just wanted my own TV to play older consoles on. So that was a really small TV, and that was the only TV that I had for quite a while after I moved back to Utah and started going to college and that sort of stuff. And then eventually I got that bigger box TV that you saw earlier, and it wasn't until 2017 that I finally upgraded to an HD TV, because I could finally afford one. And once again, audio balance issue right there. I think at this point I have played every single plug-and-play game that I have shown in this video, including that Duck Dynasty game that I showed right there. And yeah, like I say, you can get a splitter and just the audio still comes out in mono, but it's better than having one speaker silent. That's what I'm trying to say. So like the VCR board games, I knew that I was absolutely planning on making plug-and-play games a main feature on the channel. Every so often I would just feature a plug-and-play game or plug-and-play games, just anything that shared a theme. I don't remember why I chose knockoff Guitar Hero games to start off with. I think it was just because they were the most readily available, most readily apparent, and most obvious theme. Though, of course, by 2014, I think Guitar Hero was on its way out. When did they release the latest Rock Band and Guitar Hero for the Xbox One? Like 2016 or something like that? I actually still do have a full set of instruments for the Xbox 360, including the Rock Band microphone, of course, that I used to record on. I sometimes break it out, but I'm just not as agile as I used to be. I try to go for 100% completion on medium difficulty for most of the songs, and I have not had the muscle reflexes anymore to go for 100% anymore. So that's just kind of gotten me down lately. As somebody's pointed out on a gameplay video of this, they have all the songs on this Guitar Superstar guitar are technically rip-offs of older rock songs. We have, of course, we have "You Shook Me All Night Long" and wow, that was loud. So and You Really Got Me, and Sharks is Barracuda, and then of course there's like Purple Haze for Hazy, and so on and so forth. If you just track down the gameplay video of that, which I think is on my channel, I think it's still on my channel unless it got claimed. But yeah, somebody has laid out every single real song that the console is ripping off. This was not fun to play, if I remember correctly. The inputs were very laggy, very hard to time right. It was very hard. I don't think the console really could really tell when the notes were hitting the strum, the bar. I don't remember what it's called now. But it's also quite obviously, I don't think that it's actually designed to match the song. I think it's like computer generated. It's auto generated, like those. Darn it! I don't remember what they're called now. There are different audio music games that you find on even like on the early iPod, I believe, where the computer just guesses at the notes, guesses at the rhythm, and then you just try to hit the notes as you can. Audio Surf, is that one? I don't remember Audio Surf now. I don't remember. I played that long time ago. Is that still a thing? I don't know. As I was saying earlier, the Mass Effect series was once upon a time one of my absolute favorite game series. I was completely blown away by the graphics and the storytelling and the deep lore and the characters. It was just the most immersive experience I had ever had playing a game at the time. Okay, this is another favorite gag of mine where I'm trying desperately to stay awake, which was true, was definitely something that I was trying to do when I was playing this game. In fact, playing a lot of plug-and-play games, even during my 20s, when I had a lot more energy, a lot more stamina, getting through a lot of these plug-and-play games was a major chore. So, yes, please thank me for all the hours that I put in trying to 100% these games and all the Mountain Dew. completely forgot about that. This gag didn't go as well as I wanted it to. I wanted to look cartoonish and spastic. Sorry for my UK viewers, but I just couldn't make it look right. Look as cartoony and funny as I... Except for that one. Except for that part. Yeah, the guitarists in the game pulled that off great, but I just could not be as stiff and jerky as the game shows. Which I don't know. Is that a compliment for me or for them? I don't know. As I was saying, Mass Effect. I really liked the Mass Effect games. Really got into them. However, I just don't really dedicate myself to those big epic games anymore. I mean, I had Dragon Age at one point, and I just could not get into it. I could never get past a certain point, and I think I'm just more into the pick up and play or the monotonous farming type thing. I'm just much more into Stardew Valley or Minecraft or Death Road to Canada, or I don't know. I'm just not the big story. Just no big story, just simple mechanic type things. It's what helps me relax the most. I just cannot dedicate myself to huge projects like that anymore. But yeah, Mass Effect is still an awesome game series. I just don't want to keep dedicating 100 hours per playthrough. I have not played Mass Effect Andromeda, which from what I hear is a good thing. And I've just never convinced myself to get the Legendary Edition, the whole shebang for Xbox One. That was like it's like $20 now, and I bought all the DLC for the original Mass Effect. So I must have spent like $200 on a Mass Effect the first time. That shows just how into the game series I was.
That's just a huge step up from the guitar battles from the games, right?
And there's the Guitar Hero. There's the Guitar Hero battle and Guitar Hero Aerosmith against Joe Perry, which I freaking love. Freaking love Aerosmith. I think Guitar Hero Aerosmith was my favorite game back in the day. And at one point, I thought that you could like take two of those guitars and connect them with an AV cord, and that would be the two-player function. But no, they weren't smart enough for that. They weren't willing to dedicate enough resources to that. So it's just a super cheapo Guitar Hero clone that you really don't need. And yeah, this is something that also didn't really go well. So the sepia tone, I don't even remember if I did the sepia tone or... So this whole crossfade thing, that's also Bob's show. That's also something that he did on his end because Windows Movie Maker can't do that, at least not that I noticed. Now, of course, I can do this in no time at all with Sony Vegas or Sony Movie Studio, which is what... Actually, it's not called Sony Movie Studio anymore, is it? The versions that I used are Sony Movie Studio, but now I think it's Magic's Movie Studio? Whatever it's called, yeah, I can do this in a heartbeat with the editing tools that I have now. But no, I had to send it over to Bob's show, and, you know, I had to pay him money, which that was fine. That was fine. Once again, we'll probably talk about Bob at a later date. I covered up most of the stuff in this shop because we're basically pack rats. My family's basically pack rats, so we have a lot of stuff everywhere. So I wanted to retain some semblance of professionalism. Oh man, that's my grandpa's old keyboard. He loved that thing. I wanted to retain some kind of professionalism and cover as much stuff as I could up. Just give the... Yeah, so that just didn't come across as funny as I wanted it to come across. It looked like I was going to smash the guitar, and then it just ran into the pillow. I don't know, maybe the pillow was on screen for too long, but it just didn't come across as funny as I wanted it. But again, I had absolutely no idea what I was doing at the time, so this was all practice. This was all just me experimenting with stuff, trying to figure out how things worked, though. Again, in 2014, this was... embarrassing. This was like making one of those Quebec Gamer Zelda CDI YTP videos back in the day, which technically I did do. In fact, yeah. Why not go into this? So, although I was on ZC Infinity, although I had this ZC Infinity / Direct to Disaster channel for since 2014, I of course had YouTube channels before this. I had. Well, I'm not going to tell you what they are. I don't want you to. I want some privacy, but I've technically been making content on YouTube since around 2010 or something. I did YTPs of Zelda and Homestar Runner and stuff like that. And once again, I didn't even know how to capture video or audio or anything like that back in the day. I think I only started doing videos when somebody finally introduced me to, oh darn, now I don't remember what it's called. There was some kind of archaic screen capture program that I used to capture video, and now I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't Hypercam, it was Cam Studio, something like that. I don't know, but once I found out that program existed and was free, then I started making videos, just YTP videos and such, which again were absolutely terrible, especially with the version of Windows Movie Maker that I had on Microsoft Vista. Was that the operating system that I had back then? Now this is weird because as far as I know, this is the only song on this guitar game that's a ripoff. Like it's clearly Another Night by the Real McCoys, but this is the only example of a ripoff that I could tell. Everything else is just generic guitar songs. And yeah, you could if you watch the actual video, you could hear me overlapping my speech. For some reason, on Windows Movie Maker, just sometimes you fade in on your it fades in on the audio, and I can never figure out when it randomly decides to do that. That's something you could see on a lot of old Mr. Enter videos as well. When he was using Windows Movie Maker, that his voice just randomly faded in and faded out, even if you didn't tell the program to do that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so once I found out how to make videos, I of course made videos back then. So I've technically been making videos for 15 years by this point, since I was 17, 18. But I never really thought about doing reviews until around the time I heard about the Nostalgia Critic and the Angry Video Game Nerd, and just how easy they made it look, which it is not easy. It is not easy at all, especially as I've gotten older and I've just had less and less energy and less stamina. And I mean, just to write up a script nowadays can take everything out of me. So yeah, I'm sorry that I'm so late to the game. I don't know. Maybe if I have no idea how this happened. I have no idea. Every other time I turned on that game, I don't know. It worked just fine. Just this random glitch. Just at one time when I was doing the gameplay, just that suddenly happened. It's not even a battery issue. I had put in fresh batteries there. So I am just unbelievably lucky that glitch happened at that time. So it's the highlight of the video, I think. Now, I don't know why I talked about Shredmaster Jr. When it was broken. So I didn't find any other listings for this guitar on eBay when I was doing this video, and just all of a sudden, as I was wrapping up doing this video, I finally found one, and I ordered it, and it somehow arrived just in time to finish the video. Like, while I was recording this video and such, it arrived at my doorstep just in time to make it to be featured in the part 2 of this video. Of course, I'm watching the full video here, so there's technically not part 2. And I've found a lot more plug-and-play dance pads since this, so there are a lot more than just the Dance Dance Revolution Disney mix. There's the Strawberry Shortcake and the Bratz, and one that plays an 8-bit rendition of My Heart Will Go On. Couple others. From what I understand, these are actually super rare. Any version of Dance Dance Revolution Disney Mix is super rare. I think the arcade version is only available at like Disney World, if even there anymore. And then the plug and play games are very hard to find. I think like even the pad can set you back at least $50. And then the PlayStation version, okay, I don't know anything about that, but if you're going to get a plug and play game, then this is one of those very rare ones this is one of those very rare instances where I think you actually should get this. I think this is actually a really fun plug and play game. I mean, it gives you dance remixes of Disney songs. What's not to love? I don't know. Is singing Zippity Doo Dah not politically correct anymore?
A not so horrible guitar game. A broken game. And a terrific game. That's not a guitar game.
I'm actually surprised that I'm even audible at this point. That you can see the microphone right there, which, like I say, I think is a shotgun microphone. I have to speak directly into it for anything to pick up, so I'm surprised. Those old records off the shelf. Yeah, the guitar. These are Guitar Hero commercials, obviously, that are references to Risque Business. Again, this is something that I probably could get away with back then when content IDing wasn't as advanced for YouTube. Like back in the day, all you really had to do was raise the pitch and flip the video. But nowadays, they can basically detect anything. Like you make the video a little speck in the corner, and their system will be able to detect it. So yeah, it's just gotten so hard to make YouTube content nowadays. That's one of the reasons why I stopped doing the Locked in the Asylum video series, because I kept getting videos claimed that only had 1 second of video footage. Oh my god! And that Deer Hunter, that was a pain to play. Those sorts of games give you a little sensor bar, and you have to calibrate with. And every single time I have ever used that calibration, that sensor bar, I have always failed at calibration. And yeah, what you see here, that took a long time. Oh, those iToy games. Oh, I haven't featured those yet. I probably should at some point.
So last week we were introduced to plug and play games, and we started our quest for the good Guitar Hero clone.
I was thinking one time of doing those iToy games and making a contest out of it. Like, hey, guess all 10 images of what I'm showing really close up and win a Nintendo Switch or something like that. Okay, this next part I kind of stole from Todd in the Shadows. Todd in the Shadows also did a Hannah Montana Pop Tour guitar game, which... Did I find out about that when I bought the guitar? I don't remember when I saw that video, but yeah, a couple jokes here are stolen directly from Todd in the Shadows when he did his own video on this. And again, this just shows how bad at being a caustic critic I am, because I just can't get that angry at this game. Like I'm trying to be angry at this game, and forgot about this one too. Yeah, I'm playing, this week I've been mostly playing guitar from Frets on Fire. I think that's what that old Guitar Hero PC clone was called. Yeah, I was playing it over Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball, which I don't care for Miley Cyrus or Hannah Montana. I just figured that was good for a gag. I think that gag went for a little too long. But like I say, I just can't feign disgust or anger. I really wish that I could. I'm thinking of doing videos similar to this again, but actually giving a real opinion, because this Hannah Montana guitar game really isn't that bad. In fact, I did play through it eventually and make a whole make a whole gameplay video about it, but then I had to, years later, I had to go back and mute the songs because, again, YouTube's content ID is always changing, so I could play the game, but I couldn't use the songs. Same thing with their Camp Rock guitar game, which, yeah, Camp Rock guitar game, that makes a lot more sense. I don't understand Hannah Montana guitar game. I don't even think her songs incorporate the guitar that much. Maybe the best of both worlds, which I unironically like. I actually really do like the Hannah Montana theme song. You got the best of both worlds. Yabba-dabba-da-doo, yabba-dabba-da-doo. I think Nobody's Perfect is also pretty good. I can't think of anything else. I don't know. I am glad that Miley Cyrus went off and did her own solo career. That's actually pretty hard for a child star to do. A child star to transition to adulthood. I'm very proud of her for doing that and for giving her dad, Billy Ray Cyrus, another chance at stardom. I think he actually did obtain another single because he was riding off the hype of his daughter. So, and of course, Billy Ray Cyrus is the guy who's most famous for singing "Down to My Heart, My Achy Breaky Heart," which he did not originate. That was actually an obscure rock song from an obscure rock band. I don't know, but then we had the whole country music heartthrob phrase, and he was given that song because he looked good, and everybody just thought that he made the song. What am I getting at? I don't know. But yeah, honestly, the Hannah Montana guitar game I think is one of the better consoles in this lineup. This and the Guitar Superstar one that I feature later, and no, I think that's all I can think of. Oh, there was that one that I also featured. So I didn't have a copy at the time of this video, but eventually I did find another Guitar Hero plug-and-play clone called the Guitar... No, I don't remember what it's called now, but Ashens featured it on his show. In fact, that was like the first time he used the hello title card for his show when he did the plug-and-play version. But yeah, I eventually found one of those, and I did the gameplay for that. And that was actually pretty good, too. So there's 3 Guitar Hero clones that are decent. And of course, I'm talking about plug-and-play ones. I've never played the actual Guitar Hero clones, like the actually officially released Guitar Hero clones, like Rock Revolution, don't know about that one, or The Gig, or Rock of the Dead. I really should play Rock of the Dead. I've never really gotten around to it.
This game's okay, I guess. It doesn't have a reason to exist, but it's a lot more playable than what we've seen so far. So next we have... Be right back.
Yeah, and here we go. This is me picking up the Guitar Superstar. Picking up the new guitar plug and play game that they somehow rush ordered. Like, I bought it on eBay for $20 plus 15 shipping, something like that, and somehow it managed to get there just in time for me to continue making the Guitar Hero videos. Just what a stroke of luck. And that's of course Paperboy again. That's the Paperboy bonus stage, from what I understand. Again, I stole the idea of using video game music in the background from Angry Video Game Nerd, as I'm sure a lot of other people have. I'm not wearing my hat in this shot. It kept getting in the way of the camera. Shredmaster Jr., that's what it's called. Yeah.
Playing Shredmaster Jr.
And yeah, that's another reason why I can't stand seeing myself on camera. I just cannot. I hate how I look. I hate how I react. I cannot get reactions right. I can get overly excited, and that's it. That is the only convincing emotion that I can portray.
Look, it's even dwarfed by the Hannah Montana game. Might as well be called
What
Lego
else can I
Master
talk
too.
about while
It's
this
also
is
the most
playing?
play and access to a
The
real solid
posters,
bar
yeah.
and
So
music
that
SCV
was
as
going to be my thing as
How
well.
does
I'd
it
have
play?
different movie
Well, like I
posters in the
mentioned in the
background.
last
I
video,
wanted to do
Shadows
different
showed
movie
promise
posters in the
and
background
holy
every
crap!
video, but
They
they
actually
just
got the
took too
navigation
long to
configuration
fish out
right
of
this
storage
time.
and to put up and to
Those
take
drum bar
down and that
loops
sort of
and the
thing. So
button
I really
select.
just changed the
Oh, what's
posters
even
when
better?
I
This game has
for
real licensed
holiday
music.
episodes for
Sure,
Halloween
it's
and
still
Christmas and
MIDI
such.
music, but at least they're
I
tracks that
used to
I
collect
recognize
movie
when I
posters
record
all the
like
time. In fact, I
Guitar
still have a
Hero,
closet
Walk on
full of
Water,
them. Well, not a. I
California,
still have a lot of them in my
Paranoid,
closet,
smells
I guess I
like
should
Teen
say.
Spirit.
At one point, I wanted to decorate my entire house.
This game has smelled like Teen Spirit.
Okay, like I
can
say, I
speak
can
for
do
Guitar
overly
Hero
excited.
I mean, I
That's
think it
basically
is
all I
because
can
can't
do.
find any
But
information
at one point, I wanted to
It
decorate my
smells like
entire
Teen
house
freaking
with
Spirit.
posters, but obviously
way
I'm
this
not the
game's
only
gonna
one
be bad.
living in
Let's play.
here, so the other people in the house kind of didn't go along with that idea. But yeah, this was before. I'm actually amazed that this console could get licensed music. That's actually very impressive. And they had
Apparently I spoke too
oh,
soon.
they had Master of
First of all,
Puppets,
the game has the same
Hotel
super fancy
California,
Revolution
Smells Like Teen
format, just
Spirit,
scrolling downward,
Billion Dollar
like the Hannah
Babies,
Montana game did.
couple others I don't remember.
Surprisingly,
But you'd
this is
think
even
that if they
worse.
got all
At
that
least that
licensed
game was
music,
easy,
that
had
they
pretty
would
slow
actually make a
songs.
game
This
that,
one has
you know, you could
Paranoid,
play.
Smells Like Teen
But
Spirit, and
now,
Master
even when I was
Puppets
playing
slowing
this,
down and
no matter how I was playing this, I guess
The
I should
reason
say,
why Guitar Hero and
I
Rock
couldn't
Band
get this to
games
work.
are laid out
I
like
could
they
not
are.
get the
Because that's the
timing
easiest
to
way
work.
see everything at once and
Like
know
I
what's
say,
coming.
here, the notes coming
Notes
towards
scroll
you
down,
in
you have to
Guitar Hero,
follow the
that
notes on the way
helps
down
the
until it
experience a
reads
lot.
when you hit
So
them.
when they're kind of
Really string
sliding
them
down
out.
like Dance Dance
Secondly,
Revolution, it
to
just
hit
kind of
the
throws you
timing,
off. But
it's
even once
unforgiving.
you
hit the notes
adjust
when they
yourself
reach an
to
exact
that, the
spot.
timing is just
Otherwise, it
off.
counts as a miss.
It's like a
Don't text me
split
at the end
second.
I can't even
The
find
notes
that
just
illicit hit zone.
decide
The only way I found to do even
randomly
decently on
whether
this
they're
game
hit or
is to
not. Like
completely ignore
even
the
if you
hit
get them
zone
right in
and
the
just have
center,
no
you
knowledge
can't
of the song
get
to
them right in the
approximate
center. You have to do
notes.
like a split second
2 out of
before or
3
after they
times this
get in
worked,
the
and I
center.
managed to
If
get through
I'm
the
a,
song with this strategy.
I'm trying to
Sometimes
explain
games
it, but
seem to
unless you've
completely
played it,
ignore any
it's
button
really hard
presses
to
and fail
explain.
me halfway through.
And yeah, no matter how I played this, I couldn't get it. So when I had that GigaWare recording studio, I could not. What was when I had that GigaWare recording studio, I couldn't get the. There was a timing issue. I'm sorry. I had to play all the gameplay through a small window in the GigaWare recording studio. So I had to feed it through my TV. No. Oh, how did I record things back then? So I think I plugged the console into my recording software, and then I plugged that, and then there was like a little tiny recording screen in the software itself, and then I tried to output that signal to my TV because it still had auxiliary function. But if I tried to play it on my TV, then there was a horrible lag. So most of the gameplay that I tried to record back when, in fact, even technically still, well, not even really still today. I think I found a workaround for that. But back then, yes, I had to look at it directly in the recording studio, and the window was really small. Like I said, this was outdated. This was outdated crap. But that was basically the only way I could play these different games. I had to look at that tiny window while recording and try to match the notes up or try to make sense of the gameplay as I was going, which leads to a huge problem in a later video. And yeah, once again, I just cannot handle freakouts here. And I hate my I hate these close-ups of my face. Like, oh my god, I just look so stupid there. Of course, I do miss being 22. Can I go back to being 22? I'll even take 25. But even with that said, I do like this setup where I am dreading playing another one of these games, and then it turns out to be pretty decent, which it is, and it introduced me to Def Leppard's "Hallucinates," which is actually a really good song. And yeah, it's a lot easier to play, a lot easier to hold. It looks a lot more like a guitar. And like I say, it has licensed music. I mean, they're tracks that most people don't even know. Does this have Who You Are by Pearl Jam on here? I don't remember if this is the guitar that had Who You Are by Pearl Jam, which they accidentally list as Who Are You, and so you think that they're actually referencing Who Are You by The Who, but no, it's Who You Are by Pearl Jam, which has become one of my favorite songs. Na, 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 na. Oh man, really out of focus in this shot. I couldn't get a smartphone soon enough. Oh yeah, there it is. Who Are You? But it's supposed to be Who You Are. But of course, why do we expect these cheap Chinese? Well, okay, I don't know who developed this console. These cheap developers to get anything right on here. I'm just amazed at what they did get right on these cheapo consoles. Going back and watching this again, it's actually a little weird remembering that this used to be my room setup. Since making these videos, my room has technically changed sides. My bed is on the other side of my room, and I don't have that end table there anymore, which I probably should get another one of because I'm about to do some major moving, some major getting rid of stuff in my room, and what I have by my bed right now is going to leave, so we should get another end table. I do have that blanket still. Well, not that exact blanket. Actually, the other one, the first one seen in that video is gone, but then I found one just like it, so I do have a blanket just like that now. And I don't have those movie posters anymore. In fact, I really do want to get more movie posters up. I've had this Donkey Kong and Chuck Norris posters up since God knows when. And yeah, okay, another embarrassing moment here. Oh no, I guess that doesn't come until later. And like I was saying, oh, okay, here it is.
Hallelujah!
Oh, God. I don't even have those blinds anymore. Those blinds got destroyed by my pets, so I had to get some drapes. Huge props to my grandma, though, for knowing exactly when to pull the camera back. You know, once I explained things to my grandparents that I was living with at the time, they did a great job with the technical aspects and such.
This is Guitar Hero 3. And to be made by the
like I was saying, I really should put up some more movie posters, and I've had these posters in my room since God knows when. And so when I was thinking of doing those, doing those different movie posters for different episodes, I didn't even really care what kind of movie posters I would put up. I don't even like most of all of the movies that I have posters of. So just back then, if you go back and, well, I'm sure, yeah, right here. So District 9 is on the far left. It's yeah. Jurassic Park, of course, is classic. Star Trek Inner Darkness, no, I don't like. And then Red. Yeah, Red is awesome. Red is an overlooked classic. I mean, Bruce Willis, John Malkovich, Helen Hunt. No, not Helen Hunt. Helen Mirren. And Richard Dreyfuss. You know, how can you go wrong? And that was also going to be a thing on my show. That I was going to advertise Pepsi, basically. Pepsi was going to be my sponsor. Well, my unofficial sponsor. Kind of like Spoonie. I stole that from Spoonie as well, who would usually have branded sodas and such in his videos. So my go-to drink was going to be Pepsi, which I can't really handle Pepsi anymore. I can't really handle any kind of cola-based soft drink anymore. It just rips right through me. It dissolves my stomach, and I just can't handle it anymore. Mountain Dew, though, I love Mountain Dew. I love me some weird flavors of Mountain Dew. I think I've already mentioned this. I think I have played through every single plug-and-play game that's shown in this picture. Though a couple of them took quite a while for me to get to, because when I finally got to them, I didn't have that big that big TV anymore. That older box TV. I moved on to the HD TV, but the HD TV didn't function with the gun games and the other games that required CRT monitors in order to register gameplay. So I had to go out and get a big 80-pound behemoth to finally finish playing the plug-and-play games that required it. And by this point, I think I've basically played the entire library, like practically every single plug-and-play game that's ever been made. I think I only have a couple left, and that just here and there. I used to have a huge database of everything, of all the plug-and-play games that I owned, all the plug-and-play games that I've ever played, but it got deleted, so I don't even know what I own anymore. I just know that I've practically played every single one. And even if the show ended, even though my YouTube show ended, I did try to review plug-and-play games on my blog, on my ZC Infinity Reviews blog that I did after I gave up on YouTube entirely for quite a while. And what did I review on my blog? Cars 2, couple of the Star Wars games. God, it's been so long since I posted there. I really do enjoy writing. I think I'm much more of a writer than a video producer, but who reads anymore? That's the reason why I gave up on my blog. Nobody was reading it. Otherwise, yes, that I would still be doing my blog. I mean, how long did I do my blog? 2, 3 years? Maybe 4? I did try to do something. I did try to get something out every other week. Again, barring illness and other obligations, which I swear, ever since I turned 28, 29, something like that, my body has decided on a daily basis to find new ways of trying to kill itself. Oops, I said that word. I meant unalive. And YouTube's gonna demonetize this video now. Oh heck, I'm not gonna be making any money off of this video. So I don't know. Maybe at one point I will go back and review more plug-and-play games. Maybe I'll find some way to review plug-and-play games. For the longest time, I've thought about writing a book. Thought about just making a big compendium of plug-and-play games. But again, who reads? Who would actually buy that? Especially since it's probably going to cost at least $50 if and when I release it. And of course, oh man, I can't even fathom the startup costs. I don't know. That might happen one of these days. What I'm actually thinking of doing, I'm actually thinking of donating most, if not all, of my collection to archivists and just let them pull the hard drives apart and see if they can get it working on MAME and all those sorts of different.
I mean, it's called Direct to Disaster.
all those different emulations. And yeah, that if you can't tell, I have the microphone up my shirt there. That was the only way that I could reliably get the audio recorded. And yep, here we go. This is me first discovering the Muppets Wizard of Oz, which is what I should have started with. That's what I intentionally initially, that's the word, what I initially wanted to start with. And like I said, I almost did that way back when. In fact, here we go with another... Okay, I'm not going to do that every single video, obviously.
Hey everyone.
Oh, how did I record that? I think I drew that in Windows Paint. No, in Microsoft Paint. I'm sorry, Microsoft Paint. And then I used that cam program that I talked about earlier and to record the screen. And I'm just amazed at how fluid that was, how just well that turned out. Like I say, I'm very impressed with my editing skills, my paint and editing skills, even back then. I think that's one of the most impressive things that I've done as part of this entire series. The hat, of course, is much blurrier than I like, but yeah, I'm just impressed with that opening. Okay, seriously, when do I push the widescreen button on my laptop? I don't remember why I'm in 4:3 here. I thought for sure. And also the black The black borders are really bugging me. I admittedly, I never thought of using backgrounds for scenes with black borders until recently. I've learned that that's much more professional to use something other than blackness. Did I see Legends of Oz when I saw this? I don't know, but it is a terrible movie, so do not see Legends of Oz: Dorothy's Return. Now, Muppets Wizard of Oz is special to me in that it's one of my first bad movies. It is one of the first movies that I saw that I think is bad. I could most definitely identify as bad. I've seen movies that I haven't liked before, but at some point you actually do get a sense of when a movie is bad. You don't like a movie for a reason, I guess I should say.
You can't screw this up.
So, The Muppets Wizard of Oz is one of the first movies to be one of the worst movies I've ever seen, if that makes any sense. And, yeah, like I say, Muppets Wizard of Oz should have been a match made in heaven. And like I show at the very end here, the Muppets have actually done a tribute to Wizard of Oz, but for some reason it just did not work here at all. But of course, a lot of stuff that the Muppets have worked on since I think that the Muppets' golden age ended with Jim Henson, because afterwards they've tried to come back into the spotlight. I mean, Muppets Christmas Carol was decent. Muppets Treasure Island, is but then by Muppets from Space, everything just goes. Yeah. Okay, Muppets Tonight was also pretty decent as well, but not as memorable as the Muppet Show. I actually have seen all of Muppets Tonight, but I don't remember it, except for those Tales from the Crypt spoof segments, which a lot of the Muppets that appear in the Muppets Wizard of Oz and Muppets from Space and stuff come from Muppets Tonight, except nobody saw Muppets Tonight, so nobody knows who these characters are or their relevance. And so, and obviously, so it's weird. I didn't know that David Alan Grier was in Living Color before I made this video, and then I found out, and then I just had to find something from In Living Color to put into this video, and lo and behold, he actually did. There was actually a Living Color skit where that referenced the Wizard of Oz with him in it. So. Again, the universe just works in mysterious ways. And now, yeah, here's the moment. Here's the.
What?
I don't remember how many spit takes I had to do for that scene. Somehow I kept missing. I kept not being centered, not saying it with exactly the amount of intensity that I wanted. So I went through at least one soda can before I finally got a spit take that I was satisfied with, which, again, how was I satisfied with any of this? Just... But yeah, the Girls Gone Wild, what the hell, Muppets? Why would the Muppets, why would any Disney kids, family-oriented media reference an adult film series, an adult video series, whatever you want to call it? That was like I say, this was the instant where I knew that a movie could be bad, that a movie could be written bad, a movie could be acted bad. That one moment let me know that there is bad media in this world.
Why are you doing that?
I don't remember if I saw the Muppets Wizard of Oz before I was introduced to the Nostalgia Critic or after, but like I say, I did know that the Muppets Wizard of Oz was definitely going to be one of the first things that I would review. It definitely inspired me to do a review show. Oh, Lucy. Does anyone even remember that movie? No? I figure. And that was my grandma speaking, of course, because like I say, my grandparents were the only human resources that I had at the time. And like I say, I think that they did great for what I asked them to do. I'm very impressed with how quickly they caught on.
this version, a shrimp.
I'm trying to remember if this is my... No, this wasn't my introduction to Pepe. But Pepe was in Muppets from Space, so... No, this wasn't the first Muppets thing that I saw him in. I saw this before I saw Muppets Tonight. In fact, years before I saw Muppets Tonight. Is Muppets Tonight still on YouTube? That's where I first saw all of them. But... And here's another example of where I knew I couldn't pull off the caustic critic. Yeah, the caustic critic persona. Emotional escalation. I cannot pull that off no matter what I do. Like, to this day, I just cannot come across as angry as I want. As angry as I try to express. That even when I'm doing these... as recently as, like, my Dracula 3000 video, I'm trying to be disgusted. I'm trying to... Oh, geez, what movie is that from? I think it's Chuck and Larry, and of course that was Rob Schneider, who... Rob Schneider really isn't that bad an actor. Okay, yes, he chooses really bad roles, but I think in terms of acting, yeah, I mean, whatever he's given, I think he's a fantastic actor, as opposed to this blight on humanity here. Ugh. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so I just cannot do emotional escalation. So I try to sound angry and disgusted, and I just cannot pull it off to this day. So if I can't do it in audio format, then what chance do I have in live action format? That was definitely one of the indicators that I was not cut out for this type of review show. I do like my grin there, though. Okay, I mean, it's still a terrible grin, but it's the closest that I get to emotion, convincing emotion, acting emotion. I don't know how to describe it, but... But yeah, like I say, Pepe in Muppets Tonight was okay. I don't know. They had him teamed up with like an elephant, and they did these really bad comedy duo stand-up jokes, which okay, they were supposed to be bad in the show, so that was fine. That's probably why they were tolerable there. But then for some reason they inducted Pepe into the main Muppet cast, and I don't know who made the decision. I don't know who thought that was a good idea.
I want to be a singer.
I want to say something else, but like I say, I'm really trying not to be that caustic critic guy that throws threats at everyone, because like I say, that no bad media deserves a death threat. No, we should not wish harm on others just because they made a bad movie. That's one of the... Oh man, I cannot begin to tell you how many Nostalgia Critic reviews I cannot watch nowadays because of just how
Well, all I know is I hate living
evil
here and I don't want to
he
end up like
is.
you.
Let's say that, just how holy crap that he crossed the line. I mean, again, back in the day when this was novel, it was funny and fun and different, but now with how easy it is to find out about these people, with how much of an online presence these names in the industry have, it's just so unfair to wish harm on them. So again, I'm just really happy that the caustic critic era has mostly faded. In fact, you can argue. Okay, that's another one of my absolute favorite gags, the cue card right there. Like I was saying, I think we can blame the caustic critic era on today's censorship, shall we say? It's I think like when people think critics, like online critics, they think back to caustic critics. They think back to people just being rude and insulting and such, just for the sake of being rude and angry and insulting and offensive, because back in the day the internet was the Wild West. You could practically do anything on the internet and not be caught for it, but now there are so many different safeguards in place and so many people viewing things that it's just really hard to get away with anything anymore. And of course, since these big studio heads, these people who run everything, are so behind the times, like even for their own platforms, then they just think back to caustic critics, to old reviews, and that's why. That's one of the reasons why YouTube is so demonetize happy, I should say. That if you swear a certain amount of times or say a certain word or that sort of thing, then then it's immediately age restricted and demonetized. So yeah, we can most definitely blame that era of just really angry critics, like not even really nostalgia critic or angry video game nerd. When they did it, they at least had some self-awareness, some idea that yes, they were being offensive, yes, they were being angry and saying really bad things, but at least they were aware that that was the joke. But then there were all these wannabes, including me, of course, that didn't catch on that that it was exaggeration and jokey, so they actually did wish harm on others. I remember Mysterious Mr. Enter, in one of his early reviews, he actually did, I believe he actually did tell people to go on Twitter and flame and attack a creator for a really bad SpongeBob episode. But then he backtracked and made a different version of that review and said, "Whoa, I don't know what I was thinking. Sorry about that. Do not watch the original." And good on him. Good on him. So yeah, I'm just happy that we are, like I say, I'm just happy that we are moving past the caustic critic phase and we are actually talking about the pros and cons, actual pros and cons of media. That's what I try to do. I try to be as positive about media as I can. I mean, with something like this, no, I don't think that I could be that positive. I don't think I could find that much to be positive about. Okay, this is another funny sequence, but I really have nothing to say about Kelly Osbourne. I mean, that's the whole joke. I don't have anything to say about Kelly Osbourne. I even pull out that thing of Kelly Osbourne jokes and it's empty. So I don't really like doing these reaction shots. I think reaction shots are cheap.
Okay, say what you want about the guest appearances
So,
in the
but
other
I do
movies,
like
but
how that
at least
was
they had a point.
formatted.
In other movies, they at least gave a character a
And yeah,
role
like I
where
say,
they
that was
were
just one of the
something
most
that was
random of
flawed,
random
but
cameos,
just to
right up there with
the
Hulk
audience.
Hogan's cameo
What
in
was the point of
Muppets from
Kelly
Space.
Osbourne
But of
there?
course, even that was referencing how Hulk Hogan will basically do anything. Yeah, even more so today with the recent, not even the recent, just the video clip of him saying certain things about his daughter's then boyfriend, husband, something like that surfaced, and now I don't think anyone wants to give him work. But yeah, Kelly Osbourne just had no place in this movie. And as I was saying, like I try to be positive with my reviews. I do try to find the positives in things, even in bad things. I do admit that they are bad, but I try to find as much good about them as I can. So a lot of the media, especially the Asylum movies that I have watched, there's a lot of bad, like too much bad to consider recommending the movie. But when there's good, I will definitely admit it. Like that Freak Show movie. That Freak Show movie was awful, but the camera work was really good. And so is the guy playing the circus owner. So, what can I say that's positive about this movie? The voices are great. The voices are great. I've heard that the voice of Kermit has gotten in trouble recently, and so they had to replace him. And whose fault that was, you be the judge. It's all up to judgment. But yeah, the guy that they got to replace Frank Oz is fine. See, what other positives? No, I think that's all I can think of. Like I say, this is one of the first bad movies. I don't like to do this anymore. I don't like to single people out anymore. I don't like to. I don't think you should. Like I say, you shouldn't single people out to take the blame for movies, because movies are just one big mixing pot of ideas. Like somebody can do really, really well at their job, but because these other people do really, really badly at their job, mostly producers and studio executives and people who just just try to go for the lowest common denominator to make that much more money. Yeah, so it's almost never the fault of one person. So yeah, I try not to do that. I try not to say, oh yeah, there's this guy who was involved and he's probably the reason why this didn't work. Okay, and yeah, this sequence coming up, I think is the reason why everybody to this day watches this video. This is one of the, even to this day, this is one of my most watched videos. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I just find Kermit getting his arms ripped off hilarious all of a sudden. But I mean, this is a freaking dark scene, which... but yeah, everybody seems to love this part of me just reacting to their childhood icons getting ripped apart, ripped to pieces. And holy crap, who thought this was a good idea? Who looked at any part of this movie and thought that this is the direction we want to take with the Muppets. This is what we want to show longtime fans, new viewers, and yeah, and then of course there's this scene coming up which everybody also loves. And again, I found a Kermit plush at a thrift store right before I made this video. Just the music I use is actually not from the, I believe that's the end credits music for the Incredible Hulk TV show, but I didn't know that at the time. It's a piece done by Lucas King, I believe. I believe I credit them in the credits at the end of this video, but it sounds a lot like the Incredible Hulk end credits theme. The lonely man, I don't remember what it's called. At least Pepe's about to die here. At least Pepe comes the closest to death here. That's one positive about this movie. And I also really love the reaction I give here. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2. There we go. You know, I miss that hat. I miss wearing a cap sometimes. I don't wear... Yeah, and we have the Jar Jar, which, of course, is the go-to, and the Annoying Orange. Yeah, and then we have Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights. Yeah, Who was the last guy? Whitey, Annoying Orange. And, oh, yeah, of course, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Yeah, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared Part 2, which... Can you believe that this video was made before when Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared 1 and 2 were the only ones released, and now there's, what, 8 original shorts of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, and then a TV show, which I think has gotten a second season at this point, or at least been renewed for a second season, something like that.
No, I'm not even kidding. That's how it goes.
If I was saying something before, I've completely forgotten what I was saying. I was just laughing at the sight of me in the shower, which, oh yeah, caps. I do miss having a cap. I took that cap with me to a thrift store, and I left it in the cart, and that was the last I ever saw of it. But that was also the time when I decided caps just weren't for me. I couldn't. I just didn't look good in a cap. So heck, I don't even really look good with hair. I've been mostly shaving my head lately. Not completely bald. I don't go for the completely bald look, but like as short as possible without looking bald is how I like my hair. Don't give me a head with hair. Not long, beautiful hair. Now, unlike the Kelly Osbourne cameo, I think a Quentin Tarantino cameo could have worked. How? I don't know. I can't think of it right now, but I could definitely see him pitching something to the Muppets. Like, maybe if we actually saw what he was pitching, like a Tarantino-style Muppet. Yeah, you can't go wrong with that clip from Kill Bill. If we actually saw a Muppet-style Tarantino clip, Tarantino-style Muppet clip, that actually might have been funny. And then we pull back and see Tarantino, and Kermit's going, no, this is a family film, which, yeah, of course this is, yeah. But and then we just cut back to the movie as it's going. But so that could have worked if they had Tarantino doing that, but just him trying to pitch his own ideas to Kermit, that's just not funny enough. I'm melting. Oh, what a mattress! What a mattress!
Now let's look at the melting scene.
If you haven't seen the Ozard of Wiz, then please hunt that down. The YTP Ozard of Wiz. And yeah, holy crap! Who thought that was a good idea? Who thought that scene was a good idea? Who thought that scene was a good idea? Who thought anything in this movie was a good idea? What preview audiences said, yes, we want to see Kermit torn to pieces. Yes, we want to see Miss Piggy melt. Yes.
And his throne room is just a movie set.
Biscuit.
Instead, the wizard is revealed to be
Okay, so this scene, so I said this the last time that I made a commentary for this review, but this was unwarranted. So this is me directly stealing from Spoonie. This is basically Spoonie's rant from the end of his Ultima 9 review, where he's, okay, it worked there because, one, he did all the other Ultima games. He basically went back and played all the other Ultima games, which were basically his childhood, and he built up to that moment. You just saw how passionate he was about the series up to that point, and just how much. And then while he was reviewing Ultima 9, you just had this. He gave you such a good idea of how much of a betrayal that game was compared to all the other games he played.
They all have something to offer.
So there was that huge emotional buildup. Just you really got where Spoonie was coming from when that scene in that part of Ultima 9 hit him, and just how much of a betrayal that part was for a game series that really defined his childhood, his gameplay preferences, his brand of comedy, and so on and so forth. This was my very first Muppet review. Now, if I had gone back and reviewed all the other Muppet movies and actually gave you an opinion on what I thought about all of them, and then reached that scene, that would have worked. But no, I'm just being emotional here out of nowhere. Also, most of this is ad-libbed. I think this took me like 5 or 6 times before I finally got down what I really wanted to get out. In fact, you can tell at one point that it's ad-libbed because at one point I say like I just lose my train of thoughts, which obviously I'm doing a lot of in this commentary, but this is a live commentary, and that's a scripted video, so I don't have any excuse there. And also, the Jeffrey Tambor scene just isn't that offensive to me. I mean, yes, okay, he was in Muppets from Space, and that movie was horrible, but that wasn't his fault. So, just going on this long emotional tirade does not feel right. I just felt like I had to go on a long emotional tirade just to really cap off how much I really hated the movie. But where I put that just didn't seem fair. So no, I'm sorry. I regret this scene. Oh, but yeah, I also regret that outburst because, like I say, I can't do outbursts. I tried to come across as really angry, really passionately angry there, and no, I did not. I failed horribly. I was like whispering my line there. No. Why am I so mad at Jeffrey Tambor here? He's a fantastic actor. You know, Arrested Development and the Star vs. the Force of Evil. Whole bunch of other stuff. Oh yeah, he was also in that Saturday the 14th movie that Cinema Snob featured one time. Okay, and this is the theme song to Schnookums and Meat, the Disney ripoff of Ren and Stimpy, and yeah, basically the theme song. It has one of the greatest theme songs ever, and that's one of the only things that's. No, that is the only thing that show did right. That's the one thing of quality of that show, I should say. You know, when I first watched Disney's Wish, I thought that Magnifico was going to be something like the Wizard of Oz. Like, he didn't actually grant wishes; he just made it look like he granted wishes, and then the star was going to come down and actually grant the heroine. I don't even remember her name anymore. The heroine the ability to grant wishes, and that was the major. That was, excuse me, that was the major threat to Magnifico's powers. And honestly, thinking about that, yeah, that would have made Wish a much better movie. But I still like Wish more than I like The Muppets Wizard of Oz. Okay, now this outburst I actually do like. Yeah, right there. Okay, that was actually good. That was actually a good outburst, a good emotional outburst. And, oh... Like I say, I don't like a lot of hair. I like some hair. I like to not appear bald, and that's it. I mean, sometimes I do think about wearing a cap again, but I just feel like I'm too old for a cap, or at the very least, I'm not in the right profession for a cap. I don't know. I don't know anything.
So remember, kids, if you're unhappy with your life,
The Muppets really have basically been Disney's red-headed stepchild. They're the red-headed stepchild of Disney properties. So Disney gives a lot of attention to, well, Star Wars and Marvel and all Disney princesses, all those. Can't go wrong with the Terminator 2 clip.
this movie.
But then the Muppets, they don't know what to do with them. Like I say, I think they basically died with Jim Henson. So after Muppets from Space, what else has really been done with them? That Disney just, it's like there's a big family gathering and Disney is going, oh, good to see you, Star Wars. Well done in your profession. Oh, good to see you, Marvel. Well done in your profession. Who are you? I'm the Muppets. You adopted me a while ago. Oh. Here's some money. Go do something. Though I have heard that the darn it, what's it called? Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem, or whatever it's called. That miniseries, that Disney Plus miniseries, is really good. Maybe I should check that out one of these days. And then they also tried to go back to their roots with Muppets Now, I think it's called. And that's another effect that I really wish could have gone better. So you could obviously see me throwing the disc behind me and it landing on the bed behind me, and then the shards of the disc falling down. I had a little bucket with disc shards right above me. I set up a little and I attached it to a string, and then I pulled on a string and the disc shards fell out of the bucket. I don't know how long that took me, but I think that the effect would have been a lot better if you couldn't see the disc, which, duh. But yeah, as I was saying, the Muppets had this kind of sort of Muppet Show-like show on Disney Plus called Muppets Now or something, where they kind of basically do TikTok videos. I remember I watched 1 or 2 episodes of that. I couldn't really get into it. I don't even really remember it. I remember this cooking thing with Danny Trejo and the Swedish Chef. I don't remember what happened in it, but I remember that happened. And apparently Danny Trejo is a fantastic chef. Like, when he's not acting, he has his own restaurant. So hey, good for him. And then I also hated the Muppets the Muppets Haunted Mansion. That's it. I'm sorry, I did not like the Muppets Wizard. I keep saying Muppets Wizard of Oz. The Muppets Haunted Mansion. I did not see the sense of that. In fact, I would even go so far as to say I would prefer both the Eddie Murphy and the Owen Wilson Haunted Mansion movies over that one. In fact, I would prefer the Eddie Murphy version of the Haunted Mansion over the Owen Wilson one. Now, I'm not saying that it's a good movie, not at all, but I think... Okay, Isolation, that's what it was called. The Incredible Hulk TV show kind of thing that Lucas King did. Okay, what was I saying? I freaking don't remember what I was saying. None of the Haunted Mansion movies are good, but if I had to choose one, then the Eddie Murphy one is okay. And yeah, this is another joke that made me realize that this movie is absolutely horrible and another easy target for caustic reviewing. So Thank you for giving me so much material to work with anyway. And here we are in brand new territory. The other videos I've actually done commentaries on years and years and years back, but from here on out, we're talking about stuff that I've never brought up before.
Hey everyone.
As you can see, I'm trying some new things with this video. I finally discovered that mystical 16:9 aspect ratio, and I'm trying to establish some environment back there. But okay, I guess we'll talk about this first. So this video was completely by surprise. I actually found an Odyssey 2 at a thrift store for about $75, and everything that you see in this video came with that lot. There was the system and some controllers and some games, and of course those board games that we will be talking about in the next video. I miss when I could actually find decent things at thrift stores, so I bought that whole lot for $75, that whole retro video game lot, and you just can't find that sort of thing nowadays. Once upon a time, I could find NES systems, Super Nintendo systems, Nintendo 64 systems, all for fantastic prices, but I think I bought a Super Nintendo with the controllers and the cords and about 8 games for about $40 one time. But somewhere, I don't know if it's just how many people, if it's just an increase of how many people are going to thrift stores trying to find a lucky find, or if it's just become easier for thrift stores to know what they have with the eBay app and such. But I'm lucky if I even find a Funko Pop that's worth about $50. I think I find on average a find worth quite a bit once a year. Once upon a time, I could almost make a living off of it, but nowadays, yeah, it's really just a hobby. It's just something that I go to thrift stores. I just go to thrift stores to just walk around and to take in the atmosphere now, as opposed to actually get anything. But yeah, the Magnavox Odyssey 2. Oh my god, look, all those consoles. Those were all consoles that I, at the time, did own. There was an original Xbox, an Xbox 360, PlayStation 2, Wii, 3DO, an original ColecoVision, Dreamcast, and one or two I couldn't identify. Again, I am really sorry about the camera quality back then. I did not know what HD was, besides the 16:9 option on my PC camera, on my laptop camera. I'm sorry. But yeah, as I was saying, the Odyssey 2 is one of those forgotten relics of the 1980s. It was released around the time of the video game crash, the American video game crash, so it never really got the respect that it needed. Oh, I have two. Oh, did I really have two Odysseys back then? I completely forgot that I had 2 Magnavox Odyssey 2s back then. I don't remember if I got them all in the same set or if I just had one lying around from a previous purchase. But yes, as I point out, there were several different models of the Magnavox Odyssey 2. One had detachable controllers and cords and such, and I believe that was the one with the silver controllers, and then everything else was, and then the other model had everything hardwired into the back, which was usually the one with the black controllers. And then, like I show there's an even earlier one that I came across where it had a much different plug-in system, a much different TV input. And you needed a special box to connect it to the TV because no other adapter would work with it. Now, as I was saying, the Odyssey 2 is a forgotten relic because it was released around the time of the video game crash, and so it's just never got that sort of attention that other consoles of the time did. Of course, we had the Atari 2600, and then along came the Intellivision and the ColecoVision, and to a lesser extent the Atari 5200, and then a couple other different consoles that have mostly been lost to time. So the Odyssey 2 was probably one of the most advanced of all the consoles at the time, but they just chose the absolute worst time to be released. It was released when the market was absolutely flooded with consoles that we're all basically doing the exact same thing. Let's be honest here. That was a first huge mistake. And then, like I show here, the Odyssey 2 did not have much third-party support. Most of the games were developed in-house, and most of them were just basically poor man's versions of regular games. As I point out here, this is a very, very, very badly done version of Space Invaders. I cannot begin to tell you how much of a headache this was to play. Yeah, why did they put the green balls there that you can't shoot, and what's with the having to run and get a new ship? And I mean, it was innovative at the time. It was most definitely one of the more interesting consoles. I think it was basically... I'm trying to think of a really advanced console, a more recent, really advanced console that didn't really take off because it was too ambitious and released at just the worst time. The 3DO? 3DO is the closest that I can think of. But yeah, as I show on the console, it's basically a computer. In fact, that's how it was advertised back in the day. It really wanted to show off its computer aspects over its game aspects. So a couple games did give you the ability to program and to customize, and you can never go wrong with an exterior shot. I hope that doesn't give away where I actually live. Forgot we had those plants on the porch. What were they? Azaleas? Something like that. My grandma used to love those plants, but then she got tired of them. This here is one of the more interesting games, I think, the space shooter. I think the Atari 2600 had something like this, but this was, out of the games that I had with the system, that came with the system that I bought, this was one of the more interesting ones. I'm always impressed when they do a faux 3D perspective. And those other two games, one was from Ultima. I believe that was from the Ultima 1 game that Spoony once showed off. And then the other one was from Intellivision. Did I have an Intellivision back then? I remember I bought a couple Intellivisions over the years because my grandparents were really interested in the Intellivision. They had an Intellivision. My mom grew up with an Intellivision way back when, so they were just curious to play the Intellivision all over again, but no, they couldn't get into it, so I did end up selling it again. Once again, I hate the quality of the camera because I couldn't tell what was on that little end desk there. Were they Skylanders? I couldn't tell. And yeah, on the subject of being poor man's versions of games, this is quite obviously a clone of Air Sea Battle for the Atari 2600. I believe that's what it's called. I have multiple Atari flashbacks. I even have the Atari X and the Atari Flashback X and the Atari Portable, which do let you add games onto them. Well, you have to like flash the X, but one of these days I am gonna mod that and then get as many Atari ROMs on there as I can. But in the meantime, I do have the portable version, which does have AV out. Does it have AV out or HDMI out? No, I don't remember. But one of these days, yes, I am going to regularly play Atari 2600 games, see what I can do. And yep, here's Combat once again. An obvious clone of Atari 2600's Combat. And, of course, this footage is stolen directly from the Nintendo World Championships episode of Angry Video Game Nerd.
I mean, they didn't even bother changing anything.
Because you can't go wrong with Combat. Combat, you know, with the tanks. Oh, what I wouldn't give to find an actual Nintendo World Championships cartridge. The last I saw of one, like the silver ones are going for like 50,000 and the gold for 100,000. This was another interesting one. This sort of breakout clone, except you're not just breaking. Oh, I know that I'm explaining it. I know that I'm talking over it. I don't quite remember. Oh yeah, it was 2-player. It was like one player was knocking down the lines, and then another player was trying to build them up. So the player knocking down the lines was also trying to knock the other player out of the lines. Now that was actually really clever. I'll give them all the credit there. This is most definitely one of the standout games of the console. You know, until we get to the board game sections, which, as I say, we'll get to in the next video, which will be, of course, immediately following this one. I wish that I knew about the Odyssey 2 version of Popeye, which, from what I understand, is one of the worst ports ever. So, as you can tell, the system, though having an advanced processor, I suppose we can say, it wasn't that high-end on graphics, which is probably why it fell so short compared to the Intellivision and the ColecoVision, which at the time were almost arcade level. So the Odyssey version of Popeye is basically just blocks. Like, all the characters are represented by blocks, and the stages are very simplified blocky structures, which even the Atari 2600 would be laughing at, of course. So if I had known about that game around this time, I probably would have bought it. I probably would have shown it off. However, I do not. All the games that I'm showing here that came with the system. I did not think to go through any of the rest of the library and see what else I could feature. No, so everything here is exactly what I bought when I found the system. And again, I'm trying to remember if I found both consoles at the same time or if I just had one console sitting around from a previous purchase or something. Because like I say, I've bought at least 3 Odyssey 2s. Of course, I don't own any of them anymore. In fact, right after making this episode, I sold the Odyssey 2 and everything that came with it, because I needed plain money to get back to my family in time for Christmas, to visit my family in time for Christmas. And yeah, like I show here, God, this console couldn't even pull off bowling correctly. I don't know what that was all about with their bowling game. Atari 2600 makes this look like Atari 2600 look like a miracle. God, they can't even do basketball correctly. And like I say, the Odyssey 2 basically fell into obscurity shortly after its release, and it really hasn't gained that much of a fan base. We have the Intellivision flashback console, we have the ColecoVision flashback console, we have other versions of those consoles that they do still have a decent fan base, but the fan base for the Odyssey 2 is much smaller. I think I did go looking for a fan base for Homebrew, and
Yep, you'll look pretty stylish lugging these games around like this. At least
I completely forgot that I did that. Yeah, did I bring up the Atari Jaguar that also did that had handles on their cartridges? I don't remember. But yeah, the homebrewing community for the Odyssey 2 is much more limited. is much more limited than something like the Intellivision or the ColecoVision. In fact, do I show off a homebrew game in this video? I don't remember. But yeah, this pachinko game, you would never imagine that a pachinko game would look like this, that something called pachinko would look like this. Like, what version of pachinko did these programmers look at to think that this is how the Japanese sort of pinball game plays? Oh yeah, like that, like what you see right there. At the very least, they could have taken inspiration from the Ghostbusters pachinko game. Of course, I wasn't around back then, but you know, if I ever get into pachinko, that's the only one I think I'm ever gonna play. And yeah, this game is infamous because it's obviously a ripoff of Pac-Man, and while they could potentially skirt the law around the other clones, no, there is no doubt that this is Pac-Man. It's a little big mouth guy going around a maze eating dots. Very much fewer dots. more fewer dots. My grammar's not grammaring right now. And yep. The company sued, and the game was taken off the shelves, which I'm amazed that I got a copy. That's the console that I got had a copy with it. But then like it says there, they just made a sequel, and they had the Munchkin guy, eating the caterpillar.
Also included is the ability
It really hurts that this game was taken off the market, because it's one of the few that actually utilizes, like I show here, one that utilizes the keypad on the console, that you can actually design your own mazes, as I show, which, yeah, for the time was revolutionary. Though that's probably another, that I tried to make it say direct to disaster, and there's my grandpa again. Yeah, what a trooper. He absolutely loved doing these things. I think it took like 10 takes for him to remember his line, but I can't tell you how grateful I was that he was willing to do all this. And honestly, I'm surprised that Casey Munchkin was the only thing that Atari seemed to get litigious over, because this is obviously a clone of Street Racer, and I don't remember what the other one is. I know that the other one is a very similar to another Atari. Yeah, this one. It's very similar to another Atari 2600 game, but I don't remember what it's called. But I'm just amazed that it wasn't until Casey Munchkin that Atari decided that it had a case. And they were basically. I'm trying to talk over myself with doing the echo, and it's throwing me off. Sorry, but it is hilarious that Casey Munchkin was the game that Atari decided to get litigious over, because that wasn't even their game. That was Namco's game, but Atari had their own version of Pac-Man coming out for their console, and it was ultimately their lawsuit over Casey Munchkin that it was one of the reasons why their version of Pac-Man ended up so horribly. That of course said direct disaster. I would have said direct to disaster, but I didn't have enough room, so I mean, it's obvious that that would say direct to disaster, and I would be very surprised if anyone actually took the time to unscramble that. Yeah, Pickaxe Pete is another standout for the console. I mean, it's a platformer. It's very hard to go wrong with the platformer, and this actually has the best. I think this has the best graphics and the best animation of anything on the console. So this was a lot of fun to play, even if I don't quite remember how you play it. I know I'm explaining it as I'm talking over myself. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, and there you go. That Atari 2600 flash, that flashy level transition. Oh man, was this one of the last games released for the console? Because it's just so different from everything else. And yeah, it was that lack of variety, that lack of know-how and pizzazz that basically doomed the Odyssey 2. In fact, I was going to say that I really wish that the Angry Video Game Nerd featured the Odyssey 2, because, hey, he featured the Odyssey. Oh yeah, the ColecoVision. Yeah, that was my old ColecoVision. I got a very good deal on the ColecoVision one time, with the ColecoVision and the Atari 2600 add-on and a whole bunch of games, even a slipcover. And yeah, once again, I had to sell it somewhere down the line for a couple $100, because at some point I just realized that I wasn't getting anywhere collecting all these video games. I needed money more than I needed a collection. Unfortunately, I had to say goodbye to a couple collections recently, just because I needed the money more than I needed things just lying around and taking up space. I mean, there just comes a time when you really have to narrow down what you want to focus on and what you're going to do with your life, and what will come into use during your life. I mean, yeah, if you want to be this huge game collector, game reviewer like the Angry Video Game Nerd, then yeah, collect as much as you can. But if you've decided that you're going to focus on something else, then yeah, it's about time to just start getting rid of stuff. And here we go again with the Gatekeeper, of course. I think I did some different things with the lighting and the coloring, and wow, the aspect ratio is even worse here than the first time. I don't know, maybe it's because the laptop camera is in 16:9, but it But yeah, once again, that's my grandpa making his second appearance in this video, and he's just having the time of his life. I love him for this. I think at one point I actually wanted to go back and remaster these videos, actually go back and do some re-editing with some more modern skills, more modern techniques, with an actual editing software. At the very least, you know, put a background back here to make it actually look like he's in some limbo dimension. But I don't know if I could. I don't know how much I could do with this footage nowadays. I don't have the original files for most of these, and I don't know if I could. Even with what I know now, I don't know if anything I could do would improve this footage, this horribly grainy footage. And besides, nobody really saw them the first time, so I don't see the point of going back and putting all that effort into it. And again, that was a favorite grandparents moment. That was a favorite moment of my grandparents. They just burst out laughing when I showed them the video. And again, my grandpa just did anything that he was asked, no questions, and he was just so I miss him. And first major jump cut, since I just wanted to get into the next video, and where we talk about the video game hybrids for the Odyssey 2. These were the major selling points, and the music in the background is Whirlwind by, I don't remember. Way back in the day, I just looked up a video of background music that you didn't know the titles of, and that was my favorite. So I tried to use that for my videos, but eventually, yes, it did get claimed. That was not a public domain thing, so I had to stop using it. But yeah, the board game hybrid things were the main selling point of the Odyssey 2, from what I understand. They were what they really pushed to get people to get an Odyssey 2 as opposed to anything else. Of course, nobody was really buying anything else back in the day because, like I say, that was around the time of the video game crash. So that was a last resort saving, a desperate push to sell the console and its much more limited library of games and much more dated graphics than even consoles at the time had. And yeah, confession time, I love things that try to marry the digital and the physical. That's actually one reason why I absolutely loved why I really got into VCR board games at the time, because you were watching stuff play out on the screen, while in the real world you were messing with physical pieces, messing with a physical board game. And so every once in a while something on the screen and something in the real world would basically interact with each other, or at the very least give the illusion that that's what they were doing. And that's also why I really got into the Toys to Life craze from about a decade ago, with the Skylanders and the Disney Infinity, the Lego Dimensions, the I know there are a couple others, I just can't think of them right now. Starlink, I tried Starlink for a while, but that was released around the time that Toys to Life ended, and they just released all the digital versions of the ships and weapons, so I just bought that instead of the toys. I know there were a couple others. But yeah, I really love the idea of taking Skylanders, taking these physical toys and putting them on a portal, and boom, they show up on the screen. And what really got me was when we went into Skylanders. Oh, that clip was from EVE Online, an old version of EVE Online, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I just typed into YouTube something like "you are about to experience reality" or something like that, and somehow that video came up. And YouTube search results were so much better back in the day. As I was saying, Skylanders Swap Force is what really blew me away, because not only were you doing the whole put thing on Portal and have it appear in the game, but they were also doing that trap a villain. At certain points, you were able to trap a villain by putting a crystal in the portal, and then through clever manipulation, through clever sound manipulation, it actually sounded like the villain was being transported from the screen into the crystal, and then as you were playing the game, the villain was speaking through a speaker on the portal. Oh my god, I love that. I absolutely love that idea. And then something I also really wanted way back in the day, I really wanted those Barney dolls and those Arthur dolls where you could show them certain video clips and they would interact with the video clips. They would actually talk along with pre-recorded versions of that pre-recorded data on those video clips. In fact, I think that's also why I really got into the what's it called? The Viewmaster Interactive Vision, which I did some gameplay videos of a couple years ago, where you put in a VHS tape and then through very carefully coded messages on the sides of the screen, the VHS tape would tell the console what to show on screen. And again, it's just that barrier, that thinning of the barrier between something live happening and something on a computer happening that just really blows my mind. It's something I really love. Also, I am currently working with an archivist to hopefully make these videos HD and hopefully make them accessible for other people to view in much higher quality than just playing them on a VCR, and hopefully one day maybe even emulate the games. That will be something one of these days, won't it? Oh, and yeah, I also really love this scene where I'm reading the lore in the manual, and I think I actually did. Yeah, that's a D&D starter kit from if I remember correctly. That's something that I found at a thrift store, and then I found the Sorcerer Mickey hat at a thrift store as well. I was tempted to read through the whole thing, but it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So I just figured that, yeah, the first few paragraphs were all I need to. Otherwise, the pacing was just going to be worse than it is.
One is the Ringmaster, and the other two are heroes out to stop
And before you ask, no, I don't like Furbies. I know Furbies are basically the original toys that did what I was just talking about to interact with the digital world. In fact, I believe that most modern Furbies, I believe that there are programs that they can react in real time with, but no, I've just never liked Furbies. They are creepy. I'm not deathly afraid of them, but I don't like this little furry thing just sitting right next to me going, oh, it's dark in here, and the lights turn off as some. That was an anecdote that one person related about their Furby, and yeah, that's a good reason not to get a Furby. So once again, this is a game that really does use the keypad function on the console, which again, that's another reason I think the console bombed, because as I show, you need to have the console in your lap. Like while you're playing a game, while you have that little basic Atari 2600 controller, you also have to have the console in your lap, because, well, one, the cord is way too short, and two, at certain games require you to push certain buttons at certain times, so you have to take your hand off the controller and push a button on the console at certain points in the game, and that is just bad design. You should never have to take your hands off the controller to do something else for a game. Well, unless of course, like I say, you're playing something like Skylanders, in which case the game will usually pause as you go looking for your figure to place on the portal. So that is a very rare exception. So while this game does take advantage of the console's keypad, it is one of the worst offenders in that regard. So what do you need to play this game? You need the console, you need the controllers, and you also need the board with all the pieces. So you have to put all that stuff within arm's reach. You need like one big living room table to put the console and everything you need on it, and then you have to have enough room for you and at least one friend to play with because this is a strictly 2-player at minimum game, and so you have to constantly be switching between the controller and the console keypad and the game board. So, like I say, I'm very, very surprised if you even have enough room for all that, and I'm also very, very surprised if you can manage to keep everything in check, keep everything straight as you're doing that. Oh, I wish I was skinny again. I wish. I'm so jealous of my figure there. That was my grandpa with that pole thing, and he really did whack me. Or was my grandma? Was it my grandpa or my grandma? One of those. But I really did get whacked on the head. That pretty hard. But that was fun because I actually told them to do it. If you're gonna do something, you gotta do something right. Also, that was my grandpa's bathrobe because I really did like the design on it. I really did think it looked very mystical, very fantastical. So, and then, of course, that was the Sorcerer Mickey hat again. I think it took a couple takes to get it right. I think they kept missing their cues, so that hence that random jump cut in the middle, because I eventually just gave up and had one come in and then the other come in, and you know, it worked out in the end. So all this would have been very cumbersome to actually play back in the day. I mean, I didn't actually play it, of course, for this video. I just showed a tutorial, basically just showed me following all the instructions on here. So, but if you actually did have this back in the day and you tried to play it, I'm sure it was very cumbersome, very, very hard to set up. But I do appreciate the ingenuity on display. I really do. Oh, I wish I changed the posters in the background or something to really make that look more convincing that I was two people there. But as I was saying, I really do like the ambition of this game. I really do like the idea of taking these gameplay these gameplay aspects and interpreting them into a form that a much less powerful, much more limited memory game could. How you could play them with a game like that. So most of the gameplay actually takes place on the board, except for the battle sequences, which kind of reminds me of older computer games where the memory was severely limited. So instead of including the dialogue in the game, they'd point you to a certain paragraph and sentence, and then you'd read the manual that came with the game to get the dialogue that you needed. Dang! I wonder if you could link that dragon to the dragon from Atari 2600 Adventure, where it basically performs the same function. Though at least this dragon actually looks like a dragon this time. And yes, I am still proud of those end screens. Which again, this is a video game. You'd think that you'd be able to push a button and a you win, you lose type of screen would pop up. I mean, how many bytes does it take to incorporate that into a game? Like even these old cartridge games, I'm sure had some room somewhere. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how something like this, how these older board video sort of games would be interpreted today. I guess technically the modern day answer to them are those roguelike deck builder games that you see all the time cluttering up the Xbox Digital Store, which I've never really been a fan of, unfortunately. I did play Hand of Fate for quite a while. I almost beat that game, but the last level was just too frustrating, too many random occurrences, and I just gave up. And yep, here's a dig at Man of Steel. You know, I'm the only critic to ever make a dig at Man of Steel, and yeah, even all these years later, that movie still sucks. Batman v Superman was a little better, and I actually have never seen Justice League. Oh, Zero Killer. Oh man, that brings back memories. Has anyone ever read Zero Killer? Zero Killer is a comic about an alternate future, an alternate history where like a whole bunch of things went wrong after World War II, and so around the 1970s everything got nuked. So now in the modern era, everything is flooded, the cities are all flooded, and humankind has become, the remainder of civilization has become very militaristic, while scavengers live in the tallest buildings of the major cities, because that's the only dry land there is available anymore. And of course, I say that like it's all the premise, but it's really just the background. Oh, yeah, and here's the general. Here's the general again. This guy was also inspired by a Spoonie character, though not as blatant as the Gatekeeper. That he was inspired by Bandit Keith and his huge sense of American pride, which, if I remember correctly, was also the Bandit Keith character was also a reference to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series by Team 4-Star, who I believe also did the voice of Bandit Keith for Spoonie's videos, but I digress. Of course, unlike the Gatekeeper, I don't know how often I would have been able to use this character. His only two major appearances in this series are just describing how to play these hugely army-based games, these hugely militaristic games, and just giving an overly dramatic sense of American pride while doing it. I guess the best way to describe him is my version of Kung Tai Ted, that old Brad Jones cinema snob type character who would pop up during videos, or even had his own series where he'd just comment on different really bad martial arts fights during his reviews. So that's basically all I think I could use him for back in the day. Just anytime they talked about America or talked about the Army, then he would just pop up and do a commentary on how well somebody is fighting, even if they're not. Which, oh boy, what would this character be if I ever decided to give a Chuck Norris film a shot? Honestly, this is a character I don't think I could get away with today. This is not somebody that I would willingly want to portray, because we are just getting too many of these types of people in the media today. Once upon a time, this could be a joke. I remember seeing this sort of caricature in cartoons growing up, but nowadays I think reality is taking way too much inspiration from cartoons. I think reality has become more cartoonish than cartoons. So this is not a character I would be comfortable with portraying in today's modern political climate. Another jump cut because, wow, the tutorial lasted just short of an eternity. This is where I try to give some personality to the Colonel General guy. Did I ever give him a name? Is he listed in the credits? I don't remember. But wow, I don't know what happened during editing, because the audio is horribly off timing, and for some reason it's overlaid over another audio track, and yeah, let's be honest, it's not funny. I do try to be funny. I think I'm much funnier at dry humor, at just being myself, than I am at actually writing jokes. And even then, some people call me funny. I don't know why they call me funny, but okay, now this part is funny. But once again, that was just horribly off in terms of timing, in terms of comedic timing. Just noticed that I have a game wave system right behind me. I don't remember why I have a game wave system behind me. In fact, I'm surprised. I didn't know that I had the game wave back then. I've had it for quite some time, but I don't remember having it. I don't remember owning it around the time when I made these videos. I don't even remember if I had any games for it. I remember I had the console for the longest time with no games, and I bought the games separately on an online auction. I got most of the games. I got most of the games in a huge lot, and then just over some time, I found some. Oh, okay, they did do some homebrew for the Odyssey 2. I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot that I brought that up. That was obviously an Odyssey 2 version of Pitfall. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it took a while for me to get the games for the Game Wave. I found the Game Wave in a box at a thrift store for like $10, and then I eventually got most of the games, including the super rare ones. There was one that was specifically released in India, I believe. I've never been able to track that one down, but I think that I've gotten the essential library, and I think. You can never go wrong with punching an omnipotent being. So, but yeah, I think I was planning on doing the Game Wave for my show as well. At some point, I was going to feature the Game Wave on some version of some show. And of course, that never came to be. But I did eventually play through them. I did eventually create gameplay videos. I wanted to. I don't know if there's an emulator for the system. I did work with an archivist. Yeah, a little bit of Homestar Runner there. Okay, I went back and looked at the credits. I called the general character Sarge. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's something that I would do. But as I was saying, I was trying to work with the archivist to emulate GameWave games, but unfortunately there's some sort of secure ROM in place for the games that nobody's been able to crack. Okay, now here we go with my Clue review. Now, this was made before the documentary was publicly available. In fact, I think I even bring up the Clue documentary in this, a Clue VCR board game documentary, which I have seen since this. And yeah, those are some of the books that I collected back in the day. Way back in the day, I was really interested in novelty books. And so what was it there? There was a Schoolhouse Rock book. There was a Toilets of the World book. Just, stuff in print that you wouldn't think to actually collect. You would see no reason to collect whatsoever. And obviously, this is my send-up to the Clue movie and mysteries in general, just a parody of mysteries, tapping on the walls and getting on my hands and knees, looking through a magnifying glass, and yeah, just I think at one point I wanted to set up a trap, but I couldn't get the trap to look to look convincing. And yep, Grandma and Grandpa again. They got all dressed up and acted very patient while they just basically stared off into space. Yeah, these were obviously filmed at different times, and oh man, they had a huge VHS collection. I think at some point I converted all their VHSs to DVDs, or I just went and found actual DVDs of all the movies that they had. I didn't have a copy of Clue the movie at this point, which that was the music that I was using earlier, just a slightly pitch shifted version of the Clue theme, in case you haven't seen the Clue movie. And of course, Clue is one of those overlooked comedies, those hugely underrated comedies of the 80s that everybody needs to check out, if just to understand all the clips and memes that internet critics used to play all the time. Do they still? They probably do. It was UHF and Clue that everybody stole clips from, including me. I think it's sad that basically the only reference to the Clue movie that we've had in recent years is on an episode of Psych. And even sadder, a late in the game episode of Psych, when the main characters had long since lost all semblance of likability. In fact, the episode was supposed to be a parody of Clue, which was itself a parody of... Oh, like I say, that's just my grandparents put their all into their performance. But yeah, it was a parody of Clue, which was already a parody of murder mysteries. So how do you parody a parody? You don't. That's why that episode did not work. In fact, that's why a lot of Psych didn't work. So yeah, we definitely need a better send up to the Clue movie. And this is another scene where I regret not having a better camera, because Day for Nights just looks awkward enough, but when you have when I'm using a camera that can't even be like 240p, the quality can't even be up to 240p, then I might as well just smear mud on the lens and wipe it off with a blue marker, something like that. And like I said, I just filmed my grandparents reciting their lines, just sitting there kind of looking somewhat interested, somewhat reacting to what I'm saying, but I didn't... This whole monologue here, the really unfunny monologue, was filmed much later in the day. This part coming up, I did put on the hat and put on the pipe to try... Needless to say, my acting ability has not really improved that much since these original videos. But yeah, the scene that we are about to see, I filmed this right after I filmed my grandparents, where I walk off with the board game, and oh, I didn't even see myself with the hats and the pipe. Did I even have them at the time? I don't remember. But yeah, I filmed my grandparents, and then I filmed this scene where she opens the window, and that's supposed to let in the daylight and banish the day for night filter, but I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't come out that way. And then I went back and I filmed my monologue. In fact, I probably filmed it that night, so while they were asleep, so that I wasn't in the way. But yeah, Clue the VCR game. This and Nightmare and Rap Rat and possibly the Star Trek and Star Wars VCR board games. Those are the ones that the general populace knows by name. That, oh hey, I put up a new poster back there. I put a Oz the Great and Powerful. Anyone remember that movie, the Oz the Great and Powerful, that Disney movie that was supposed to be their take on the Wizard of Oz, you know, after their Return to Oz fiasco, and I think everybody's forgotten by this point. But as I point out here, information about the game was frustratingly scant back then. As I point out, there was a documentary on the making of the Clue VCR mystery game, but at the time it was only available at like a museum. It was like a museum exclusive touring video or something like that, and it wasn't until quite a while after the making of this video that it finally got posted to YouTube. I have seen it. It is fascinating. I highly recommend it. And yeah, this is obviously my send-up. Well, I'm obviously ripping off 90s Kid, or 90s Dude, as he's now known, the Louis Lovehog Linkara character from his show. This is another guy I really did want to use for my own show, because, once again, in the vein of Sarge and Gatekeeper, he would just react to very 80s sort of media, very 80s different customs and attitudes, except while 90s Kid, of course, reacted to 90s stuff, 80s Kid would, well, be reacting to 80s stuff. Though, as I did my research, there really wasn't that much difference between the dude persona of the 80s and the dude persona of the 90s, so I don't know if I would have been able to give my own spin on the 80s Kid. And yeah, once again, it was complete serendipity that I found the pieces to that outfit. I just went to the thrift store and there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles t-shirt and there was a jean jacket that was just my size. And I don't know, I just feel like sometimes the universe puts these things in my path. Like it just knows what I'm going to do and puts them right where I need them when I need them. I have just been blessed with luck like that on several occasions. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why I deserve it, but sometimes that happens. And of course, that was me quoting the 1992 Disney animated Aladdin movie, which I absolutely love. And the live-action version, the 2019 live-action remake, isn't that bad either. Or at least it's much better than all the other live-action versions of the Disney animated movies. Now, this part where I'm assigning fake names and identities to the local talent, to the people actually involved in the making of this movie, that's definitely inspired by the Cinema Snob. I can't name a specific instance. Oh, hey, Death Becomes Her. I can't name a specific instance of when Cinema Snob did that, but I know that it's something that he repeatedly did in quite a few of his videos. So that was most definitely me paying homage to him. AKA a complete and utter biting of his style. If I had done this video quite a few years later, you know, when I was doing my Locked in the Asylum, I most definitely would have actually gone down the cast list and tried to introduce the... You can't go wrong with the Young Frankenstein clip. If this was made during my Locked in the Asylum phase, I most definitely would have gone down the cast list and tried to show something that the actors in this project did. But as I said in this video, quite a few of the actors went on to do this and nothing else. There was like one actor who had a career after this, which reminds me of a game that I was going to feature for Direct to Disaster that I had actually captured gameplay for. It was Crazy Ivan for the PlayStation 1. I believe that's what it was called, Crazy Ivan. It was sort of this mech shooter game peppered with very cheesy FMV scenes, which I actually did beat. I actually did fully complete the entire gameplay of, including the surprise ending, and I was going to feature for the show, but, well, I decided to wrap the show up before I did. So, for a long time, that the gameplay was on a... Oh yeah, this bit. This is a bit that I really did try to make funny, that the butler did it sort of thing. But no, once again, it's the lack of comedic timing and the lack of any editing prowess and just the rushed acting that completely ruins the bit. Like, I really apologize for how unfunny that was. As I was saying, I did have the full gameplay of Crazy Ivan uploaded to another channel. In fact, while I was editing, I believe that I even included the clue music, the that's how it could have happened, but how about this sort of music, which I also use later in this video. And because there are different endings to Crazy Ivan, so I use it in that video. And okay, let's talk about that for a second. So, once upon a time, I had another channel, another separate channel that I used to archive different videos that I was doing while I was doing Direct to Disaster, and just basically on the side, if I found some weird VCR tapes, VHS tapes, I'm sorry, then I'd upload them, I digitize them, and then I upload them to that channel, which also included all the VCR board games that I had owned that I was continuing to find. And most of the content was fine. There was the occasional clip where YouTube's content ID would go, hey, this is owned by such and such of a company, therefore we're going to make ad revenue off of it, and certain countries can't see it. But for the most part, yeah, everything that I put on that channel was fine. And then I made the mistake of putting one certain VCR board game on there, and a few days later, the channel was copyright struck. Yeah, it wasn't blocked. It wasn't. I received no messages about it. No, the rights holders. At least I assume it was the rights holders. They copyright struck my channel. And back in the day, this was when copyright strikes could last for 6 months, during which time I was not able to upload anything longer than 15 minutes. Which, of course, when you're doing video archival, that most definitely gets in the way. But so during those times where my channel was copyright struck, I really couldn't upload anything else during that time. So I just gathered other videos and I uploaded them to my channel after the copyright strike expired. And I did try uploading a couple versions of that VCR board game, with some editing to it, to hopefully skirt around the rights, to hopefully skirt around copyright. No, every time I uploaded the video, it was copyright struck within a few days, and I received another strike to the channel, and then I have to wait another 6 months before I could do anything else with the channel. Now, after the third or fourth time this happened, I finally decided to take things to the next level. I finally decided to dispute the copyright claim, so I sent a message. I went into the copyright dispute forum, at the YouTube's copyright dispute forum at the time, and I sent a message to the rights holders. I told them about the situation, about how technically these are really old clips, and they probably don't even really own the rights to them, especially since I see these clips all the time on YouTube, and they had no problem with them being uploaded there, that people have seen these things. And so I sent and if they wanted the ad revenue, then sure, they can claim the video and get ad revenue. I have no problem with that. And so I sent it to them, and then I waited. I waited through the entire dispute process, which back then took like 3 weeks, like 15 business days, something like that. And they didn't respond. They did not respond at all to the dispute. So the dispute expired and the video was made visible again. The next day, I receive a phone call early in the morning, because back in the day when you wanted to do the YouTube dispute process, you had to give the claimant, you basically had to dox yourself to the claimant. You had to give them your phone number and your address and your email address and a lot of other personal information. So yeah, they had my phone number and they called me. And they basically started screaming at me. They basically started saying that I had no right, no matter what I did to their content, I had no right to use it. That they owned every single second, every little bit of audio, every screenshot, everything of that content they owned, and I was using it illegally. And they had already given this case to their lawyer. Their lawyer was reviewing it, and if I did not take the video down immediately, they would take the matter to court. Now, I actually did try that. Between them screaming at me, I did try to point out that, well, there were only screenshots. I wasn't actually using the footage the way that they that they had copyrighted it basically, and I was trying to make the argument that it was being used for an educational nonprofit context, and no, they wouldn't listen to me. They said that they owned the rights to that content. They were not going to let anybody use it, even though, like I say, there were already clips of it on YouTube from other uploaders. They weren't going to let me use it unless I paid them, and if they weren't getting any payment, then I had to take the video down immediately. So finally, after a long and fruitless argument, I just conceded and took the video down, and thankfully did not get another strike. And then I just hung up on them. I hung up on them, and then to feel better and to try to explain where the video went, I made another video just basically explaining the whole process. Just, this happened on this date, this happened on this other date. Why was this? Why do I think that this was legal? Why am I confident that the video I put up was within acceptable parameters? That sort of thing. I did not name names. I did not give any majorly specific information. I just said that the rights holders for that video had claimed that video, even though there was no reason for them to claim that video. A few days later, my entire channel went down. Because again, this was back when anybody could claim that they were the rights holders to a certain video, and if they filed a claim, then you instantly got a copyright strike, unless you were like this really big personality with all these videos, and you were somehow protected by YouTube in some way. So if that rights holder decided to claim 3 or more videos all at the same time, that was it. That was it. Your entire channel was gone. Now, I do not have any proof that it was the people who were giving me a problem, but I do have my suspicions. So yeah, because somebody just had this severe pride in their ownership of material that they technically didn't make, that it was old footage, the people in that footage were dead, and they just couldn't handle being called out on their bullcrap. They nuked the video and every single other video on that channel. Hundreds of irreplaceable videos gone. And I couldn't do a thing about it. Thankfully, I noticed that somebody did come along and archive the VCR board game videos, and they are up on another channel. But yeah, practically every single other video on that channel, which I didn't have a backup for because I wasn't expecting somebody to just instantly take down my channel like that, gone. Gone forever. I cannot get them back. And that's also why I don't want to go into specifics about what that specific video was or the rights holders who claimed to own it, because I think that they are salty enough that they would take me to court if they even thought for a second that I was referring to them. So yeah, there's my story about how a VCR board game technically ruined years of hard work and a hobby that up to that point I did enjoy. Was that too long a tangent? I'm sorry. Let's see if we can return to the commentary currently in progress. And another jump cut, because honestly I don't have that much to say concerning about this video in general. But most of this video is just me giving commentary to a video, so here I am giving commentary to my commentary to a video, and I just don't have that much more commentary to give. I do love this joke. I do love this joke that I attempted, where, you know, she pushes one actor out of the room and then brings in another actor, and I make a joke about a quick change actor. Once again, though, it fails because I just have no sense of comedic timing. And then there's this bit where, as part of a running gag for this video, every time they have this huge revelatory scene, I play the "I am a homosexual" clip from the original Clue movie. And yeah, that really shows how horrible my editing was back then, my editing in Windows Movie Maker. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember what I had to do, but for some reason, yeah, if you looked really closely there, you could see a ghost image of me, like a very split-second, one-frame image of me. I don't remember what happened, but for some reason I had to publish the video, and then I had to use that clip. I had to trim it out of the original time I used that clip and then post it at certain different points in the video. I think I didn't mean for it to be a running gag at first, and then I decided to make it a running gag. So after I had already published the video, I went back and I inserted that scene into certain different parts of the video, and yeah, as I say, I wasn't that great an editor back then. I mean, at the very least, I was a much worse editor than I am now. So there was that split second of me smiling kept in. Now, I'd like to think that I'm a better editor now, or at the very least, I have a much better editing software now. Oh, yeah, Third Rock from the Sun. Yeah, that's instantly what I thought of when I watched that Clue VCR board game, the murder mystery mansion experience from Third Rock from the Sun, where Dick does not get it because he's an alien, and the aliens just don't get human customs at all. But yeah, so I sincerely apologize for that running gag, for the horrible editing in that running gag, and honestly for this video in general. If I was doing this video today, it wouldn't be as much of a reaction video, as much of a comedic review video. I think I would have just gone over the footage as a whole, just pointed out certain plots, maybe made jokes on them, but I wouldn't have done a linear review of it. And I also probably would have put the second Clue movie in this review as well. In fact, maybe I will. Maybe one day I'll talk about VCR board games again. But even though I don't own the VCR board games anymore, I can still talk over the footage. I can still talk about the footage. I mean, Spoonie basically didn't play the games either. He just commentated over the footage, and he's a million billion times funnier than I am. Just, stay away from his Twitter account. And we jump cut to the final gags here. Honestly, I don't know why I decided this had to be the final gag. Oh, hey, look, there's another Disney Oz, the Great and Powerful poster. Was that there earlier? Was that in earlier videos? I don't think it was. I think I just recently found that poster around the time I made this video. So I knew that I had to end on something related to Clue, and I just so happened to find this Clue mystery puzzle at a thrift store, which, again, is where I find most of my stuff, especially for this show. And I played up how cheesy it was, how weird it was, but technically I never even put it together. I never actually checked out how relevant to Clue it was. I just knew that I had to bring up something related to Clue, something on hand, something that nobody had ever heard of. And so I just said, okay, here's a Clue mystery puzzle. I don't know anything about it, but I'm going to act like it's the weirdest thing in the world. And that back and forth argument was actually really hard to do in Windows Movie Maker. I had to very carefully edit down the audio tracks with the video tracks, try to keep them both in sync, while also trying to convincingly make it look like the camera was alternating between my grandma and I. In fact, I think this is my grandma's first major speaking role. I've shown my grandpa quite a few times, but this is the first time that my grandma has gotten an extended speaking role on camera for this show, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I had to tilt the camera up a little bit in order to give you a good view of the arrow there. And yeah, there's my grandpa playing detective, and my grandma. Give that man an Oscar, everyone. And yeah, you really can't go wrong with these Clue intersteals. I never figured out how to pronounce those, but yeah, the Clue ending, the Clue alternate endings. That's a joke. That's a gag that will never get old. And looking back, I probably should have ended the video on that one, but oh, yep, there's my head of hair, long beautiful hair shining. And no, like I say, I'm just not that big a fan of a lot of hair on my head. But yeah, I probably should have ended the video on me getting an arrow through the head. I think that was a perfect joke to end on. But no, I had to tease a future episode, which of course never ended up getting made. That was the sequel to the Clue VCR mystery game, which, again, I probably should have featured in this video, and another one called Ellery Queen. There were a bunch of mystery VCR board games, come to think of it. There was the Ellery Queen and another Agatha Christie, 22-1B Baker Street. There was that Isaac Asimov's Robots. That was technically a mystery. Apparently, they thought that mystery was the best genre for these VCR board games. Well, of course, this is something I wanted to bring up earlier when I was going through the tutorial for the video. Nobody knew how to Oh god, I forgot about this secret ending. But nobody knew how to play the Clue VCR mystery game. When in the documentary about the making of that, they said none of the people, none of the actors involved in the making of the Clue VCR mystery game could figure out how to play the Clue VCR mystery game. Yeah, so for this part, I believe my grandpa pulled the car up to my window. My window faces the outside street, and again, this is a gag I really wish I could have done better. So that they're supposed to be really tall aliens. I'm looking up at them. These are just some headwear that I really quickly bought from a costume store, and they're holding my video game guns, which I once had a huge collection of. I was going to feature on another video, but of course I never got around to that either. And yeah, I probably should have put a sheet behind them or something just to really sell the illusion that they were tall, because you could clearly see the bookshelf back there, and yeah, illusion horribly ruined. And here we go, my very first comic review. Now, as I explained here, comics weren't exactly a big thing for me growing up. They were all but banned from my super conservative household, except for certain comic strips like Garfield and Calvin and Hobbes, and for some reason I got a Bloom County Treasury at one point. I think my mom just went, oh, cute critters, cute cartoon critters. I'm sure my 8-year-old will love this, and anyone who's read Bloom County will know that is not for an 8-year-old. But yeah, comic books just weren't really a major part of my life. I knew that they existed. I did read a comic book here and there, but I just never got into the fandom. That is until, well, I started watching online personalities who were into comics, like Linkara and Bob Show and Last Angry Geek. In fact, I believe I show those 3 later. Oh, yeah, those are the comics that I had amassed in like the first year or two of actually getting into comics, and oh, that collection looks so pathetic nowadays. I have amassed, as of this video, I have amassed a collection of over 1,500 trades, 1,500 trade collections, and who knows how many single issues. Yeah, there they are. There are the 3 people who got me into comics. But yeah, I do prefer collecting trades. I do prefer trade collections, unless I can't get certain issues of something in a trade, like the Amalgam comics. Those are collected in trades, but they are intensely expensive to get, so it's actually cheaper to get single issues. And oh, and of course Malibu Comics. I am trying as hard as I can to collect everything from Malibu Comics, most in particular their Ultraverse line, which sadly was very popular but didn't sell well. And then when the company was acquired by Marvel, everything just went belly up and everything was canceled immediately. Well, okay, Marvel apparently did try to reinvent a couple of the Ultraverse comics to horrible success, to horrible failure, and that was it. So I am trying to collect as much Ultraverse material as I can. But even when I entered an age where I could afford and collect my own media, comics scared me off because, well, for a reason I think a lot of people are scared off of comics. Just the years and years of continuity. I mean, a lot of these books have been going for decades. I mean, how old is Spider-Man? 1962? What is that? That's about 62? Yeah, that's about 62 years. And that we're basically supposed to accept that this is the same character from that same world still going on his many adventures to this day. And stories even today will bring up certain continuity from years and years past. So it's very hard for these sorts of comics to get new fans. But thankfully, when I followed people like Linkara and Bob Show and a couple other personalities, they did introduce me to more self-contained stories, more story arcs, more jumping on points, more comics that did not go that long, mini-series, independent series, graphic novels, and storylines that didn't exactly need that much continuity to still enjoy. So thanks to these personalities, yes, I did start actively collecting and reading comics, and I do to this day. Well, thanks to them and such comics as Watchmen and V for Vendetta and, other comics that were later made into movies because, well, I wanted to see what the original source material was like. And yes, they are much better than the movies, especially The Walking Dead. I will take The Walking Dead, one of my absolute favorite comics of all time, if not my absolute favorite comic of all time, if not the best thing that I have ever read over the TV show. Any of them. And like the Magnavox Odyssey 2, I just chose Charlie Valor to review on a whim. I was just walking through a thrift store again, and I saw the first couple issues on a bookshelf, and I bought them and started reading them, and it's quite obvious why they ended up on this show, or why I thought that they would be a good addition to this show, because the writing and the setting is just cheesy as all hell. I mean, kind of in that enjoyable cheesy, thankfully, but still something that perfectly fits with what I was trying to make my persona, and of course what the classic attitude for reviewers was back then. But we reviewed things because they were bad. As I was talking about earlier, the common image of critics even 10 years ago was just they went after bad stuff. They went after bad media and they tore it to shreds. So, and that was all they featured. Bad media. If they featured good media, they couldn't feature good media because everybody thought that if they featured good media, then they were making fun of it, and good media could not be touched. It's an image we've hopefully moved on from by this point, because we have found that it is just as enjoyable to talk about good media as it is bad. If you're passionate enough, if you find enough good traits and just give a good amount of praise to a certain bit of media, then yes, good media reviews can be just as entertaining as bad media reviews. In fact, as I was saying earlier, I do consider my channel to be more dedicated to the good than the bad. Yes, I will focus on bad media. I will feature bad media, I'm sorry, but I do try to find the good anywhere I can. I do try to find the good bullet points in the things that I look at. But for a new on-the-scene critic in 2014 who was trying to be just like the popular critics at the time, and with their more caustic images than they would have later on, yeah, something like Charlie Valor was just the thing that I thought would make for an excellent review. And that's basically all I have to say about Charlie Valor. It apparently was sponsored by the Brotherhood Mutual Insurance Fund. I believe I mentioned that earlier. And that's all I can really tell you about the backstory. It doesn't even exist anymore. The comic series is no longer available. In fact, the owners have taken the site down. It is only accessible through an archive, and I haven't even bothered to go through the archive. But yes, this is most definitely one of those so bad it's good type of comic lines. Just look at it. You have a robot army that is powered by rumor text, by harmful text, and then you have this guy who looks like if Captain Falcon took Judge Dredd's helmet, and then in the next issue you have biker pigs from space attending a what's it called? A lockdown, a lock-in. It's not an activity that I had when I was younger, so I can't remember what it's called. And then later on you have Scooby-Doo type monsters, and actually that is one. I don't want to call it a problem. One thing about these series is that it does start to get down to earth. It starts getting more down to earth with later issues. So the first couple, yeah, it's just way out. Okay, that's another of my favorite gag, the mouth thing. That was really easy to do in MS Paint, of course. I just erased my mouth. I just selected the color tone of what most of my face was and erased my mouth, and then just put some lines on. That was really easy in even the most basic editing program. But yeah, the comic does start to get a little more down to earth. I mean, like I say, in the first few issues, you have robots powered by text and biker pigs from outer space. But then later you have stories about siblings, about rebellious siblings just getting lost in the swamp, and then there was one about the Commander Talon, Captain Falcon ripoff guy. He's training a new recruit, but the recruit is being bullied, and then in Charlie Valor's school, he's also his girlfriend is being bullied. His girlfriend is being bullied. So much more relatable situations, much more relatable characters. So it got better, but it also got less wacky. So I don't know. I don't know if I would have done the entire series even if I didn't stop my series, even if I didn't stop the video series. I probably would have just gotten bored with the series as it continued to improve, because I would have run out of things to comment on, to make jokes about. And like I say, this was the caustic critic time, the comedy review, the we're just gonna make fun of this for the sake of making fun of this. We're gonna give a somewhat of a decent review at the end, but for the most part, we're just gonna crack wise and make jokes. Nowadays, I probably would have featured the entire series in one video, but I have thought about this. I am not going to feature this series again. I don't feel right about featuring this comic series. Not only do I think that I kind of crossed the line featuring this series. I mean, it's put out. It was a free comic. It was a free comic series put out by a church group to teach lessons, and the lessons they teach are just fine, and I just don't feel right in mocking the series anymore. But at the same time, it's not part of a church of a belief system that I really agree with, so at the same time I don't even feel like praising it. So I think I'm just going to completely ignore this series, even though I do still have the books. I believe I have most of the books, if not all of the books. Like I say, they took the site down, so I don't know how many they've published. I think there are 8. I might have 8. Actually, I might have 7, and I'm missing the last one. But as I say, the last one is impossible to get now. Well, I say that, I probably could find a copy or even an archive if I looked hard enough, but yeah, I just don't feel like doing it. Oh god, the editing. Yeah, if Windows Movie Maker isn't already a terrible program to use to edit in general, I mean, like I say, I did manage to make it work for me for the most part. A couple methods took years after this series to fully figure out how to really trick the program into getting it what I needed it to do. Oh, and this is the worst example of what the studio's limitations. Linkara, I don't remember what editing program Linkara uses, but it's definitely a program that can actually where you have much more freedom to zoom in on certain panels and actually make it look like it's all in one aspect ratio, make everything look like it's all part of the same ratio, and again, add backgrounds where needed to clear out all that dark space. That's actually something I'm really proud of with my latest comic review. The last time I did a comic review with the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic What If comic, I did manage to, for the most part, make the comic fill the entire window, which is not something I could do with Windows Movie Maker. I just had these preset templates, just had the comic floating all over the place, like here. Actually, this is one of the better examples. This is one of the better uses of the program. But earlier when I was showing the comic title, yeah, that was pathetic. That was about as amateur as you can get using Windows Movie Maker, using any editing software. I love it in media. I love it in any kind of media where somebody makes a grumpy face and then immediately goes into this sarcastic happiness, sarcastic smiling attitude. Actually, for some reason, my grandma used to say that she loved it when I do that disappointed face, when I do that glare. She would burst out laughing when I would glare at the camera. Those were some of her favorite parts in this video series. And here I am, just jump cutting to the end of that video because honestly, I have nothing else to say concerning this review. Except that I speak way too slow. Okay, I thought that I spoke too slowly during my modern era of review videos. I definitely spoke very, very slowly when I first started my Locked in the Asylum series. I'd like to think that I'm starting to speed up a little bit. Now, obviously, I am probably talking too slow for comfort right now because I am trying to do a commentary. I am trying to think on the spot as I come up with factoids and jokes and that sort of thing. But when I'm filming something, when I'm recording something, I don't really have that excuse. I have no reason for these videos to be as long as they are. That is something I am most definitely trying to trying to get over. In fact, I think that my short series where I'm reviewing things in under a minute, I think that's really helping me. It is really helping me think faster, talk faster. It's something I really want to work on as I continue with my videos. The only reason a lot of these videos are 30, 40 minutes long is because I talk like this. I have to enunciate every syllable and drag it on because I'm reading the script in real time and I forget what I wrote. Yeah, that's just no excuse. There is no excuse for that. I'm really sorry for how slowly I speak, how slowly I review, and I am going to try in the future to make it a decent pace. I'm not going to be as fast as my short series for my main videos, but I am going to try to speak at a decent pace that's not going to put people to sleep. And here's what's probably the shortest video of the series, my top 10 on Ed and Eddie, because hey, it's a top 10 list. You got to have a top 10 list somewhere in your series. It's a requirement. Now, of course, I love Ed and Eddie. Recently, I've reviewed the entire Ed and Eddie series recently. That was the basis of my first short series where I talk about every single episode in under a minute. I don't remember what ultimately caused me to become a fan of the show. I first saw the show way back at a fitness center, way back, oh god, I must have been at least 10. It was just playing on a TV at a fitness center that was showing Cartoon Network. And then later on, I saw a couple episodes at a friend's house. And like I say in the series, like I say in my In Under a Minute series, I thought that these kids were aliens. I was just so not used to this style and this kind of humor that I thought that these were three aliens that are disguising themselves as kids, sort of like Invader Zim meets Third Rock from the Sun. And that episode where they were taking pictures for a calendar and they were comparing all the best both wall breaks. Yeah, great proofreading there, ZC Infinity. No, Directed Disaster. I'm sorry. I'm ZC Infinity. He's Directed Disaster. Yes. But that episode where they were comparing the behaviors of the cul-de-sac kids to animals didn't help me not believe that. So it did take a while before I could finally regularly watch the show. I believe my dad used to go on a lot of business trips, and half the time he would take the family, and so we'd be cramped in a hotel for days and days on end. I think at one point we were cramped in there for like 3 months at a time, 3 or 4 months at a time, with really nothing to entertain us but cable TV. And of course we had Cartoon Network on practically all day. And that did give us an opportunity to watch Ed and Eddie, among other shows, on a regular basis. And well, there was really nothing else to do but watch TV, so of course Ed and Eddie was on, and we watched it, and we loved it. We absolutely came to love the show. Of course, before then, I think we also watched clips of the show on the official Cartoon Network site. Before YouTube, official sites for channels for mostly cable channels would include short clips of their shows on their site. They were only like a couple seconds long, and they took forever to load with dial-up and early broadband. But that was mostly all on demand was. That was basically what on demand was back then, before the advent of YouTube and other reliable video streaming services. That's the only way you could watch clips of your favorite shows. Just wish that they were hopefully on the site that you were perusing. Those were dark ages, my friends, dark ages. But yes, we did watch a lot of Ed and Eddie on cable. We didn't see the final season. At least we might have seen a couple episodes of the final season, but I believe that we stopped having access to cable TV. We stopped going on frequent business trips with my dad around the time that the 5th season came out. So I didn't get to see the 5th season until I finally found huge fan compilations on YouTube that like people basically pirated the show from recordings and posted them on YouTube, which isn't really something you can get away with anymore. I mean, I'm sure you can, and then it's just instantly taken down, or maybe it takes a couple days, I don't know. But I have seen every single episode of Ed and Eddie, and those compilations did help me put together my short series. I have heard that it has finally gotten an official DVD release. Like before then, all you could get were a couple scattered episodes on DVD, usually packaged in show packs. But now they have officially released the entire show. Well, not even the entire show. I think the specials and the movie have been left off the collection, but it's legal, it's official, and I might get it one of these days. And wow, yeah, this video is short. That's the end. And that leads us into my first theme month. Yes, only 7 episodes in, I decided that I was on track enough, I was dedicated enough to try to dedicate an entire month to Halloween. That was a mistake. In fact, I don't even remember if I got all the videos out on time. I might have to go back and look at the upload dates again, but I do remember I had huge problems with... In fact, it was this month that finally helped me realize the problems with this show, the problems with producing this show that I, as a horribly inexperienced amateur, was having, and the reasons why I couldn't keep this a regular thing. But it was also an opportunity to try a couple new things. As you can see, I tried for a darker atmosphere because of the whole Halloween motif. I'm just being illuminated by my computer screen and a candle in the background, which, if there's one thing I can... If there's one thing I can praise myself for, it's getting all this footage recorded before the candle fully melted down. In fact, I might have to go back and see how melted down that candle gets. In fact, did I use more than one candle? I don't remember. But that was interesting that we just had some candles in a cupboard. I think they were bought for emergency use way back when, and we just forgot that we had them and just never had a reason to use them. I also changed the posters in the background, which I don't even remember what I put up. I'll have to point them out when we cut back. And also around this time is when I started doing my first gameplay series, my Let's Plug and Play series, which was basically the first time that I decided to look at each plug and play game individually, because I knew that there were too many plug and play games to decently fit on any kind of series. So I would just play the games and then decide if I was going to feature them at some point in the future. Okay, in the background, that's The Haunting. That's the new version of The Haunting with Liam Neeson that nobody liked. And that's the new version of Psycho that nobody liked with Vince Vaughn. And then there's Leprechaun. That's the re-release of Leprechaun, because the first one didn't have Jennifer Aniston on it because she wasn't a big star back then. In fact, Jennifer Aniston's first role was Leprechaun. Who would have thought that she'd go on to be the star that she is today? Or the star she was back then. I don't know if she has that much of a career anymore. I mean, that's nothing against her, of course. I mean, I don't know her as a person. Maybe she's horrible. Maybe she's lovely. I don't know. But I do... I don't know why I decided to choose an Angry Birds costume. I figured that I needed a costume that was obvious, that something that everybody could see, that would be visible in the dark light. And I think I just started playing Angry Birds. No, actually, no, I didn't even start playing Angry Birds around this time because I didn't have a smartphone. So but I was fascinated by Angry Birds at the time. You might have seen, oh, that face. You might have seen some Angry Birds plushies behind me. I collected Angry Birds plushies because I did think that the game at the time was cool. And then eventually I did play it, and I just wasn't as into it as I thought I'd be. Actually, there was a time I collected a lot of video game plushies. I had, of course, Angry Birds, all the different kinds of Angry Birds, from the Angry Birds Star Wars, Angry Birds in Space, Angry Birds Rio, that sort of thing. And then I had a couple from Fruit Ninja, a couple from Cut the Rope. Yeah, they had Om-Nom plushies at one point. I think some Pac-Man. And I collected them because I thought that I could pass them on to my kids at a later date. I thought that that would be nice to, like, line a bed with or something, but or I could even sell them on eBay. But no, that I stuck them in a shed, and eventually, yeah, they did get musty, they got moldy, and recently I rediscovered them and I just got rid of them. yeah, so it was a fun pastime, but it was there was just no reason to keep them around, so got rid of them. And the other posters on the back of the wall there, I didn't even really see them. In fact, I don't know. Do we see me from a different angle during this month? I don't think we do. I think it was too dark to see me at a different angle, except for that one part that was intentionally part of the day where I'm like waking up screaming. But I don't remember what that other poster is, but then there was a Willard poster, the Willard remake with Crispin Glover, that again, well, okay, I don't know if anybody hates it, but it's not as well known as the other one. Anyway, about the game, yeah, Monster Party, I don't remember what introduced me to Monster Party, because Monster Party wasn't really played by any of the personalities that I was familiar with at the time. I think I heard of...
What the crap? That's blood!
That legitimately was startling. I'm actually amazed at the stuff that they got away with for the American release for Monster Party. In fact, I don't even know why they bothered censoring a couple things. I don't know why they bothered changing a couple things. In the I don't remember all the changes. Now on the main title screen, I believe in the Japanese version, in the Famicom version, that was also blood, but they turned it to slime, of course. Oh yeah, as I show right there, yeah. And then the flower later, the singing flower, yeah, they changed that too, right, as I show right there. So, and they had him with a microphone. So I don't know why they only went halfway with their censorship, but yes, for the time, this was one of the darkest NES games, one of the darkest video games in general that I can think of. So I'm just flabbergasted by what they did and didn't do. Now, you may notice that the quality of the footage here is some of the best in the entire show, and that's because I'm using an emulator. Yes, I say in a later video that I will not use an emulator because emulators, quote-unquote, suck. Now, yes, that does sound very closed-minded and hypocritical of me, and it is. But back in the day, that was the general attitude towards emulators. It's like if you used an emulator, you weren't a real gamer. Like if you played a game using an emulator, not using real hardware, then you haven't played the game at all and you have no right in reviewing it, which to an extent, yeah, I understand, because you do want to get the full experience, the experience that the programmers intended for you to get. And with emulators, depending on the emulator you use, depending on the ROM you use, yeah, it can mess things up. It can interpret certain programming differently. Some games are almost impossible to emulate because of certain piracy anti-measures and just garbled code in general. So I believe that some games will not... like Action 52, I believe that Action 52, even emulated, will not start the game. Like there are some games that will not start in an emulator that will start on the cartridge. But of course, this is older information that I'm talking about, and it's also Action 52. That game's just one big bug. But yes, as I was saying, the attitude back in the day, and even to an extent now, is that if you play a game on anything but the real hardware, then you are not playing the game, and you have no right to feature the game in any sort of gameplay or review. Now, I think we've mostly moved past that mindset by now, mostly because of the increasing scarcity of real hardware, that it's becoming harder and harder to find the actual game and the actual consoles. As seen in my case, even back in the day, getting a Nintendo Entertainment System and the cartridge was going to be pretty pricey. And I don't even know if I had the hookups. I don't even know if I knew how to hook up the Nintendo Entertainment System to a recording device. Or at least I thought I didn't. I thought that I couldn't hook it up to the GigaWare recorder that I had at the time, because from my memories, the Nintendo Entertainment System only ran on composite. It did not have AV. But now I do remember that at one point I did. Oh, okay, this is another one of my absolute favorite gags here, where I'm eating candy and I'm reacting to the screen just suddenly getting really dark. Like, seriously, how did Nintendo of America let this pass, let this slide? In fact, was this present in the original game. Yeah, little reference to the original Disney Pinocchio there, where I'm blaming the candy there for what I'm seeing. But did this happen in the original Famicom version of Monster Party, where what was that transition there? I'm sure it was, but I wouldn't be surprised if for the first half of the game, for the first half of this level, it was intentionally made not completely not dark, but more tame, I should say, just for playtesters to go through it, just for the ratings, or not the ratings, the some kind of board, some kind of regulations board to just play a little bit and go, yeah, okay, this is for kids. We can release it on the console. I don't know how games were approved back then. I'm sorry. I don't know how games were cleared for release on consoles before the ratings system. But I wouldn't be surprised if they changed a little bit to get past the approval board and then left most of it basically untouched, especially the ending. Oh boy, yeah, the ending. We will get to the ending. So as I was saying, I don't know what possessed me to feature Monster Party. It wasn't really featured by any personalities I was aware of back then. Now, eventually JonTron featured it, or featured it in his own unique way, where again he's really just talking junk about whatever he's talking about, and not really playing or commenting on something. He's just really making jokes. He's a very definition of the jokey critic. All joke, no critic. And then Irate Gamer featured Monster Party one time, but I didn't see that video until years later. And unfortunately, that was, well, I say unfortunately, but technically, I guess that was one of his better videos at the time. Before one of the videos where he's not spewing crap. I know Irate Gamer is still around, and I don't really follow him, so I don't know if he's improved in the years, practically decades, that he's been on YouTube, but I have seen compilations of him saying and doing just the stupidest things that you could imagine. I mean, they're almost as stupid as what I'm saying and doing in this series. But yeah, that was one of my that and Mario's Time Machine. Those were my introductions to the Irate Gamer, and after seeing those, I just decided I had enough. I mean, good on him for doing what he loves, but he's just not my type of critic, sorry. So the best I can guess, I think that I actually heard of this game a long time ago, like years before I even did this series, and it just hung out in the back of my mind, and I looked into it a little bit and was curious about, what this is? This is basically one of the very first boss rush games. I mean, yes, there are platforming segments, but it's mostly built around beating the bosses, around entering doorways and beating the bosses. So this is basically, you could to a degree, you could kind of see this as the progenitor to Cuphead. These are basically the run and gun levels of Cuphead, done 25 years before that. Again, the imagery in this game, that's just holy crap shocking for a Nintendo game of the era. I mean, I did not grow up in that era. I don't think I was even born yet when the Nintendo Entertainment System was at its peak, but even I, playing these 8-bit games well after the fact, even I recognize how insane the graphics of this game are compared to later releases, compared to what the official Nintendo seal of quality would usually suggest for a game, for a Nintendo game. And I think it was because I hadn't seen any other personalities feature Monster Party that I wanted to feature it on my channel. I thought that this would help me stand out, help me find a niche that I was sorely trying to achieve with an audience that I sorely needed. But now this ended up being one of my least viewed videos, which is a shame, because out of everything I've done on this series, out of all the other episodes, I think this one's my favorite. I think this is finally where I started figuring out what I wanted to do. Finally actually getting some timing and some good jokes in there. I mean, I can't name any good jokes right now, but I do feel this episode helped me feel a little more confident in my writing and editing. And oh, speaking of editing, so since I was playing this on an emulator, I found a way to record the footage directly from the emulator, to have the emulator create video files. So that's why the game footage is so clear compared to everything else on this channel. However, that also meant that every 5 minutes was like 3 gigabytes. So not only did that horribly fill up my hard drive back in the day, which I think was only about 200 gigabytes, but that really slowed down Windows Movie Maker. That it could barely handle 5 minute video clips. I'm sorry, the head. The head knocking right there. Yeah, that's one of my absolute favorite parts of the game. But yeah, Windows Movie Maker could barely handle the high quality of the video file, so it would slow to a crawl, and I had to wait every single time I moved the timeline. So I basically had to know what I wanted to edit and where it was going to be. I couldn't constantly scroll through without it taking minutes and minutes at a time. So this took a very long time to edit. And I think I managed to get it out when I wanted it to, but again, I haven't checked my the upload date, so I don't remember when this came out. And yeah, that whole thing about the password that I went over, that was most definitely a Angry Video Game Nerd reference. I think the worst case was Beavis and Butthead when he featured that Beavis and Butthead for the Genesis. I mean, not only did they have uppercase L's, the lowercase L's looked exactly like the uppercase L's, and that's just insane. Of course, that entire game, I am convinced, was made solely to troll players. Like, that was not an actual game. That was barely a game. But of course, I think what I was actually referencing there was the Wizard of Oz, because I don't think the Beavis and Butthead episode was released until later.
Also, I hesitated talking about this since there's a
God, just like I say, I talk so slowly here. These videos, when I was doing this commentary, when I thought about doing this commentary for the anniversary, I did actually consider just speeding these videos up, playing these videos at twice the speed, because I talk so slowly. Even by today's standards, I am trying my own patience with how slowly I am talking here. In fact, I'm probably trying your patience just with you just trying to listen to the commentary here. Don't stand so close to me. I don't remember who I stole that 8-bit remix from. I am sorry. Please do not sue. Can you sue for 8-bit remixes? You probably can. You can probably argue creative control or something. Now, a lot of people say that Monster Party... Did I call it Monster High at some point? I don't remember. If I called it Monster High at some point, or if I do call it Monster High at some point, I apologize. But a lot of people say that Monster Party is really hard. I don't know what you're talking about. This is one of the easiest NES games I've ever played. In fact, it's one of the very few NES games that I have ever cleared. You can beat the whole thing in an hour or even half an hour if you know what you're doing. In fact, I think that my game footage was only about 45 minutes. Once you knew what... I forgot about that. I forgot about this scene. Yeah, go grandma, you're a trooper. I don't remember where I got that face mask. I think I just looked for a... Oh, no. I think it was part of a costume bag that I bought at a thrift store. It was just a whole bunch of different accessories that I found in a bag and then put it to the side just in case I ever needed it, just in case I thought that I could use it for this show. And once again, she was holding one of those video game guns that I was going to make an episode about, but I just never got around to it. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Monster Party really isn't that hard. It's one of the very few NES games that I've ever beaten. And yeah, a Stormtrooper reference. Yeah, you can't have a head bonk without a Stormtrooper reference. So once you know what you're doing, honestly, you know what? I think I point that out in this episode. Get Bert. Yeah, right there. Just get the Bert pill. You transform into Bert, you go fight the boss, you just shoot wildly, because that is really the only way. I stole that image. I stole that whole footage right there from Todd in the Shadows. I don't remember which video that was from. That was a Todd in the Shadows video. That was it a Megan Trainor? No, I think it was Dark Horse. I think it was from the Dark Horse review. I mean, once again, I had no reliable way of video editing, of video image manipulation, image moving. So I stole that directly from Todd in the Shadows. Sorry, Todd in the Shadows. Love your show. So yeah, get Bert. Get Bert. Go into the boss room and just hammer wildly. That is, I think the gate. And here I am dancing. This is Thriller, man. This is also where I realized just the limitations of the camera. I wanted to show my entire body, but because it's in that horribly skewed 4:3 aspect ratio, I couldn't show as much of myself, as much of me dancing as I wanted to. In fact, I actually cut out. I think I actually filmed something for the Muppets Wizard of Oz review where I'm dancing kind of like the Pennywise clown in the It remake, except I don't think that remake was out when I made this, so I think I was actually just goofily dancing. But I couldn't. It didn't look right. You couldn't see my legs, and I thought that was the major part of the comedy, so I just scrapped that scene. But yeah, and it was dancing in this video that made it even more obvious. So But yeah, this whole game, as with the Beavis and Butthead game I mentioned earlier, this is obviously made to troll gamers. In fact, I believe that I point that out at the end of this video. That even by 1989, the standard platformer was tried and true and formulaic, so the programmers of this game decided to play with the concept. This is basically a parody of platformers. There is no strategy. As I put out, there is no strategy. All you do is go into a room and button mash. And if you don't have Bert, if you don't have the strongest power-up, then some of these bosses are nigh undefeatable, just basically impossible. And then yeah, there's that whole walk right. Most platformers require you to walk right unless it's obvious you need to walk left. So at the beginning of this level, there's that one place where you have to walk left. Otherwise, you'll never find all the bosses that you need. So ultimately, this whole game just comes down to button mashing and then later mocking the players for all their button mashing, for just using button mashing to save the day, which we will get to when we get to the ending. So even though I was emulating this, I obviously didn't want it obvious that I was emulating this, because again, the attitudes at the time that did, oh god, yeah, I still have PTSD from this boss. How did I defeat that thing? But because I wanted to hide the fact that I was emulating the game, I did go out and buy a USB Nintendo Entertainment System controller, and I played the game with it. I played the game on the emulator with the NES controller. So, interpret that as you will. Because I used the actual controller, the actual map, because I played it with no save states, that's another thing I should point out. I played it fairly, no save states, with the original controller. Did I actually play the game? Can I actually be considered to have fairly played the game, even though I emulated it? I don't know. I mean, I guess if Billy Mitchell couldn't get away with it, then what hope do I have? Yeah, so here's where I go. Oh yeah, I forgot that I had to pin that beak up. The beak kept getting in my way. It kept flopping around in front of my eyes, so I had to pin it up. But yeah, here's where I get into the breakdown of the game, how I interpret it, and yeah, how it's most definitely like a troll game. It's just, and in fact, what do I say? Yeah, it's basically a parody of gaming culture. It's basically a parody of these kinds of games at that time. So it's not really a genre parody. It's like a formula parody. It's kind of like what Spaceballs is, where Spaceballs isn't blatantly parodying a specific science fiction movie. It's just kind of doing everything that science fiction did around that time, while also making the occasional reference here and there. Oh yeah, Monster Bash with Johnny Dash. Oh, I grew up on that game. That was awesome. And I think that other one was a playthrough of Pokemon Black or something like that, that old creepypasta game. But yeah, it's when I play this game, when I think back to this game, this is kind of like what Earthbound would become, or Undertale, or just another game where it takes the concept and just has fun with it. Just, you're not supposed to take anything that's actually happening seriously, or you're not supposed to take the gameplay seriously. You're just supposed to have fun playing the game. Oh yeah, it's also kind of like that Sega CD Penn and Teller game where the games were intentionally made unbeatable or unfair as in response to certain attitudes that the gaming industry was getting at the time, to certain like they made that Desert Bus game because everybody was complaining about how bloody Mortal Kombat was, so they went, okay, fine, you want realism in your game, here's about as real as a game can get. And yeah, okay, here we go with the ending. This is the absolute topper of the kind of tone they were trying to get to express with this game. And again, I don't think, among everyone that I've seen play this game, now I'm sure a lot of people since I made this video have played this game, but of the videos that I have seen, none of them got to the ending. In fact, JonTron intentionally did not play the ending, and oh my god, yeah, okay, yeah, this is... I could not believe what I was seeing there. Oh man, those look like the when the Predator rips your spine out, except it looks like somebody ripped the Predator's spine out, and that's the Predator skull and spine, which, has that happened? Has like a Predator... Yeah, okay, so the I used AVS for you, which... Oh, I forgot I had a Led Zeppelin poster back then, and that billboard back then, which I think fell down because I couldn't get it to stick anymore. So yeah, this is around the time when I also discovered AVS for You. I believe that's what it was called. It was one of my first quote-unquote professional editing systems, and I had the free version, but I was able to work around the watermark, so that's how I did the intro to these Direct-to-Disaster Ween videos, and then that's also how I did that video right there, where I overlaid, I think that was a Drew's Halloween DVD that I used the footage from. And then I tried to make it look like I was decomposing by putting on different coats of black paint. At one point I had a chocolate eye. I bought some chocolate eyes to make it look like my eye fell out. And then I had a mixture of ketchup and hot sauce. And there is no better way to look like you're in pain, to just look like you're decaying, than one of those mixtures. And of course the scene at the end there from Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark, where everyone's exploding from the Ark. And then here we have the Vincent Price laugh and the little bit of music from Thriller, of course, pitched up to hopefully get around the censors, which eventually did not. Eventually YouTube did claim this video. I don't even know if it's still up anymore. But back in the day, yeah, you could get away with using copyrighted music if you pitched it up slightly. But yes, out of everything I made for this show, out of every single gag, that was my absolute favorite gag across my entire series, and this is the absolute favorite episode that I worked on. I don't think anything... I think this is the peak. I think this is the peak of Direct-to-Disaster. I don't think anything gets any better than that. Which is a shame that, as far as I can tell, this is still the least viewed video of the entire series, of the entire Direct-to-Disaster series. If Muppets Wizard of Oz is the most viewed, then, well, this is the one that completely fell under the radar. It's like they say, the more work you put into something, the fewer people will watch it. Which, I don't know, if that's the case, then maybe more people will be watching this commentary than watched my entire series. We can only hope. And unfortunately, it's all downhill from here, not just in joke quality, not just in editing quality, but in trying to get these videos made. So, okay, I really do enjoy this intro. I really enjoy these jokes in media where there's like a supernatural force, and it's just bureaucratic. It's like this Shroud is, who's my grandma, by the way, of course, my grandma under a black sheet. She's handing me a supernatural package and I have to sign for it. I love those sorts of gags. I love it when they take these supernatural, unexplainable type of situations and just kind of make it a bureaucracy. Kind of like The Good Place, or wasn't there another thing kind of like The Good Place, kind of a mini series where it was heaven and Steve Buscemi was God and it was just this big office building. I don't know. I love settings like that. Now, because this is the original video, you can probably hear a little bit of Crystal by Mannheim Steamroller, which I was using for background music. And unfortunately, that's led to my very first problem with copyright for one of these videos. Every single time I uploaded this video, YouTube blocked it worldwide. They would not allow me to use Crystal by Mannheim Steamroller, no matter what pitch I set it at. So that was my first time where, I believe that was my first time where a video was just outright blocked by YouTube. So I had to keep editing it, and eventually I just let them use a track from their own audio library. This video actually introduced me to the YouTube audio library, which I have used for multiple videos since then. Though I have also purchased several royalty-free music and audio tracks to hopefully give my videos a little bit more professionalism and variety. Now, I think I knew about Leprechaun for quite a while. I don't remember what... I'm sorry, I was trying to remember those Easter movies there, those Easter slasher movies. I was trying to place if one of those was featured by Cinema Snob, but I don't believe so. So I actually heard about Leprechaun way back when. I think a friend told me about Leprechaun. I think about he was too young to watch slasher movies, but he told me about Leprechaun, and I didn't even think it was a real movie. But then I looked it up on Wikipedia, which this was around the time that Wikipedia was only just starting to take off, around the same time as YouTube. God, I'm old. And eventually the Nostalgia Critic and the Cinema Snob did that crossover episode where they featured Leprechaun, and it just looked so insane that I had to check it out. And yes, as I say in this video, Leprechaun has become one of my absolute favorite horror slasher movies because it is just so funny. I love comedic slasher movies, okay? I love the Nightmare on Elm Street series. I really enjoyed that Asylum Scarecrow movie. I'm sure there are other franchises, other examples, but those are the only ones that come to me right now. Oh, Demonic Toys. Demonic Toys was interesting. Not necessarily that funny or entertaining, but it was most definitely in that category. And then, yeah, of course, we have the Leprechaun series, but as I also point out, I really like the first one. I really like, especially the performances of Warwick Davis and Jennifer Aniston, who, like I said, made her screen debut in Leprechaun. But all the other Leprechaun movies are mediocre at best. I don't know what the difference was. I don't know. Maybe the first Leprechaun movie just had so much time and energy behind it, like it was just it was a script that the creators really worked on, really got the jokes down pat, the timing down pat, and it's something they were working on for years. And then once that became a hit, they had to rush out the other movies. But yeah, the other movies are nowhere near as good as the first one. Now, I remember Leprechaun 2, of course, because I had to watch it and I had to review it. I had to write for it. Yeah, I mean, you're watching the review right now. Leprechaun 3, I kind of remember. It takes place in Vegas, I believe, or somewhere in Nevada. And I remember that the executions were actually the most horrifying across the series. Like, they were the most comedically over the top. Like, they most definitely had the highest budget of all the other movies, but they were the scariest. Like, they were supposed to be funny, but they just came across as terrifying. But that's all I remember about that movie. I don't remember anything about... Oh, and the main character also became a leprechaun. Well, or kind of mutated into a leprechaun. Kind of a human leprechaun mutated hybrid thing that I think the leprechaun in this movie was trying to pull off. I don't know. And then Leprechaun 4, they're in space. That's literally all I remember. They're in space, and one guy turns into a weird spider scorpion thing. Yeah, it's one of those strange examples where the most far-out idea is the most boring of the series. The one that's set in space is the most boring out of the first four. And then we had Back to the Hood, which, okay, the first one was okay. The second one, completely forgettable. Honestly, I don't even remember much of the first. All I remember is Leprechaun getting high at both times. I was getting high and rapping. I do remember that the first Into the Hood. No, what was it called? Leprechaun in the Hood or Into the Hood? It doesn't matter. I remember the first one made me laugh a little harder, but then the second one, I just left me completely neutral faced. And then I have not seen the remake. Apparently, there was a remake, and it doesn't even have Warwick Davis. It has a WWE superstar in it, but I've never seen it. I think I own it. I think I actually bought all 7 movies in one big collection, but I have not gotten around to watching it. But yeah, obviously I was planning on reviewing all the Leprechaun movies, but so I originally owned the Toby Taylor Thomas gag right there. That was in direct reference to the Cinema Snob and Nostalgia Critics review of Leprechaun, where they kept calling one guy Kevin Bacon. No, Kevin Jim Carrey Bacon, that's it. Yeah, so that was the Toby Taylor Thomas was my own take on that, my own reference to that. And that right there was me imitating Jack Nicholson from The Departed, which I have seen The Departed. The Departed is most definitely one of those essential movies that you have to see. I'm going to have to see it again. And yeah, there's Clint Howard and Lucy from Twin Peaks. No, was her name Lucy from Twin Peaks? I believe I need to watch Twin Peaks again. Yeah, and of course Clint Howard is a recurring name on the Cinema Snob, so that's how he knew to point him out. But I didn't know these actors. But I do feel like I have grown a little bit as a critic since I made these videos, because I do like to go back and really appreciate the cast for what they do. I really do like going down the filmographies of these actors and seeing just what kind of talent they've shown in other projects and just, what they've accomplished in their life. I think that everybody deserves a chance to be noticed. So as I was saying, I originally did own the Leprechaun movies before I made this series. I just owned them to own them. I really enjoyed the first one, but then I really didn't like the sequels, so I just got rid of the DVD. But then around the time that I decided to do this series, I was thinking of weird Halloween stuff to do, weird Halloween themed things to feature, and the Leprechaun series popped into mind, and I went, hey, that's something I can tear apart. That's something that I can make easy jokes off of. So I went and bought the DVD again. I don't think they had the full 7 movies back then. I think they only had the 4-pack. So I got the 4-pack again, and honestly, I probably should have started with the first Leprechaun, but again, there was that mindset back then where if a reviewer did something, if a popular reviewer did a movie, that was it. They like owned the trademark to that movie, basically. They owned the trademark on reviewing that. Nobody else could touch that movie. Nobody else could give their own opinion on it. It was just made sacred. If it was good, if it was Nostalgia Critic, or even earlier with like MST3K, if nobody dared to feature a movie that MST3K already featured. And oh god, okay, I feel really bad about this scene. I feel really, really bad about this scene. I'm sorry, Al White. I'm sorry. I should have given you more respect for your acting talents than just overdubbing all your lines with your obviously intentionally racist dialogue from Airplane. That has not aged well. I am very sorry. But as I was saying, even to this day, a lot of movies that MST3K or Riff Tracks or even the more modern MST3K have featured, a lot of other reviewers don't want to touch because they think that that's already the ideal mockery of it, the ideal criticism of it. And that was basically the mindset when Nostalgia Critic did something or Cinema Snob did something. Like, hey, this other more popular personality already did this movie or game or whatever. How dare you insult them? Of course, nowadays, I think it's just the opposite. If one guy features a bit of media, then everybody has to feature that bit of media. Have to get on the bandwagon, have to get those views, have to get trending. So, but yeah, back in the day, I was afraid that if I featured the original Leprechaun, then people would point out that the Nostalgia Critic and Cinema Snob already reviewed it, and my name would be mud. You know, even more mud than my reputation for making this series probably was. But nobody really touched on the other Leprechaun movies, so I decided that this was a good opportunity to get some explore some unexplored territory to get some views. And from what I remember, this did decently in the view count. Like, it wasn't one of the major standouts of the series, even with how few people watched this series back in the day, but it most definitely did get more views than Monster Party, than the previous video, so that's something. And then, of course, Cinema Snob has taken it upon himself to review a Leprechaun movie every March. I believe that he finished all the original Leprechaun movies, and then this last March he did a Really Unlucky Leprechaun, which is a Roger Corman a Leprechaun movie that also stars Warwick Davis. So he's basically already taken the reins. Even if I did want to feature all the Leprechaun movies, well, if I did want to feature all the Leprechaun movies, I think I would feature them all in one video. I don't think that I could take away the comedic masterpiece that are the Cinema Snob's Leprechaun reviews. So if I do decide to review Leprechaun, I'm just going to do them all in one video and just give my own opinion on them all at once. I'm not going to try to make that a series. Now, on top of the copyright problems that I said that this video gave me trying to upload it to YouTube, editing this thing was a nightmare. Now, one of the nice things about making these videos back in the day was I could actually edit together most of these videos in about a day or two. However, when I edited this video, Windows Movie Maker really didn't like the primary video file for this, really didn't like the actual movie file for this project, which I think back in the day, I actually had to record these videos live, these movies live. I had to feed them through the video capture. I mean, nowadays, of course, I use a DVD ripper, but back in the day, I actually did have to record them. Oh my God, I forgot about this too. Hi, Grandpa. I'm sorry I didn't give you a speaking role this time. I don't know what I was thinking with this skit. It's not funny. It goes on for... I forgot he gave that look. I forgot he gave that, oh my God, this guy's a retard. And yes, I am going to call myself a retard because that is what I am. I'm perfectly comfortable with using that term for myself. As I was saying, I had to record these live through a capture device, which you can probably tell by just how horrible the quality is, just how grainy everything looks, how... Yeesh. Everything's just... What's it called? Interlace problems. Yes, there are major interlace problems with this video. And Windows Movie Maker really didn't like this because when I was nearing the end of editing this video together, it just crashed. Like, well, it didn't even crash. It's like the video files disappeared. The program could not recognize that they had the... Okay, I love this gag. Yeah, I stole that reaction, that type of reaction gag from Bob's show. I don't remember what he actually did that I stole from. I think it was something about it was something about a seagull. It was something about a ripoff of Happy Feet way back in the day. And again, I'll bring up Bob's show again later if I feel like it, if I remember. But yeah, Windows Movie Maker glitched, and all the video files kind of turned invisible, couldn't edit them, couldn't view them, and I just had to do the whole thing all over again, and somehow edit around the fact that, oh yeah, and that's from Freaks, by the way, the 1930s movie Freaks, that I recently did a review of the Asylum's ripoff Freak Show 4. I did not see Freaks back then, or at least I didn't remember Freaks back then, or else I would have pointed out that was from Freaks. But... Okay, again, Windows Movie Maker had a problem with the file. I had to edit around the file. It's like there was a part where I couldn't cut, otherwise it would destroy all the all the video files, so I had to somehow work around that. I think I had to publish like half the video and then open a whole new project and kind of cut out a certain section of the video so that Windows Movie Maker wouldn't have a problem with it. Something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember the actual glitch. But yeah, this was just a nightmare to edit because I had to basically re-edit this 2 or 3 times. I had to basically start over 2 or 3 times. I'm sorry. And then I had to go back and re-edit it to remove the Mannheim Steamroller Crystal clip. And jump cutting a little bit here to get to this one part where, the uncle has the leprechaun stuck in a safe, and this is me reacting to the uncle being this stupid, because I was praising the characters for not being this stupid, for actually using their brains, and this is another part that I just regret. I am not good at outbursts. Especially live outbursts, especially these fake, overly dramatic outbursts. Like when I give these outbursts in my videos, in my more modern videos, I try to be genuine. Like when I freaked out at the scenes in When a Killer Calls and in Monster High, that was genuine. That was actually how I felt. This is an act. This is me just getting mad for the sake of getting mad. This is me just being nostalgia critic and being overly shouty and ranty for no reason other than, hey, that's what all the critics were doing back then. This is going to give me views. So, this is just another reason why I don't like doing these live videos anymore. I do not have camera presence, and I do not know what I'm saying or doing, and this is just really hard to watch. I apologize. I am very sorry for trying to be the nostalgia critic here. Only the nostalgia critic can be the nostalgia critic, as many critics, or many so-called online critics, I should say, unfortunately had to learn in the years after he established himself as one of the most popular personalities, one of the most popular internet personalities. You know, speaking of me being old, I think that I made this stuff before Nostalgia Critic was even regularly on YouTube. Like, I think he started out on YouTube, but then YouTube had a whole bunch of, YouTube being YouTube, even back then. Oh God, that's like grotesque right there, where he rips open his stomach. But YouTube being YouTube had a whole bunch of copyright issues with his videos, and then he went off to found the guy with the glasses, and that eventually became Channel Awesome, and they showed their videos on Blip, which Blip had much less of a problem showing copyrighted material. I miss Blip. If it still existed, I would try to get my videos on Blip. I think that would try to actually get an audience through Blip. But yeah, eventually Blip shut down, and he and so many other different personalities. Okay, I did regret the other outburst, but okay, this one I am proud of, this reaction here. Now, if I only left it at that, again, this is just a rant I am not proud of. I don't think that I handle being angry. I handle being ranty, so this is just not a good joke for me. This is not me. This is just another indicator of why I was so out of place doing this series. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm lucky to have gotten this thing up on YouTube when Nostalgia Critic and others had to leave YouTube because of all the copyright problems, and now they're back on YouTube, and YouTube is even more YouTube than it was YouTube back then, and it's basically impossible to even make a living on YouTube anymore, but to basically get anything on YouTube, because YouTube is always changing their policies and what they deem is worthy of money. And yeah. So I searched all over the place for a usable clip of this Daffy cartoon. I don't even remember what the Daffy cartoon is called. I think it's on the Carrot Blanca compilation video, which my grandma did have at the time, and because I couldn't find a higher quality clip of it on YouTube, I had to go get the tape, and I had to rip that clip on to use it in my review, and as you can see, the tape was horribly deteriorated. I like this joke too, where I play A Pirate's Life for Me over this scene, over the skeleton, which that's actually one of the better effects in the movie overall. Also, that was originally the father of the girl who the leprechaun was originally going to marry, but then couldn't. So now he's trying to marry her descendant, which is this character's girlfriend, or who he wants to be his girlfriend, whatever. I don't really remember much about this movie, and I don't think I'm ever going to come back to this movie. And yeah, like I say, they do have smart moments in this movie, and then all of a sudden they're stupid again, which I guess you have to be in order to make one of these slasher movies, especially if you're trying to make it as funny as the first, which, from what I understand, the first one wasn't actually supposed to be funny. It was actually Warwick Davis's idea to make it funny, and apparently they just had some really good ideas, really good jokes back then. They just had this really good camaraderie to make it all work, and which is clearly not present here. Like once again, I think that this was rushed, like most horror franchises. Like most horror franchises sequels, and they just couldn't get the timing that the first one had. And, you know, and on the subject of me apologizing for Al White, was it Al White or Al Johnson? John Johnson. No, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember the actors' names in this. But yeah, on the subject, I did make a lot of Irish jokes in this review, and in fact, I think one of them was even a Scottish joke that I was trying to make that I mistook for an Irish joke, and I try not to make those jokes anymore because they just come across as tasteless. They just come across as way too easy. So I apologize for taking the easy route and just making the Irish jokes. If I actually knew how to make them funny, that would be one thing, but no, I had no right using these racist jokes at this stage of my whatever I was doing back during this time, because this is not comedy. This is not any sort of professionalism whatsoever. Also, if I remember correctly, I think at one point I tried to find a TV edit of this movie to use for the review, because I was actually, yeah, like right there with the guy getting burned by steam, I was actually afraid of what YouTube would think and what my own moral code at the time would think if I had to use the uncensored version of the movie. So I actually did look for a TV edit for the movie so that I could bypass the more disturbing bits, which YouTube at the time probably wouldn't have a problem with, but now, yeah, you can't even say, well, that certain word. You have to say unalive in order to get any sort of revenue. Actually, to this day, I haven't seen movie 43. I just knew that Gerard Butler was a leprechaun in it, and yeah, here you can never go wrong with a Lucky Charms commercial when talking about a leprechaun. As I was saying, I actually did find a clip from a TV edit for Leprechaun 2, but it was just somebody with their video camera in front of a TV, and so obviously I couldn't use that, and it was only just that one clip. So yeah, I had to use the version on the DVD, but it amazes me what freaked me out back then. I guess that I've just become so numb to media and more squicky and exploitative moments in media since I first started this series. I will get angry. I will be disgusted if it's not done right. Like once again, like my outbursts in When a Killer Calls and Monster High and what was that other one? Freak Show, of course. Yeah, they mutilated a little girl in Freak Show, and that just disgusted me beyond everything. It's also when they were turning the girl into a monster, that was disgusting. But yeah, I can most definitely tolerate more than I could back then. And yeah, this FU Lucky Charms thing, that they actually did have Lucky Charms in the original Leprechaun, but then the company saw the movie and they pulled their sponsorship right at the last minute, and so they had to go back and reshoot that scene with a spoof of the cereal, which cost them a lot more money than they were planning, so that FU Lucky Charms was in response to General Mills. The original line was originally, "Your luck just ran out," but instead you have a 10-year-old shouting "FU Lucky Charms," which is epic. And I missed the intro again there, but I'll address the intro in the next video. Oh, my iPod. Does anyone even remember what an iPod is? You know, before smartphones were a thing, we all listened to music on iPods. That was the best sort of MP3 player on the market at the time. And even the one that I had right there, that was a horribly outdated model. That was like the first model that could play video on it, I believe. In fact, I think it was straight up called an iPod Video. It was 5th generation, I believe. That little device truly saved me from boredom during the hours and hours I had to spend at my lawn care job. So yeah, Scooby-Doo. I love Scooby-Doo. Who doesn't love Scooby-Doo? Well, okay, I have met somebody who doesn't like Scooby-Doo. Actually, I've met 2 people who don't like Scooby-Doo, but we won't count them here. I think there's actually been a bit of a reappraisal of older Scooby-Doo. Is that the right word? It just more of a longing for classic nostalgic Scooby-Doo, especially with Velma. Oh my God, Velma! After the atrocity that is Velma, everybody. Anything related to Scooby-Doo, anything that related to Scooby-Doo that is not Velma is comedic gold. But yeah, I think we are longing for the days of simpler animation and simpler humor because we are just so tired of the complex writing and characterization that we have, that's practically every single even animated show has to have, and we're just so tired of the grimdark and the edgelord stuff that we kind of actually want to go back and watch these older cartoons. Like we're having more fun watching stuff from the 60s than we are watching stuff from the late 2010s, early 2020s. That's just the impression I get anyway. And yeah, here's the part where I say that emulation sucks because I had to hide that I was emulating Monster Party. And I actually did try to emulate Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers on the Nintendo 64. However, I could not find an emulator that could handle Classic Creep Capers. Every single one I tried had horrible graphical glitches. Like one, like all the colors were wrong, and then another, the image was horribly skewed. So yeah, this game was so overlooked. This game was so nobody liked it that nobody bothered to work out any of the issues or make sure that it would work on an emulator. So yes, I did have to go out and buy the game and another console and all that stuff, all that other stuff that I showed. And yes, it is one of those games that requires a memory card, so I had to go out and get a memory card. And before that, when I was planning on just playing the emulated version of Classic Creep Capers, I actually did buy an adapter so that I could use my Nintendo 64 controller on my PC, so that I could at least pretend that I was using the Nintendo 64 controller, so that whenever it cut back to me using the controller, I actually was using the controller. But and the first controller that I bought did not work, so I had to rush order another controller, which thankfully did work. And then, like I say, the emulator didn't work, and I had to buy all that other crap, which somehow ended up on time. I got here on time, I think. Once again, I don't remember when these things were uploaded. I do remember that it was it was a pain getting all this out. This was like where I first experienced burnout doing this show. This is the first time. This is the first indication that I was just pushing myself too far. Like I am far past jealous that Nostalgia Critic and Cinema Snob and Linkara and a bunch of other online YouTube critic personalities can give us weekly episodes, because even back at this time, I think right after the Halloween episodes, I think that I couldn't do it anymore. I just had so much trouble keeping up the schedule that I tried to set for myself, trying to do these weekly videos. And it was after these Halloween episodes that burnout just hit hard, and I realized that I couldn't keep this up, and I took another long look at what I was doing with this series, and I just how not cut out for this I was, and just how angry I was. And I'll probably get into this more in the next video. I think that the next video is a little more relevant. And yeah, Classic Creep Capers was an absolute pain to play, but it's not as bad as I make it out to be. I mean, once you know what you're doing, once you understand the controls and where to go and what to do, it's actually a very breezy, somewhat fun game. I don't think it's a good game. I can't really call it a good game, but it's a inventive game. It really does capture the Scooby-Doo humor, especially as I show with the door scene later, and then of course there's that part where Shaggy is in the kitchen eating food, which there are actually some deleted scenes for this this episode, a couple gags that I just could not make work. And I don't remember all of them. The only one that I remember was after I show off the Scooby-Doo lunchroom scene where a Scooby is throwing stuff at Shaggy. I had this live action skit where where my grandparents are supposed to throw stuff at me, and I ask for something, and then my grandparents throw something at me, and I cry uncle. And I don't remember what the other ones were, but also the one that I just described just did not work. It was too slow, it was too forced, and I cut it out. In fact, I think that there is even a split second of a black screen. There are some split seconds of black screens where I did cut a couple scenes out because they just did not look right. And yeah, they're lost forever because I cut them out of the original source, so I truly don't even remember what I did for most of them. There is a one skit in here that I am proud of that I can't wait. I think it's coming up pretty soon. But yeah, the game, once again, it's just me overreacting. That's the word. It's just me overreacting to a game to just make it seem like the worst thing ever. I mean, yes, the angle, the Resident Evil angle. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh my god. This took forever to set up. I had to put the camera in like 8 different places. There are 8 different. Are there 6 or 8 different angles? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7. No, I think 8. If I'm counting, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, there were like eight, maybe 9 different camera placements that I had to work with, and I only had the one camera, so I had to do that scene 9 times, 8 or 9 times, keeping each take as similar as possible, and then I had to edit it all together to give the illusion that it was all one take. It was all just me switching to different cameras like a Resident Evil. And yes, I admit that is another joke that I stole directly from Spoonie when he was directly from his Highlander the Game gameplay, because that's another game that tried to do the Resident Evil fixed angle perspective thing, Resident Evil Alone in the Dark type thing, and horribly failed at it. I mean, arguably the original Resident Evil didn't even do it that well. But it did use the angles to its advantage. Like, there were hidden horrors off to the sides of the screen, which is why the remake, the remaster, basically tried to keep it at something resembling 4:3, even though the standard today is 16:9. But yeah, Spoonie's gag was just too good for me to not use, so I also had to do my own version. In fact, I think I cracked my end table, my bedside table there. I think I fell against it too hard a couple times, and I just cracked the top of it, and eventually I did just get rid of that thing. In fact, I made so much noise that my grandpa, after I had filmed all that stuff, my grandpa threw open my door and thought that I was having a heart attack or something. He just couldn't imagine what I was doing to cause such noise. At least it wasn't the other thing that would be responsible for that much noise. But yeah, I don't remember if my end table is visible in future episodes, but I did try to fix it with some Mighty Putty. You know, that stuff that Billy Mays tried to sell us back in the day, and it didn't work. And eventually, yes, I did just toss the end table. And these scenes from Classic Creep Capers, I actually did have to torrent. So I did buy a DVD, I did buy a Scooby-Doo DVD to use scenes off of, and it just wouldn't show up. It showed up way too late for me to do anything with, so I did have to go through different methods in order to get certain clips for this show for this video. Yeah, there you go. That was a split second black screen where I cut out people throwing stuff at me because it just didn't look right. And I don't believe I still have that scene anywhere. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not, because it was a terrible scene. Also, I don't remember why I chose Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers of all things to start off with. Now, I did want to play a Scooby-Doo game every single Halloween. I did want that to be a recurring thing for Direct to Disaster Ween. But I don't remember why I decided to start with Classic Creep Capers instead of one of the older games. In fact, I believe that there was one for the Super Nintendo that I probably should have started with instead. I think I just went the Nintendo 64 because it was a little more modern and a little more there was a little more scope to it, so I could get a little more material out of it. However, I have not played the Super Nintendo version, so I don't know what's in that one, how much material it actually could give me for review, how quickly I could figure it out. So I might have to go back and play that one just to see what happens. But I did try to keep the tradition alive. I did play that What's New Scooby-Doo Plug and Play game. In fact, I think that's the only episode of Let's Plug and Play that I still have up on my channel. Or is it up? I don't remember. I remember I privatized all those videos because I was just that embarrassed by them. But that one actually did get a lot of views, and that one actually did get a good amount of positive feedback. So I believe I left that one up. And then I reviewed it on my blog. That was one of the Plug and Play games that I reviewed it on my blog in the short time that I had my blog. And then at one point, I also tried to play through... No, actually, I did. I did play through Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. I think that was the next one, the next game chronologically after Classic Creep Capers. And then I had a couple other Scooby-Doo games all set up for future reviews. I think I had Night of 1000 Frights and one of the Wii games, one of the Scooby-Doo Wii games. But then, like I say, my preferences changed, my ideas, my forecast, my forethought, whatever I wanted to do for the show changed, whatever I wanted to do for the channel changed, and eventually, yes, I did just get rid of all the Scooby-Doo stuff. So I don't know, maybe one of these days I will talk about Scooby-Doo games again, or Scooby-Doo comics, or maybe I'll just have a Scooby-Doo month for some reason, if I can find enough Scooby-Doo stuff that actually does tickle my interests. And here we go with another jump cut to this scene. This is once again me realizing that just how out of my league I was as a critic, because here's me trying to be intellectual and like I figured it all out by saying, oh Scooby-Doo is a terrible mystery show because, you know, there's only this one character and, oh, who could it be? There's only two guys, two real guys who are in the show besides the Scooby Gang, so yeah, there could only be that one of those two guys, and so who could it be? That was pretentious as F for me to say. Who cares if it's a bad mystery? It's a fun show. We're not really here for the mystery. We're just here to watch the characters try to solve the mystery their own way. Just do their own hijinks and chase some monsters and set up traps. And even if we know who it's going to be at the end, then who cares? It's just so much fun, and it's so funny seeing these characters do their shtick. And that was basically all that animated shows back then were capable of. They had the budget of the ham sandwich and less time to make a cartoon than one of those. And if it wasn't for these shows setting up these characters and formulas, then we wouldn't have the better animation and writing of today. We wouldn't have, What's New Scooby-Doo would not exist. And that's like the definitive version of the Scooby-Doo series. Well, that a Mystery Incorporated, it depends on your preference. But who am I to go back and say that the original idea is stupid when one, that was the whole point, and two, who the hell cares? Oh my god, I want to slap myself right now. I just want to slap myself. So, I'm sorry. And there's another thing that I'm really sorry about later on, but we'll get to that in the next video. Meanwhile, let's jump cut to another part of the game that I did unfairly build up as much harder than it actually was. At this point, I need to find a key to free Daphne, and yes, I did go all around the island. I did look in every single location for a key, and I spent the better part of an hour at the very least just going everywhere 3 or 4 times trying to look for that key, and I couldn't find it. However, the problem once again was more me than the actual game, because like I said in the Guitar Hero clone video, I had to view all my gameplay through a tiny window in the GigaWare video capture software. And so it was actually very easy to miss things, miss small details, because the window couldn't have been more than like 200 pixels wide. I think I later found a way to fix it, to increase the size, like long after I did this series, but yeah, while I was playing this game, it was just impossible to find small items like the key, which... So that, combined with the horrible grainy quality of my video capture, was the actual reason why I did not see that key right there. In fact, you probably can't see that key right there either, but that's just because of the footage. That is just because of how I recorded it. If I was actually playing this on my TV as I should have been doing, then I probably would have been able to see the key. But with how I had everything set up, then yeah, I could not find the key. But that's mostly my fault. It's not on the game. Oh, what was I thinking back then? Just the more I see this, the more I watch this, the more yes, I most definitely made the right choice in moving away from this caustic critic persona. And again, the game's not even really that bad. I would give it like a C, maybe a C plus, but it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. It's just I'm trying to overreact, trying to get those anger points in, trying to make people laugh by just how over the top I can be. And no, I am so out of my league that I am 20,000 leagues below any league that would have me. And quick jump cut to this scene because it's the classic Scooby-Doo doors gag, which, like I say in the video, I love anytime I see it. I would call out Velma for trying to be meta and above it all by calling out just how stupid that sort of gag is, but considering what I did a couple minutes ago, well, that would just be too hypocritical. So let's just jump cut to the end of the review and a sequence that I actually am proud of. Not the sequence right here, not where I'm ranting and raving about just how terrible, quote-unquote, terrible the game is, and oh my god, I hate, why did I think that take was okay? Why did I think that why did I think that outburst in any way, shape, or form was okay? I do something like that. I do something similar to that later when I talk about bootleg games. And oh god. So, and again, I'm trying to just be angry video game nerd here. I'm trying to just be the generic, the general sum up of what angry video game nerd did back in the day before he actually played good stuff. And again, he was trying to be just out there and give a huge profanity ridden outburst, and he made it work, or at least he used to make it work. Like that version of him made it work. I can't. But here we go. Yep, it's the return of the Klingon. And he's wearing that scarf. He's kind of wearing that ammo belt, or that ceremonial belt that Klingons wear. Was he wearing that the first time he appeared? I don't remember. But yeah, I knew I had to get my money's worth out of the Klingon mask, so I had to figure out a way to fit him in again. And yeah, so I had a guy in a mask and a Scooby-Doo review, so that just... Okay, so this whole sequence, I love this whole sequence, but this part right here where I'm disguising myself as an angry bird, I didn't even plan for this back in the day. And then of course you got the band. You can't go wrong with the band during the Scooby-Doo's chase. I didn't even plan the Angry Birds fitting in with the Angry Birds plush, but that just clicked when that was just too obvious not to use. That was just again just serendipity. And of course, I'm trying to do the door gag here, and it's not quite working out. I mean, okay, that cut was okay. I don't know why the camera kept cutting. I don't know why the camera kept changing places, especially since I think at one point we bumped the camera, or 1 or 2 points we bumped the camera, and that's why there are obvious cuts there. I mean, there's a bunch of obvious cuts there, but it's where the camera slightly moves. And yeah, I don't know what I was thinking with this one, where we're just running in place in front of a wall. Hi, Grandma. I should have put a sheet up there or something just to hide the fact that we were running in place. I don't know what I was trying to accomplish by just having it be in front of a white wall where you can obviously see that the switches were stationary. And oh my god. Oh, well, once again, well done, Grandpa. You were such a trooper for letting me throw a cream pie in your face. The background music, of course, is a Happy Haunted Sunshine House from that Johnny Bravo Scooby-Doo crossover, which is probably some of the best music ever associated with Scooby-Doo, besides the theme song. I also wanted to use the theme from the song from Channel Chasers when they did when they did send up to Scooby-Doo, but that just wasn't as good. And yep, here's the gatekeeper, because of course I had to do the unmasking cliche, and what else could he be besides the gatekeeper? What other characters have I established at this point? Yeah, that's another problem with this series. I just tried to do too much too fast. I tried to do all these big, enormous skits and to try to invent something new every episode. I didn't develop anything that I already had set up. Yeah, too much, too young, too fast. However that Guitar Hero song goes. And of course, that laser blast earlier was another bit of Bob Show's work, which again, I really have to thank him for all his patience and for helping me out with my early show. And I mean, even back then, he was this big name. Okay, he wasn't as big a name as he would eventually become, but he was still big enough that he had his own channel, his own work to focus on, and yet here he was gladly doing some editing work for my channel, for my awful low-res camera where his effects horribly crash with the horrible grainy footage, but he still did it. I mean, not for free, obviously, but I'm just happy that he gave me the time of day back then, which makes me okay. Once again, I'll talk about Bob later. Instead, let's actually talk about the D2D Ween intro here, with clips from Night Trap and Leprechaun 2 and the D game from the 3DO, and then there was The Wicker Man and Troll 2. And obviously, once again, you can tell that I had no idea how to work with aspect ratios, because everything is a different size and it's almost headache-inducing. But I am proud of that pumpkin. I am proud of that clip art pumpkin that I really quickly MS painted some eyes and a nose on, and then put the hat on. I am as impressed with that pumpkin as I am with my regular intro. And once again, I used AVS for You, which, like I mentioned earlier, I also used for my Let's Plays and Let's Plug and Play games, because that was a software that I could download and layer video on top of video and technically not pay for it. I just had to remember to edit around the watermark, which I wasn't always successful with when I used the program. Yet, if you go back and see some videos that I made with the program, you can most definitely see some parts where the watermark is right there. It was cheeky, I know, and I regret doing it. I'm sorry. And of course, the theme is me layering the Halloween theme and the Exorcist theme on top of each other, because they surprisingly work very well together. I wonder if anyone's actually done a proper mashup of the two. I don't know. I'm going to have to check that out one of these days. Anyway, this is a little bit of a treat for you, because this is technically a lost episode of Direct to Disaster. This episode never made it to YouTube. I mean, I tried. I most definitely tried. But if I had problems using the Mannheim Steamroller crystal music for my for the Leprechaun 2 video, then I had no chance in getting this up on YouTube. Every single time, no matter how many edits I made, I could not get it to. I could not make it public on YouTube, so I finally just gave up, and I think I finally just did a generic review video where I'm just staring at the screen, and that's as good as it got. And of course, my copyright woes did not end there. I remember doing a Cinema Snobs tribute where I reviewed Dog Day, and holy crap, that was hard to get on YouTube. I had to constantly go back and just show screenshots of the movie. I think I had to re-edit it like 5 times before I could finally put it on YouTube, which Is it even on YouTube anymore? Is it even public? I don't remember if it's on this channel or on a separate channel anymore. And then I did a Todd in the Shadows tribute on Before He Cheats, and well, that stayed on YouTube for a little bit, but then was completely blocked worldwide, and I just have no desire to go back and try again. I don't know how Todd in the Shadows does it, because I've learned that the music industry is incredibly protective of their copyrights, so even a couple seconds of their music can get an entire video nullified. And I just deemed the effort not worth it to go back and edit a video that, well, nobody was watching in the first place. And then, of course, I've had my woes with the Asylum lately, which at first when I did the Asylum reviews, they were going fine, but then just all of a sudden, I got claims from pretty much everybody you could imagine, from the studio, from distributors, from people who claimed to have made it, to individuals who claimed to make the videos, and all it took was one strike, and the whole video went down, and I had to go back and edit it about 5 or 6 times before it would finally show up on YouTube. That's why most of quite a few of the reviews lately have just been slideshows, and one reason why I'm not actively doing Locked in the Asylum reviews anymore. In fact, if you're watching this part of the video as just one long slideshow, basically, then, well, that shows that Warner Brothers, I think this was Warner Brothers, it shows that Warner Brothers is just as equally protective of this movie as they were back then. And I don't know why, because this movie sucks. Like, I have not seen the original Dark Shadows TV show. I've heard it's actually quite good. In fact, it's one of those very few soap operas where all the episodes are still intact, from what I understand. It only lasted about 5 years, but oh yeah, clip from Muppets Take Manhattan here. I think Muppets Take Manhattan is the best of the original trilogy of Muppets movies. It's my favorite. I know it doesn't have the scope of Muppets, of the Muppet movie or the Great Muppet Caper, but it's just so character based. It just shows how great a character each Muppet has become by that point. It's just so much fun to watch. But anyway, Dark Shadows only lasted about 5 years, but it was a daily thing, so there are thousands of episodes, and it was one of the first soap operas to actually record its episodes, from what I understand, so everything is still available and viewable to this day. But even having not seen the show, this movie is not good. It's like 5 different plots all stacked up on top of each other, and like I said later, I was really interested in this family. I really wanted to see how this family interacted with each other, but then Johnny Depp enters the picture, and it's all him. It's all just him mugging in front of the camera. You keep forgetting that there even is more of this family, so it's just Johnny Depp, the movie, being gothic. Even Edward Scissorhands let another. There's Addams Family Values, Addams Family Reunion. Now I don't remember, but yeah, this movie would have benefited from a disembodied hand. But yeah, Johnny Depp didn't mug this much in Edward Scissorhands, and so that's why I figured I had to review it. That was my mindset back then. If it was bad, then I had to tear it apart, because that's what I thought. That's what I thought my job as an online reviewer was. That I had to rip apart bad media. It didn't matter if I was familiar with the property or if it was within my wheelhouse or I actually wanted to do it. It just had to do it. And again, I think it was that impulsiveness that ultimately led to my burnout and just not wanting to do this series. Just realizing just how much of a dick I am in a lot of these movies. Just I show no respect to anyone. It's just make jokes. Who cares how they're interpreted or how they make the people or company in general sound? I mean, you want to be like a nostalgia critic and encourage people to go blow up Happy Madison and impale Adam Sandler on a menorah? Then okay, you want to be like old school Linkara and encourage somebody to throw salt in the eyes of a creator who killed off one of their favorite characters? Okay, fine. That was just the mindset back then. Insult creators and encourage violence. Damn the consequences. And for that, I apologize. I really apologize. In fact, that's the reason why I'm not tempted to go back and re-edit this review. And I think I am glad that this was nuked by YouTube, because I say some really out of bounds things in this review. In fact, why don't I just skip ahead to those things that I say, because honestly, I don't really have much else to say about this video. Oh, besides this part where I scream that it's Dakota Fanning, which that's not Dakota Fanning, but it most definitely looks like Dakota soda fanning. I don't remember where I got that. It's somebody thing. I think that was from the Nostalgia Critic, but I don't remember a specific review where I got it from. I'll also stand by this part where I point out, I said this at the beginning of the review, but of course I was talking over that, but when Tim Burton does an original property, he does a really good original property. I can't think of one bad original property he's done. I'm sure he has, I just can't think of one right now. But when he's tasked to do a remake, in fact, that was his idea from what I understand. He actually really wanted to do remakes back in the days when remakes were considered box office poison, and he kind of quote-unquote reinvigorated the remake with Planet of the Apes and Alice in Wonderland and those sorts of properties, and they're awful. I'm sorry. Just when he tries to do something not from his mind, then they are just, I don't know what he's thinking. I really don't. So I mean, how many bad remakes has he done? Planet of the Apes, Alice in Wonderland, Dark Shadows, Dumbo. Oh, definitely Dumbo. From what I hear, of course, I'm saying remakes. I also mean adaptations, of course. Yeah, boy, I'm not thinking straight. In fact, no. What did I say? I said that every time he does an unoriginal property? No, that's not true. No, I think I actually pointed that out earlier. That there was Batman Returns, Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd was good. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory I thought was quite decent. In fact, in some ways, I think it is better than the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I've heard Miss Peregrine's School for Peculiar Children is pretty good. I haven't seen that. But yeah, in general, if Tim Burton is tied to a remake or adaptation, it's creative bankruptcy. I don't know. I think those are basically just paycheck movies, just movies that he works on that he knows will get money just so that he can move on to the next big thing. And hey, he's coming out of semi-retirement to do the sequel to Beetlejuice, so we'll see how that goes. Now, I of course love Johnny Depp, but of course we love Johnny Depp just because he is an overactor. Not even just in his movies, just in life in general. He is just one big personality, one big character, and of course that got him in a lot of trouble recently, and that's why nobody wants to work with him anymore. So of course he's off just making his own movies now. In fact, he has this Puffin movie coming out where he oh yeah, so that's the guy who plays Rorschach, by the way. Watchmen is my absolute favorite comic book adaptation movie. So, and I'm really upset that Jackie Earl Haley, I believe that's his name, Jackie Earl Haley. I wish that he went on to bigger projects after Watchmen, but no, he's just there. He's just kind of there in movies. He's there in this movie. He was there in the RoboCop remake. He played a decent Freddy, I thought. He played a decent Freddy Krueger in Nightmare on Elm Street, the remake, but which his performance was like the only good part of that movie. But yeah, I think that stardom is basically slipped on by. So yeah, really sad, really sad. As I was saying, Johnny Depp has a computer-animated Puffin movie coming out where I believe he voices the titular character. In fact, I think it's called Johnny Puffin. He basically just plays a anthropomorphized version of himself, which, I don't know. I guess we'll see how that happens, how that goes. Anyway, cutting to a little while later, it's around this point in the review where I start crossing lines because I am just baffled at why Angelique wants Barnabas, the character that Johnny Depp is playing, because I just could not fathom that Angelique wanted Barnabas. I just could not fathom that why Angelique would want to throw herself at his feet. I'm not going to pretend I fully understand it now, but I understand that it's basically the woman, the person in general who has everything they could ever want, and except for that one thing that they just can't get. They can't get someone's love despite all of their power and influence. Oh yeah, my old flip phone. Jeez, for the longest time I had a flip phone. That was the best that I could get. But of course, I guess I was lucky to have any kind of phone at that time. I was on my parents' phone plan, and that was the only phone that I could really afford at that time. Like I say, I didn't really get a smartphone until about around 2015, long after I did this show. But like I was saying, yes, I think I understand Angelique's motivations better now than I did back then, but I do feel stupid that I didn't catch on back then. Like I said, I was just looking for stuff to complain about. I just thought that being angry and whiny about certain things in a movie was all people wanted to see reviews about. I did not know that I needed to actually review a movie, actually give a deep look, deep commentary into what's actually happening on screen. That's just what I saw the big names do and what I thought that I figured I had to do. Now, I'm probably never going to come back to this movie, never going to re-review it because I just don't think I have anything to say about it, but I'm going to be a lot more, if I were to re-review this, I would be a lot more nicer. Like, the sets are nice, the sets are really nice, how they set everything up. It's definitely has a great set, great atmosphere. And yeah, why don't we usually see vampires walking around with dark clothes and sunglasses and umbrellas? You'd think that would be standard for vampire myth. I don't even remember why I put in that joke. Oh, and yes, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, fantastic book, terrible movie. Technically, that's also another Tim Burton movie, but he was only producer on it. It was actually directed by... I don't remember who directed it. It was like... he did the Ben-Hur remake as well, the remake that everybody's already forgotten about. From what I hear, he's actually a very respected director in his home country. Timber Bekenov, something like that. As I was saying, from what I hear, he's pretty respected in his home country, but before the stuff he's done here, he's pretty much forgotten. He's just a director for hire, as far as I've heard. Also, for some reason, I had to overdub the Carpenters playing Top of the World during that clip of the movie. I don't know. I don't remember why I had to overdub them. I think there was like a glitch in my software or something where the sound wasn't playing properly when I was trying to edit it. So I just put in my own MP3 of Top of the World for this little montage where that song was actually playing. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. How do you even do that? How do you stand up in your coffin like that? I want to learn how to do that with I want to learn how to do that. Yes, I know how it's done, and that's stupid. I mean, I was stupid to think that I could pull off reviewing this movie the way that I did, but oh yeah, let's just cut ahead to another thing that I'm ashamed of. Now, at this part of the movie, they go to Christopher Lee because he's the leader of a bunch of fishermen, and he's Barnabas, Johnny Depp's character, is trying to convince him. He brainwashes him into working for his family, into his crew working for his family, and I interpreted this as Tim Burton trying to establish Johnny Depp as a better vampire than Christopher Lee, because Christopher Lee did all these Dracula movies way back when. Yeah, that was impulsive of me. Again, I got this from the Nostalgia Critic in something. I think it was like Biodome or something, where Tenacious D shows up for like a split second, and Nostalgia Critic was finally applauding that they had some real talent in their movie, and then they just cut back to Pauly Shore and Stephen Baldwin, and but from what I understand, Christopher Lee was tired of being associated with vampires, with Dracula, with any kind of horror icon. He wanted to move on, so he didn't want to be seen as a vampire or anything. He was just, for this movie, he was just an actor. I didn't want to. Oh yeah, that's 21 Bakers? No, not 21 Jump Street. That's it. The movie of 21 Jump Street, which I have not seen. So, like I say, saying that remakes suck, having not actually seen the movie, which from what I hear is actually pretty good, but I have not seen that or the TV show. Again, that was just too easy a joke. I'm sorry. I am really, really sorry. As I was for trying to tear Tim Burton down here for what I assumed was mocking a great actor and his legacy. I'm sorry. I know that Christopher Lee is basically just here just for star power and for a paycheck, and I need to do my research. Also, from what I hear, Christopher Lee did a metal album at one point. Did a heavy metal album. I'm gonna have to check that out one of these days. And here's another part where I'm just being overblown and ridiculous, where Helena Bonham Carter goes down on Johnny Depp, which, what was I trying to prove? What was I trying to say here? But okay, I do like that reaction that I give, but I say that this is all Tim Burton. I don't remember if I think I say later that I think this is all Tim Burton fan fiction, because it has his two most prolific stars in a relationship like that. But honestly, but you know, come to think of it, that's something that he does in most of his movies. I mean, he did that in Corpse Bride and in Sweeney Todd. So what point was I trying to get here? Because she's actually doing something to Johnny Depp that somehow separates that from every other instance where Tim Burton has teamed them up. What am I trying to say? What is the point of this whole rant? I mean, it's good for like a fleeting joke or something, which is probably what I would do nowadays. But to just go on a rant, to just feign ignorance and annoyance. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm also sorry for this part. Okay, well, no, I'm not as sorry for this part where Barnabas and Angelique get it on, because this is ridiculous. But in this case, this is the good kind of ridiculous. I made a comparison to Twilight there, and which this is a lot better than Twilight. But again, I just feign ignorance. I just feign annoyance, feign anger. I would be enjoying the hell out of this scene if I were to review this movie today, but no. I have to be mean. I have to make jokes at other people's expense. So no, can't enjoy this scene. Can't enjoy what the hell? Oh my God, the tongue. Oh, shut up past me. Shut up. That was one of the best. That was probably the best part in the movie. Shut up. Also, quick shout out to this scene where he's watching Scooby-Doo, which of course I did this review right after doing the Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers, and like I say, the Creep Capers game really isn't that bad. Just like I said, I had to get angry at it. I do love suddenly seeing it in my hands and trying to brush it off, though. I love that feigning disgust reaction that reviewers sometimes give in these kinds of videos. And here's Alice Cooper for some reason. They didn't even bother to de-age him. Like, he still looks 60-something, even though he was, what, 30 by this point? 25, 30? I don't know. Yeah, right there. That was made in like 1979, 1980 when he was in the Muppet Show, and for some reason he just looks the way that he did in, when was this movie released? 2011? Okay, and this is where I just completely lose my stuff, where we see the backstory of the governess for the family that Barnabas, of course, falls in love with, and again, this really doesn't make sense to me. Still, okay, so the girl sees some imaginary friends, and she's like 5 or 6, and so she's shoved in a padded cell and given shock therapy. Like, even for the 1960s, that doesn't make that much sense. At least it probably happened. I don't know what's the state of mental institutions, what the state of psychiatry back then was. From what I hear, lobotomies were a huge thing. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't just have her lobotomized if they were going to go through all that trouble. But yeah, even today, this scene just does not make that much sense and is way too melodramatic for this movie. But this is where I just completely lose everything and claim that this is Tim Burton's fan fiction. I go off on this assumed rant that I think that Johnny Depp and Tim Burton were huge fans of this show, which I don't even know. I don't know where I got that fact. They probably were. They probably really enjoyed this show, but again, even if you enjoy something, that doesn't mean that there's a certain way you have to do something. Anybody can interpret it the way they want. I mean, just look at DeviantArt. Just look at all the different ways people have interpreted their favorite characters in movies on DeviantArt. Actually, don't. If you want to value your sanity, do not go to DeviantArt. But at the same time, if you're an artist or a writer or whatever, and you have your own certain take on how you think something should be done and how something should be viewed, then that's fine. I respect you for that. But yeah, I just go off on this rant that it's Tim Burton's fan fiction. In fact, in just a minute here, there's probably going to be some fan fiction clips popping up from properties that I remember. That's from Robot Chicken. That's Boba Fett fan fiction, and then that's the worst Dragon Ball Z fan fiction ever made, according to Dorkly. And then that was Sonic meets OC characters, also by Dorkly. And I was just going off on how this is, like I said there, that's Tim Burton. This is like Tim Burton's wet dream. Oh boy, no. I am so sorry that I said that. That was crossing the line. Holy crap, I am so sorry I said that. In fact, when I showed this video to my grandparents after I had edited it all together, they went, whoa. that like even they could recognize that I had crossed the line somewhere, and they even said that I could be sued for saying something like that, which maybe I could. Maybe I could if this video ever actually was made public and somebody related to Tim Burton or even Tim Burton himself if this ever got to somebody important, then I might be hauled into court. I do not know, but I think that there's just enough excuse with freedom of speech to prevent that from happening, but I am really, really sorry that I even took that chance back then. That was completely uncalled for. This movie is bad, but I appreciate that they had a vision, and that was not acceptable of me to say. That was not acceptable of me to claim that they should be ashamed of working on this video, on this movie, and of all the things that they inserted, especially since, like I said, I have not seen the show. I don't know if these elements were present in the show. Once again, I really need to do my research on these reviews. I can't just pop in something and say, oh, okay, this is bad, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to scream at it. I'm going to insult everybody associated with it. I do like to think that I have grown as, not just a critic, just as an individual in general who does not do this sort of thing anymore. Nor should anybody. Bad media is no excuse to insult somebody's real life. If you have to judge somebody, judge them by their real life actions, not by the quality of the things that they make. In fact, try your best to enjoy the things that they make on any level that you can. And okay, I do like this. I do like these parts coming up where I play the "Kill the Beast" song over Angelique. I keep calling her Angelique. Is she Angelique or Annette? I'm sure that I said it somewhere, but I'm talking over myself. But yeah, I do like the Beauty and the Beast. Kill the Beast that I put over this footage. For some reason, there's a little editing hiccup there. And then I do like this part where I say that the movie is running out of steam and they're just stealing certain scenes from other movies. Which, once again, you shouldn't make those claims if you don't have any evidence to back it up, but it is uncanny just how similar a lot of these scenes are to each other. That part with the mummy, that Toy Story, oh man. But yeah, that part with the mummy, I actually had to torrent the Mummy movie at the time because I didn't have a copy, and I couldn't find that specific clip on YouTube. I do own the Mummy now, though, so I don't have that problem anymore. I try to only torrent things if I can't find a reliable source for purchase anywhere else, which I'm not going to tell you what I've torrented. I think that would be incriminating myself. And if I hadn't already crossed the line, I actually had a much longer and angrier rant about how Angelique just get over Barnabas. Like she had no reason to be going over him. Like he's not worth obsessing over. So just get over it, lady. Grow some ovaries and just get on with your life. And yeah, even I at the time realized that was way too far, going way too far. I think I did film a couple sequences of me talking like that, and even I realized that I was just going too far. In fact, I think I had a clip of the Nostalgia Critic screaming, "Get over it!" from one of his Titanic reviews, and once again, I just grossly misunderstood the situation, and I realized that that was way out of line for me to say, so I just cut most of those scenes out. And again, I think there's one word for this whole movie. So this was the review that made me realize, what am I doing? What am I trying to do with this series? Am I cut out to do this sort of thing? No, I probably am not cut out to do this sort of thing. I just sound way too angry, way too clueless. This is not me. This is not my style. What the hell am I doing with my life? This most definitely made me rethink what direction I wanted to take the show and what direction I wanted to take my personality in. And now, of course, I didn't change things overnight. It did take a couple more videos for me to finally... Oh, there's an apple. There's an apple icon in the corner. I never noticed that. I guess that's from the trailer that I took off of YouTube or something. But yeah, I'm glad that this review is lost and that this commentary is really the only footage that you're ever going to be seeing of it, because oh. No, God,
Ah, there
no,
you
buddy,
are.
no.
I missed you.
Yeah, there goes my Angry Birds mask,
So
and
thanks
back
for
to the
watching,
cap,
and see
which
you on the next
I
episode
think
of
I made a
Direct to
video at the
Disaster.
very end of this series where I said that I didn't want to do the cap anymore. I said that I just didn't think that the outfit was working for me. I think I was just ripping off too much from the Nostalgia Critic, and the cap kept getting in my way, kept getting in the way of my eyes, and I figured that if you couldn't really see my eyes, then how much emotion could I decently show on camera? So I decided to get rid of the cap. Though I mean, I do love that reviewer's outfits. That's not necessarily an outfit that I chose for that reviewer persona. It's just something that I wore on a regular basis. I really do like that blue jacket. In fact, I think that's like my second or third blue jacket. That kind of blue jacket. I think I've had several of those throughout my life. And then the hat I bought at a thrift store. I actually had one with a skull on it at one point, but I lost that one. And then I just saw that one brand new at a thrift store and decided that that was my thing now. I think that actually had a trademark on it, a clothing trademark on it. So that's probably another reason why I shouldn't have continued to use that hat. But yeah, at some point I just decided that the hat wasn't me. Though, like I said, I do like that outfit, hence why I currently use it for my animated avatar. I mean, sure, it's derivative, but it's something that I can call mine. Why not? And in another quick second here, yeah, another clip from Dorkly just calling this all selfish and perverted fan fiction, which I'm sorry. That's the end of Direct to Disaster Ween. Let's get on to the technically last two videos of this series. Well, I say two, but technically the last video was in 3 parts, so let's get through the last 4. And look at that, I put up some new posters. I have Oz the Great and Powerful, a different one than the other Oz the Great and Powerful, and then there's a Minecraft, and there's Beatles, there's a Star Wars on the right wall there, or left wall from my perspective, and then there's After Earth, and some tiny posters I can't really make out. I think one of them is a Pokemon thing that I got from a strategy guide. I have all these posters still. I have them all stuck somewhere, just packed in my closet somewhere. Now this is where I most definitely started feeling burnout after trying and failing to upload the Dark Shadows review to YouTube, and just how worried I was about the stuff that I was saying in that Dark Shadows video. I mean, if my grandparents were reacting to something, then I most definitely screwed up somewhere. And then just having to get all those reviews out during the month of October, one after another, and having to get all that stuff. Just the hassle of getting all that stuff that I needed for those videos, and like I said, some of them didn't work, or didn't show up on time, just showed up at the very last minute, and of course trying to write for all those episodes. Yeah, this is where I was most definitely starting to lose energy. I think that this came out like 2 or 3 weeks after Direct to Disaster Ween, or D2D Ween, whatever I decided to ultimately call it. And like I say here, I decided to go back to Charlie Valor because I considered that an easy target. I just figured that was just something easy to kick back and make fun of. And like I said, I was going to review the entire series at some point, kind of like Linkara just reviewing one episode of one issue of a series at a time. He usually does that on a yearly basis for most of his stuff, unless he's paid to do large trades and such, large collections. And weirdly enough, these last 3 reviews all followed a theme. I featured the Scooby-Doo game in one episode, and then Scooby-Doo appeared in the Dark Shadows movie, and then this comic is a Scooby-Doo style mystery with a guy in a mask. I did not plan that. I legitimately did not plan to have this Scooby-Doo theme across 3 reviews in a row. And why am I complaining about Scooby-Doo here? Why am I trying to say that this is like watching the original Scooby-Doo, and then immediately after a pup named Scooby-Doo, like that's supposed to be a bad thing? God, just the depths I sunk to make some kind of joke out of all of this, I tell ya. And unfortunately, I don't have that much to say about this certain comic. I make a sleepaway camp reference here where Angela is a boy. Yeah, oh yeah, spoilers for sleepaway camp. Oh, everybody knows that twist by now. It's about as famous as Luke, I am your father, or Soylent Green is people. So no, I don't think I'm spoiling anything with that. Also, here's an MST3K clip, which, is this the first time that MST3K has shown up on this series? I do not remember. I know that it's standard reviewer protocol to use MST3K clips, at least old school reviewers like a Nostalgia Critic and Linkara and Cinema Snob and those sort of names. I don't know if modern reviewers really use MST3K. I don't know if they've even seen MST3K. I'm old, okay? I am old. I'm sorry, I am old. Also, I think that clip was another thing that I had to torrent back in the day because I didn't have a DVD of that episode and the clip wasn't available on YouTube, so sorry about that. Once again, I do actually own that movie. At least I believe I do. I believe it's in one of the collections that I have. I also like this back and forth skit that I do where I'm trying to reenact what probably happened that previous night, because they're just cut from this one kid trying to tell the other kid about a monster, and then they just cut to the next morning. But so yeah, I'm pretty proud of this skit as well, even if once again the comedic timing is horribly off. I got that beanie from my boss when I worked in lawn care. That was one of the best things that I got out of that job, you know, so yeah, take that for what that's worth. But on the whole, I think I like this review much better than the other Charlie Valor review. I think by this point I had finally started to get a sense of humor, a sense of timing, a sense of actually good jokes and reaction. Like I really did like that part where the girl was looking in her mirror and she saw a monster, and I hold up something saying, "What's in this stuff?" That was like lotion or something. I really did want to get some kind of beauty product, but I didn't have one. I didn't have any kind of beauty product lying around, so that was the best that I could do. But yeah, on the whole, I think that the timing is much improved, the jokes are much improved, the reactions are much improved, the sincerity. I think this is a good sign that this show was going in the right direction. But just like I said, I was so burnt out by Direct-to-Disaster Ween and just my disgust at myself for the things that I said, and just my insecurity at being on camera, and my horrible monotone, very slow monotone voice, that I just wanted to wrap things up. In fact, if Dark Shadows was the review that made me go, okay, I'm not cut out for this, then this video right here, this is the thing that killed it, that just completely killed my interest in the show, just made me realize that I needed to wrap this up. I needed to rethink my life, rethink my career. Besides, I had some stuff coming up. I had I also do like this joke where the artwork is so weird on these kids, and then I tried to do a screamer thing that, though, as you'll see, that's horribly failed. But yeah, I also had some things coming up. I needed to find a real job as well, or at least a job that could give me some money for the upcoming school year, and then I was... there's my attempt at a screamer face, but like I said, because of the limitations of Widow's Movie Maker, I couldn't quite pull that off. I don't remember I got that scream sound effect. I think it's from like Resident Evil or Silent Hill or something. I just pulled up a video that said scream, and I think in the description it said something about it coming from Resident Evil or Silent Hill. I don't remember, nor do I really care. But as I was saying, yeah, it was time to wrap things up and actually focus on getting some money, getting some job experience, and trying to go to college. I wanted to go to a bigger college than the college that I was previously going to, that I wasn't really making progress in. I thought that going to a bigger college would help me find the education that I needed. No, it didn't. I eventually did end up dropping out because of grades and because of money issues. Yeah, and that clip was from Holes right there. I did look up sploosh. I did look up a thing where people would say sploosh to match the onomatopoeia. And the only other thing I could find was when they said sploosh on Archer. And back during this time, I just wasn't ready to introduce something so raunchy into my show. And yeah, here's another Scooby-Doo reference because he says leave this place, and then here's a clip from Scooby-Doo and the Blue Brothers leave this place, which again I think I had to download because I couldn't find any usable footage from that movie at the time. Boo Brothers was actually. I'm not a big fan of the Boo Brothers movie. You know, I don't hate it as much as I used to, but it's just not that great. It's actually the movie that introduced me to Scrappy Doo. You know, that little character that. Okay, once again, this is just me horribly attempting comedy, and this finale. I was trying the screaming something. Each individual person screaming a word reminded me of the intro to Captain Planet, so that was me trying to reference that. I don't think that came across. So, yeah, that was another joke where I just made a joke for the sake of making a joke and fell flat. Like I was saying, Boo Brothers introduced me to Scrappy, who of course everybody hates, at least until recently in Velma, where Scrappy actually became the most likable character. And this is where the Scooby-Doo references become most overt, because they caught the bad guy and they're unmasking him, and I'm talking, more than meets the eye. Oh.
A guy in a mask?
No,
Yep, but Fairly Odd Parents channel Chaser's reference there, which again I wanted to use the chase music from that from their send up to Scooby-Doo in my Scooby-Doo video, but I just figured that the music from the Johnny Bravo Scooby-Doo crossover matched a lot better and was a little longer, so I used that music instead. And surprisingly, I have not gotten claimed for it. But of course, I don't think that has anyone ever figured out who made that music in the first place? The Happy Haunted Sunshine House. But I did go looking for the artist and I couldn't find it. Of course, at the time I didn't have access to the complete episode, so maybe if I find the complete episode and check the credits, it'll probably say there. But like I say, I just don't feel like going and checking. And like I say, the villain's plan doesn't make much sense here. So he got a grant to keep his camp open, and so he decided to become a monster overnight. Which, yeah, that's one of the weird things about Scooby-Doo, where these villains just decide to become monsters overnight. Like, where do they get their costumes? Do they just go to Spirit Halloween and buy a monster costume and then just start terrorizing everyone just on a whim? Also, how was that like 5 foot tall 60-year-old man able to walk around in a 7 foot tall, very, very bulky swamp monster costume? And how is he able to breathe underwater and all that sort of thing? And yeah, as I point out, dressing up as a monster is counterproductive to what he was trying to do. He wanted to scare everybody off the camp and then sell the land. But what landowner is going to want to buy haunted land? What corporation is going to? What developer is going to buy land that allegedly has a monster running around on it that they're probably going to need to call in specialists to remove? So yeah, all you're doing is just decreasing the value of your land. So, and like I say, you're going to get all those idiots from the History Channel after you with their big guns and their cameras, and you're not going to be able to scare off the tourists for years. Like I say, just go with the whole Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost approach, and invite people to come see the haunted monster, make a fortune off of it. Yeah, like Nessie right there, like the Lego Nessie right there. If anything, I think this plan is stupider than most episodes of Scooby-Doo. Now, of course, I haven't seen or remember every single episode of Scooby-Doo, so I'm sure that there were at least a handful of episodes where Scooby-Doo, where somebody dresses up as a monster to purposely scare people away from a town or off land or something, so that they can sell it and get some moolah, get the development rights or something along those lines. But most of the time, it's mostly people just trying to scare other people away from a location so that they can search for an item, or to fake their own kidnapping so that they can disappear from the limelight, or to scare somebody else off from doing something that they don't think that they should be doing, so on and so forth. So most of Scooby-Doo doesn't deal with scaring people off land so that you can sell the land, which that's not going to raise any red flags here. And as I point out, he's probably going to jail for all of this, and he's probably going to get his grant pulled, and his mortgage, his funding is going to go underwater, and it's going to be repossessed by the bank and sold to someone without him seeing a single penny. So well done, you have destroyed your future and the future of your legacy.
Speaking of which,
Of course, as I point out here, the camp was so horribly managed by this point that I think that it was inevitably heading towards lawsuits and eventual bankruptcy anyway, so... the joke I make here is in reference to a banning glitch for that Super Smash Bros. For the Wii U and 3DS originally had. Now, might still have, I don't know, where, it would ban players for 100 years. Which seems to be a common glitch or even feature in some games, because I have noticed that I think that there was a story quite a while ago about how Monster Hunter on the Wii, if you used a hack or abused your online privileges or something like that, then you were banned for 7,000 years. You were not allowed to get back on until the year 9999, which where will humanity be during that year? Will we even still have technology? Will we even still have humanity? I don't know. All I know is that if I was ever banned for several thousand years, well, my life isn't worth obsessing over that ban, and I just move on to another game. So, like I said, I have read all of Charlie Valor, at least all of, well, maybe not the last issue. I believe that I had the first 7 issues. I believe there were 7. I believe I initially bought 7 issues, and then there was an 8th issue that I intended to read on the site, because all the comics are on the site, and like I pointed out in the last video, the comics were available for free by distribution from the original insurance company, but by this point they have shut down the site, and you can't get them anymore, except used copies on eBay. But unfortunately, I don't even remember the other episodes, no, the other issues of Charlie Valor. There was one about bullying, and then there was another where the villain from the first issue was sprung from jail by this other villain, but I don't remember what they did. I don't know. Like I say, this is not a franchise, this is not a storyline I'm going to go back to. I cannot see myself reviewing Charlie Valor again. Partly because of how I'm ashamed I reviewed it here, and also because I don't feel like I can give it a positive review if it's part of an organization where I don't quite agree with. So I'm not saying that the organization is bad, of course. I'm just saying that it's not a belief system that I can properly promote, and I don't even want to try. And yeah, this last part here, this end gag, again, I totally stole this from Linkara, these end gags, because this is something he likes to do after the credits for his videos. And this is another example of me trying to use AVS for you. And does the watermark show up here? I don't even remember, but it also shows just my horrible understanding of technology at the time. Because look at that. Oh god, look at how choppy me trying to record Guitar Hero there is. I think I used Cam Studio or whatever it was called, I don't remember, but that didn't go well. Once again, showing just how ignorant I was about things like frame rate and aspect ratios and rendering properties, and yeah, this entire series, if nothing else, was just a huge learning experience for me. And here we go. We are in the home stretch. These are the last 3 episodes of Direct to Disaster, and almost became lost episodes of Direct to Disaster. How long did it take? This was initially slated for a Christmas release, but well, everything under the sun happened. As you can tell behind me, yeah, this is definitely around Christmas time. I didn't have that many Christmas posters at the time. There's the live action The Grinch and Christmas Story, of course. I can't tell what that one in the middle is. Is that Muppets Christmas Carol? I think that's Muppets Christmas Carol. So yeah, those were the only. No, I tell a lie. There are 2 other posters that you see later. Yeah, okay, that's Muppets Christmas Carol. There were 2 other posters that you'll see later about. It's Charlie Brown Christmas and Miracle on 34th. Was it Miracle on 34th? I believe it was Miracle on 34th. I guess I will be proven wrong later. And then, of course, I have that Kingdom Hearts poster and that Star Wars poster still up. Now, I'm more proud of this rant here, where I'm actually talking about my experiences with games and how I really do love games, and how and why I am just so disgusted at the existence of these bootleg plug-and-play games. Well, not even bootleg. That would indicate that they're directly ripping off games from other companies, which is not necessarily the case in most of these cases. They're just really cheaply made games that were collected in a library somewhere, just some free source library that some other company decided to download onto an NES on a chip and then just distribute it to the world and make like $20 a console. So I do feel that this rant is more justified than, say, the one that I went on in Dark Shadows or the one that I went on in Muppets Wizard of Oz, because this is all me. This is actually me talking about my experiences with games and how I love them and how I love the industry, or at least what I understood of the industry at the time. And the okay, I love the games. Okay, the industry can go to hell, but the games, what they were putting out, especially at the time, I was really enjoying. I believe I mentioned this at some point, but this is I had only just acquired an Xbox 360 around this time. I think I only had an Xbox 360 for like a year or two by this point. Before then, my gaming hardware was horribly outdated. It only went up to the PlayStation 2. In fact, I don't think I had an Xbox One until maybe 5 years ago, at current date. I'm sorry, I just don't have the money to stay up to date on current consoles, and now I have to go out and get an Xbox Series X, and oh boy, is this statement going to be outdated in about 5 years when they release the next series of Xboxes. And this is another scene my grandma absolutely loved, where I play it completely controlled, where I try to play it controlled and cool, and then just all of a sudden, right at the end, I scream that these consoles exist. So that was Little Red Hood, Angry Video Game Nerd, infamously featured that one time. And then there's a Super Mario World demake for the Famicom, which I'm really desperate to find. And yeah, here I am once again just stealing directly from Angry Video Game Nerd videos, because I didn't know any better back then. And then the last one was, oh yeah, it was 3D Noah's Ark, which once again I think I stole directly from AVGN, that Wolfenstein reskin, Christian reskin. So once again, I say I don't remember why I got into plug and play games. I don't remember what possessed me to start collecting them. I think it was knowing that these I think it was my knowledge about bootleg games, about unofficial Famicom games, that did make me think about what else what sort of games these little consoles could have. And it's my thoughts. It's my thoughts back to that old Atari plug and play console that I think that was one of the first, actually. Those old Atari plug and play consoles that actually looked like controllers. Those are the ones that started the whole craze of plug and play games, and that suddenly for about at least half a decade, every company had to make their own plug and play games. I mean, yeah, I believe I even mentioned in this video. I don't remember. Either in this video or in the other video, I do mention the TV Boy and how that was technically one of the first back in the 90s with all the Atari games. But yeah, at some point I just started collecting plug and play games just to pique my interest of what these things that directly plug, what kind of games that could directly plug into a TV were actually like. And then of course I had to collect practically everything that plugged into a TV just to see what they were like, what kind of horrors were on them. So that led me to collecting quite a few knockoff consoles, knockoff game cartridges. I think I've basically gotten rid of all my bootleg game cartridges, because I've practically featured all of them. I think I've done gameplay on as many as I could, and the ones that I couldn't get past just weren't worth my time, so I got rid of those. I did as much gameplay of those as I could, and then I figured that they were just taking up space. But yeah, I'll probably hold on to my plug and play consoles until the end of time, or until I find somebody to take them off my hands and archive them. I don't know, either way. Like I say, I might read a book. I might write a book about them, but that's becoming less and less likely at this point. So of course I wasn't planning on ending the series this early. I really did want this to become my thing, my reviewer persona, my thing to do on a weekly or even bi-weekly basis, just follow in the footsteps of these other big name YouTube critics. At one point, I was going to review the Smokey and the Bandit series, at least the first three. I have learned that there were like 4 direct-to-TV movies, like the serve as like prequels. Oh, yeah, there's a that was a cameo of my Let's Plug and Play persona. Well, I say persona, but there really wasn't that much difference between me in these review videos and me just playing them in my Let's Plug and Play, which I think I've mostly privatized all of those, if not all of those. I think, like I said, I think only the Scooby-Doo one is the one that I left up because, well, I knew about as much about Let's Play videos as I did about these review videos, so I wasn't proud of. Oh, okay, that's a Nightmare Before Christmas poster. I forgot that I had that one up too. But yeah, my knowledge of Let's Plays was about as horribly outdated and horribly misunderstood as my knowledge of reviewer videos. I thought that I just had to play a game and scream at it and go, this is too hard. I'm at this point where I need to complain for some reason because that's what people want to hear from me. Oh yeah, there's the Charlie Brown poster. And that's why people watch online reviewers, just to watch them whine and scream and yeah, I actually got more feedback on my Let's Plug and Play videos than I did on my reviewer videos, and a good chunk of comments were pointing out just how much of a whiny idiot I was. In fact, I played at the end of the Halloween episode. Now I don't remember. I don't remember if I played it at the end of Direct to Disaster Ween or the following year, but at one point I played Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, that the infamous game made famous by Angry Video Game Nerd, and I tried to beat it myself, and I actually got pretty far. In fact, I got so far that I was actually bragging about how well I was doing, how I was apparently better than Angry Video Game Nerd and Spoony, and then somebody came along and rightly put me in my place, rightly said, dude, that is uncalled for. You should never, ever, ever try to establish yourself as better than this other critic. That is frowned upon in my home country. So, and yeah, they were right. So that's another video that I wisely took down. And yeah, this is another one of my favorite gags. I wanted to do a little bit more of this gag. Like I would actually pull away my hands and you would see blank spaces where my eyes were, and I would be bleeding. But I could not make it look right. I did try to paint black over on my eyelids and then paint some blood pouring down, but it didn't work. It did not look convincing in the slightest. So I just scrapped it, and just me holding my hands to my eyes is all you get out of that. But yeah, these games are really awful. Oh my god, I'm getting nauseous just looking at these color schemes. Holy. Are we sure? Are we really sure that this hardware couldn't? I mean, as seen right there, that's like lifted directly from. Now I don't remember what it's called. Panic Restaurant, I believe that it was an NES game back in the day, and that was lifted directly from that game, and that was actually one of the best looking games of the bunch. So obviously these things were of better. Yeah, then there's me doing an MS Paint drawing of my grandma and grandpa. So obviously they were capable of better color schemes. I believe that right there, that space shooter, that's also taken from another game. So I don't understand what is up with the color schemes. And yeah, a lot of these consoles are just repeats. They just use practically the exact same library of games. It's just some have fewer than others. I guess it depended on how much storage space the knockoff company was willing to put towards these consoles. I don't know. So I think by this point on my channel, I have actually done gameplay videos of all the games worth playing. I don't know if there are any of these huge these games from these huge compilations that I've left out of 8-bit and even 16-bit games from around this time. I'm sure somebody's going to point something out to me, but well, of course that requires them to even know about these games, and I'd be very surprised if anybody has played a knockoff 8-bit game like this that I'm unaware of. Anyway, back to my original thought. I was going to feature the Smokey and the Bandit movies. I was only aware of the first 3 Smokey and the Bandit movies. It wasn't until quite a while later that I learned that there were like 4 made-for-TV movies that were basically serve as prequels. But I was going to feature those, and I was going to have a gag in the second one where the gag in the second one is that Jackie Gleason plays cousins of himself as well as the main sheriff. And I was going to have a gag of me sitting on the couch with Sarge on one side and 80s Kid on another side, and say something along the lines of, using the same actor for different characters, how cheap can he get? And then Sarge and 80s Kid would glare at me, and of course I would have had to use Bob Show's editing skills for that, because again, I did not have the right editing software at this time. And then I actually wanted to give the gun bootleg consoles in this video their own video, where I'd actually talk about the light gun features on some of these consoles that I'm going to be featuring pretty soon. Later in this video. And the joke at the end was that I was going to accidentally shoot myself with one of the guns and I would go to hell. And then, yeah, the devil would be waiting for me in hell, and he would be going over my life and realize that I was an internet critic, and then just go, oh well, your life's hell already. Then I'm just going to send you back to Earth, but only after you've completed a task for me. And he would say, and then he would tell me to review Drake of the 99 Dragons. As he would tell me to review Drake of the 99 Dragons, and I would go, you know what? Actually, being in hell doesn't sound that bad. Can I have a tour of it? And then a shade, like the shade that was shown at the beginning of the Leprechaun 2 review. She would introduce me to hell and show me a really uncomfortable chair with a woolly blanket, and say that meals 24 hours that every single meal was going to be cold canned ravioli, which, if I haven't already said that before, I absolutely despise canned ravioli. And all that was on TV was a 24-hour marathon of Avatar, which was one of the worst movies I had ever seen up to that point. And of course, I'm talking about James Cameron's Avatar, not the Last Airbender movie, though I guess either one is torment for me. So yeah, I would review Drake of the 99 Dragons, and I get to one point where, well, I get to the infamous loading screen thing, where there's a loading screen that leads to another loading screen, that I believe then leads to another loading screen. And then I'd give up, and I'd try to settle into my life in hell, and I decided it wasn't worth it. And I really was planning on doing that episode. I even went into the game and did gameplay, but though of course it was the same horribly grainy footage that you're seeing in the games, that I've shown in the games for these last few videos. But I did actually play through the whole game. I actually did beat it. Oh man, I miss my Arkham Batman controller. That was my favorite controller to use until it wore out, ironically when I was playing Lego Batman. And I also wanted to do a review of the Blinx the Time Sweeper series. I had previously played through both games, and again, I did have gameplay of the original game all set up. And I had a joke for the second one where I was going to comment that practically all the cutscenes were just the characters staring at a monitor, just speaking directly into a monitor. And I was going to joke, characters just speaking into a camera from the waist up. What idiot thinks that that's engaging? But like I mentioned, just the burnout from Direct to Disaster Ween, and me cringing at just how badly I botched the Dark Shadows review, and me just not being impressed with the review of Charlie Valor 3, plus the fact that I was thinking about going back to college, and that I needed to focus my attention on a job to get some money for when I went to college. Yeah, I decided that it was just time to wrap things up. Time to put this series on hold, try to reinvent myself, trying to rethink my life, maybe bring it back at some future date, but it was time to, like I say, just wrap it up, just get out while I still had the slightest shred of dignity left. And since December was coming up, I was actually planning on leaving on a Christmas-themed month, though I don't really remember what I was going to feature during this month. I think I wanted to feature the Elf Bowling movie, and then the games. I think I wanted to feature James Pond 2, which had a Christmas theme, and either Days Before Christmas or... And of course I'm talking about the game, the Days Before Christmas game, which... Okay, there are two Santa games. One was for PlayStation and one was for Game Boy Advance, and I was going to feature one of those during the theme month, but I don't remember which one I was going to feature. And then at the end of that month, I was going to announce that everything that I play is total garbage,
button
Which is
does
ironic. I
with
mentioned
these
garbage when I
games.
have that strategy guide to Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2 there.
Like I said,
But I
there's
would realize that there was too much garbage in the world, so in order to truly bring joy to the world, I would take over as Santa and bring people the things that actually of actually high quality. So I would call up Santa, who would of course be played by my grandpa, and tell him that I was taking over for Christmas that year. And then I would get into my car, get into my Corolla, which I believe appears later in this video, and somehow it would have reindeer attached to it, and I would just fly off in my car to go spread joy across the world. However, Santa would not be happy with that and would prepare some big Christmas bazooka cannon and fire it at me, and everything would just explode, and I'd just be hanging there in midair and go, uh-oh, ah! and just be falling from the sky, and then we'd cut to a screen that says, "To be continued." That's how I originally envisioned this first iteration of direct-to-disaster ending. However, burnout, plus job, plus college preparation, plus some sickness and allergies that seem to be a yearly tradition for me around the end of the year, those all got in the way of me actually getting to play through those games and write scripts for them and all that. So I finally decided to just make the bootleg game video that I was currently working on, just rewrite that and make that the final episode. And this was already taking way too long, much longer than I expected to make, especially since I had to play through all these different consoles, which, like I say, some of them had more than 50 games on them. So just having to make gameplay video after gameplay video of every single game contained on these consoles, and then think of something, anything to say about them, and some way to tie it all together, that was just taking way too much time, way too much effort than I thought it would originally take. So it became a chore to squeeze these gameplay sessions and these script writing sessions in between the times where I actually had to start thinking like an adult, start being quote-unquote mature about my life. In fact, I even did something that I very rarely do for scripts. What you're watching now is actually like the second or third draft of the script. The first iteration of these videos, I started. Well, I think it started out pretty similarly up until the part where I introduced the consoles, because I was actually going to go through as many of these consoles as I could and actually feature some of the games on these consoles. But after I had typed it all up, featured like 20 or 30 different games across all these consoles, it was boring. It just took... I realized that I had very little to actually say about each of these games, and that I was just making jokes. Again, I was just making jokes for the sake of making jokes, just trying and failing to capture some kind of humor in all these games. So I checked out most of the script and just basically turned it into an overall look at these consoles, and maybe a couple of these games, these sort of notable games among all these consoles, but just enough to give you a basic idea of all the stuff that was on here. The complete rip-offs, like the Golden Arrow game you see right here, that's taken directly from a NES sports game, World Championships, or something like that, and the more original games that are much less fun to play, under just quite a few are riddled with bugs, sometimes game-breaking bugs that would not let me progress past a certain level, especially if the console that the game was included on didn't have all the right buttons that the game was originally built for. So yeah, it basically just became an overall console tour with some spotlights on some of the more weirder games and weirder aspects of the game, like that Dog Frogger knockoff that we just saw, and this Fireman game, which, from what I understand, is a ripoff. This is actually I don't remember if it's an official or unofficial Famicom game, but it is not an original game. It is stolen from something else, just given a slightly graphical overhaul. And then at the end, before I decided that there was going to be a part 2, technically also a part 3 to this video, I was going to end with a review of the Nintendo Entertainment System and mask it like it was a reviewer talking about these consoles and giving the impression that somebody somewhere actually gave positive feedback to these games. But no, when I read that, it just seemed even more unfunny than usual. So I altered it to me just ranting about how recently these consoles were made, that they were made around 2006 to 2010, and there were so many different generations of consoles then that nobody would want these. Though technically these were made, from what I understand, these were made because in the countries that they were made in, most of these consoles, most of the modern consoles, the consoles that half the world were playing, like the Xbox and the PlayStation and such, in some countries those just weren't available, either because the market hadn't gone there, or because they were banned in that country, or because the economy just couldn't allow for the majority to purchase one of these consoles. So that's where these games actually come in. These consoles were made on the cheap to corner that market. These games were probably the only games that people in certain third world countries could get a hold of. And then some shady distributors decided to take the profits that they made off of selling these consoles in those countries and convert the video to NTSC and just secretly sell them in countries like America. Just put them in little underground grocery stores for 10 or 20 bucks and let all the unassuming grandparents buy them for their grandkids. So I actually originally didn't realize that I was ripping off Angry Video Game Nerd with this rant, where I was talking about how weird a game was, but this is very similar to a rant that Angry Video Game Nerd did in his Atari Jaguar retrospective, where he was trying to describe mutant penguins from outer space or something like that, where he was just trying to describe how weird the mechanics were. And I did not realize that I was blatantly copying him when I made this video, so sorry about that. Of course, everything here is completely ad-libbed. I just tried to think up the craziest thing that I could think of for a game. So that's probably just what Angry Video Game Nerd did with his game as well, with his video as well. Now I actually did figure out how to play this game, this paint game, Elfland I believe it's called, as well as this clone of Shufflepuck Cafe here. I did manage to finally get it working. In fact, I think Elfland was also an unofficial clone of something. I don't remember. And yeah, like I say, this is a Panic Restaurant. This is a bonus game from Panic Restaurant that they just stole directly from the game, kind of gave it a bit of a graphical overhaul and just put it in this game, this collection. But like I said, I changed the endings to include a stinger for the next video where we will be talking about 16-bit games, because I figured that if I was wrapping the series up, might as well go out with a bang, might as well feature as much as I could, including this Wonder Rabbit game, which I think I did actually beat. I think that there is a gameplay video of this Wonder Rabbit game that I actually did. I think there's only like 2 levels and 2 bosses, so that was like nothing. That took me absolutely no time once I finally figured out what I was doing. I don't know if this was like an unfinished game or the first 2 levels from something else stolen just to make this game, even though it does obviously have stolen sprites from other games. But compared to the rest of the stuff on this compilation, it is a game, something I can recognize as a game, something I could actually get involved with. Though once again, I did intentionally lose at the boss just to create drama, just to create an excuse for me to scream at the screen and be annoyed and so this part here where I'm trying to give commentary on the game, this was done live. This is when I was actually playing the game, and it wasn't pre-recorded, it wasn't scripted. It was just me. Yeah, it was just me reacting to it in real time to hopefully give it sort of a more realistic feel, more natural feel, as natural as I could make it, considering how staged everything was at this point in the series. And man, this battle's just going on forever, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Ah! Oh, shut up, you whiny little piece of... Yeah. Okay, and here I think we're about to go into the bootleg gun games, which Like I said, I originally wanted to give their own video before I decided to end this series. And I'm lucky that I played these games back when I still had a regular CRT TV, because for the longest time I couldn't play any of these light gun games when I upgraded to an HD TV. I wasn't aware of refresh rates or anything, so I was just puzzled why these games would not work on my flat screen. In fact, when I did my review of the Virtual Station Interactive, or was it just the Virtual Station? One of those. But when I did my review of that on my blog, I was confused why I couldn't use the light gun on my HD TV. So I actually wrote that as a minus against that console, because I just didn't know any better. But now I do realize that you need one of those older analog TVs in order to play these light gun games, which I do own. So maybe one of these days I am going to find where I stashed the light gun games and use them on the TV. Actually create some gameplay videos of them. Okay, I was wrong. We're not at the bootleg games. I mean, we're not at the gun games just yet. We're talking about the NES on a chip games. These games that are even lazier than the quote-unquote original compilations. These are what JonTron featured in his plug and play video, where he was looking for original games and he kept coming across these NES on a chip consoles. Which I hate. I absolutely hate. I mean, like I say, most of these original games are taken from some public access library somewhere and just dumped on a chip and shipped out for cheap. But at the very least, those games could be considered original. Those games could be considered something that you can't typically get anywhere else. But then you have these Famiclones that are just compilations of NES games that... Well, like I say, these Famiclones were basically the only way that people in certain countries could even play these games. The major video game names had no presence in certain countries, so, like I say, these shady distributors just took these compilations of different NES and even Genesis games, slapped them into a really cheaply molded controller with an NES on a chip, and that's how most people even found out about these games, just playing the same 2 dozen Famicom games under the pretense that there were thousands of different variations, which I don't know. I think I have heard that the further you go down the list, the more the games glitch out, the more wild the physics become on some of these consoles. I might have to check that out one of these days. And yeah, like the original games, it's all basically the same thing. Yeah, you get your Super Marios and your Aladdin bootleg game things, your Urban Champions, just all these games that were barely popular in their, they were barely popular in their home country and probably didn't even see a US release. And of course, there is always Mario. Like Mario is always the one that starts us off, except for one console where it starts off with Castlevania for a change up. Which, is there like a specific compilation? Is there a kind of compilation that you find all these on somewhere? Like do they use the exact same compilation program like they do with the quote-unquote original games? Because why do they always have to use these specific games? Why if you're going to bootleg NES games, why not spice it up a bit? Actually give us some good titles like DuckTales or Metroid or Life Force. I think I actually went over this when I reviewed the Cool Baby, that low-budget NES Classic Edition knockoff that also had a whole bunch of NES ROMs. Though in that case, I think practically every single game was original. I think they did have a different game for each title, even if like half of them were just Super Mario hacks. But yeah, if you're going to bootleg a Nintendo Entertainment System, then give us some of the higher-end stuff. Give us some Zelda and some Star Tropics, some Kirby. I will even take Little Nemo Dream Master. Why not? I actually grew up... That was one of the very first video games I ever owned. We got a Nintendo Entertainment System way back in 2000. We wanted it at an auction. My dad wanted it at an auction, and that was the one game that originally came with it. And I didn't even know what a Nintendo Entertainment System was back in the day. My most recent video game knowledge was the Super Nintendo. So I was confused when I played the Super Mario Bros. For the Nintendo Entertainment System, and it wasn't Super Mario World. But yeah, I did grow to love it, and then later on we got a Genesis, and we got a Nintendo 64, we got a PlayStation, and well, like I say, my most recent console, my newest console at the moment is just an Xbox One, because I'm too cheap to upgrade to the next system. Okay, I realize I tell a lie when I said that I reviewed everything, when I featured everything that I think is worth featuring. I have not played this specific gun console. In fact, if I remember correctly, this is made by Dream Gear, the company that made a whole bunch of add-ons to different game consoles, especially the Wii. And they also touched upon game consoles at certain points as well. There's these super cheap plug-and-play games. And yeah, obvious Duck Hunt game is obvious, though at the very least they did bother to change up the graphics and the animations. So yeah, one of these days I'm gonna have to figure out where I hid this console and play through it. If it even works. I know for a fact that the fishing reel thing doesn't work, so I'm gonna have to play it with the buttons manually. That's really all that the fishing attachment is. It just pushes a single button over and over again. Basically, it's like those fake Wii games where they promise motion control, but then you just shake them and it's the exact same as just pushing the A button over and over again. Which I think I go over later in this compilation. And since I'm running out of stuff to talk about, let's skip ahead a little bit to this little gag that I really like, where, yeah, a much less original Duck Hunt clone on another console, and... yeah, that shoot the dog thing was from an old Flash game on iMockery. Does anyone remember iMockery? Does iMockery still exist? iMockery was basically my introduction to video game humor, to the ruder side of video game humor. That was the site that had all these different Flash animations of 8 and even 16-bit games. It was basically Dorkly before Dorkly, and they had different comics featuring 8-bit characters and like I say, Flash animations, a couple Flash games, and it was all very quote-unquote adult, much more mature than I was used to at the time. So that was basically my introduction to the more rude humor of the internet. Also, it had a whole bunch of NES hacks. It had a whole bunch of graphic hacks of NES games, and even a couple Genesis games. And that, once again, that was actually my introduction to emulation. That was where I learned that you could actually download NES games and such and play them on your computer, which did lead to several years of me just doing that because I had absolutely no shame. Okay, I mean that indicates that I don't still do that from time to time today. And yes, I admit, whenever I played one of these Famiclone cartridges, these bootleg Famicom games that you can see on my channel, I always used a Famiclone, either one of these little controllers that had a Famicom option built in, or that virtual interactive system. I don't even remember what it's called anymore, but that virtual system interactive thing that I featured on my blog that one time, that also Phalis reviewed. So that was always my go-to, unless I actually had to use an actual NES console, in which case I used an NES SNES basic Retron console. And there's a good shot of my computer area at the time, a whole bunch of PC games that I never got around to playing. And yes, I was actually really impressed that this little console could play shooting games on a TV, or at least the TV that I had at the time. Once again, these things do not work on HD TVs. Actually, I have heard that somebody has gotten them to work on HD TV with some kind of adapter attached to them, but I haven't really looked into that. And yeah, you could quite clearly see the script of this episode on the computer screen back there, what I was reading off of. And once again, I am blatantly ripping off Angry Video Game Nerd with this. This is basically the rant he went on when he talked about the Action 52. But once again, I did not realize at the time that's what I was doing. I just figured that was the best way to end things, just the best way to summarize everything. And I didn't realize that I was basically touching on the same points as Angry Video Game Nerd. It just goes to show how much of a how much of an influence people like Angry Video Game Nerd and Nostalgia Critic have been on my writing style. Though I do like to think that my writing style, and in fact their writing style as well, has become a little more mature since then. That we are actually trying to review what we're talking about. We're not just saying that something is bad and then making poop jokes and swearing and screaming at the top of our lungs. We actually are trying to give a little bit of insight into things. In fact, I like to think that I take more influence nowadays from people like Linkara and the Mysterious Mr. Enter than Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd. Just kind of the more thoughtful, calm critics, or at least they are now. And yeah, this is the rant where I go on about why do these things exist? Why were they made when, like I said originally, these were not originally meant for this country. They were meant for countries where Nintendo and Sega and such were not a presence, so they just made their own knockoff games and sold them, that probably for exorbitant prices in their home countries, because they were the only option. They were the only things that anybody could actually play. Whereas when they came to this country, to America, to places where the big names actually had a presence, then yeah, they had to really cut down on the price and packaging and just sell them wherever would take them. Just these lower end, probably family owned grocery stores and pawn shops and dollar stores and those sorts of places. And yep, here's where I decided that I should go out with a part 2, that this series needed to have a part 2, because hey, if I was ending the series, I needed to go out with a bang, and those 8-bit consoles didn't really give me as much of a bang as I had hoped, so I figured that I needed to give people a bit more of a modern flavor for these consoles. That was really hard to balance. Okay. Sorry, had to jump cut due to copyright. But yeah, that was really hard to balance. I had to get my grandparents to place those stacks on either arm because I could not handle one stack while I had one stack in one arm, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And yeah, here's another end stinger, except this one does have a bit of a purpose. This is me starting to wrap things up, and here's the gatekeeper, of course my grandpa, and there's Bob Show doing the effects again. And all right, let's talk about Bob for a minute. So I was one of Bob's first discoverers. I was one of the first people to discover Bob. I learned about him around the time he did the Tentacolino review, which was before Nostalgia Critic made his own Tentacolino review. So of course people were rushing to do their own Tentacolino reviews just to fill that void, just to fill that demand. And Bob, in my opinion, did the best. So I subscribed to him and followed his work throughout the years, including his eventual move to Blip, which, yeah, once again, does anyone remember Blip? Blip was where the big names originally were, and then it got shut down, and now everybody has to use YouTube, the Walmart of video services nowadays. And we actually built up a bit of a rapport. We exchanged messages back and forth quite often, and I was one of the first people to donate to his channel, donate actual things to his channel, like what he featured in his unboxing videos way back when. Does he still do those? I don't know, nor do I really care to find out. And so yeah, it just continued on like that for a while, and we even started helping each other with each other's videos. He'd do effects for my videos, as I've shown, and I do some stuff for his videos, including some stop motion animations that I was doing during that phase of my YouTube career. And it kept growing like that, to the point that I finally felt confident enough to ask him if he wanted to do a theme month, a Lego themed theme month, where he would do the reviews and I would do the animation. And it took a few tries to finally get his attention. I did ask him about it in a couple live streams, and he completely misunderstood what I was trying to talk to him about. But I finally sent him a letter. He finally caught on, and yeah, he said that he was totally on board. He said he totally wanted to do it, and we set a date. We sent basically an overview of how the reviews would go, sort of the storyline. I worked on his Bricksona and the models and such that would be in the reviews, and yeah, things were going pretty swimmingly. And then the date came and went, and just no updates whatsoever. He did not. He stopped talking to me. He stopped communicating with the project. In fact, he basically stopped doing anything. He stopped updating his channel, period. And at this point, he had quite a big Patreon following, so people were paying him a lot of money to just basically do nothing with no updates whatsoever. And when I was finally able to contact him, when I did finally confront him about the project and what he was doing and that sort of thing, all he really said was that he was busy. He didn't give me any details besides that. So finally, yes, I did finally get fed up, and I wrote him an angry letter. I told him, dude, you can't keep doing this. You can't go for months without any updates, taking money from your fans, nor any updates to me why this project that we spent months planning for has just suddenly gone completely silent. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt myself here because, yeah, this is where I bring up that if the 16 and 32-bit things were around during the time of the Wii and the Xbox, that, yeah, by 2025, which, oh god, is next year, yeah, we would have things that gameplay and graphics-wise were comparable to the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, but we're trying to compete with things like the Xbox. What did I call it? The Xbox Infinity? Man, why didn't they go with the Xbox Infinity? I have a very hard time looking up Xbox Series X, and I keep getting results for the Xbox One X, the previous generation's Xbox One X. Yeah, but I digress. And yeah, I wasn't really that far off. Yeah, but bootleg games, while unofficial consoles and such, have made a bit of a leap since these Wii knockoffs. Now they're basically knockoffs of media centers, I'd say. So they have games, including emulated games, but also games that are actually pretty similar to these 32-bit type consoles, that these Wii knockoff things, just with better, more high-definition graphics. I mean, most of these consoles do require an HDMI cord as opposed to auxiliary, or RCA or AV, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, they are very similar to these past games, just with higher graphics, higher background pixel counts and that sort of thing. And usually come with a big dance mat so that you can play their knockoff procedurally generated DDR games with unlicensed music, plus their fitness games. And yes, some of them even do come with motion sensing games in the same technology as the PlayStation 2 iToy. Just they read the pixels on the screen. And of course, there are stolen images and stolen sprites, stolen trademarks, and as I pointed out, stolen music. So yeah, the bootleg console market has adapted with the rest of the game market. So hey, applause there. And I have featured a couple of these consoles, most notably the FWFX Family Game Mat, or whatever the distributor had decided to call them. But yeah, those do exist. They have adapted with the rest of the game market, and they are featured on my channel. So if you just want to see how far we've come since I featured these Wii knockoffs way back when, well, there you go. Okay, so back to the Bob story. Yes, I did send him a letter, which was a letter because I wanted to make sure that he got it. He got the message. I sent him a letter saying that I was disappointed with how he was handling this and how he was disappearing and how I was losing confidence in his abilities. And even suggesting that, well, he had 30,000 subscribers at that point, so maybe he should just stop whatever he was doing, whatever real-life work he was doing, and just start focusing on his channel. So I sent him the message. I sent the message to him in a box with some cool stuff to hopefully soften the blow. And I didn't hear back for like another 3 or 4 months. And I only got a response because that was the point where I finally decided I wasn't going to give him any more money, and I canceled my Patreon. Then his girlfriend at the time, I don't know what their status is now, I've never checked, but his girlfriend responded to me via email, basically calling me a dick. And then I responded saying, well, if telling the truth makes me a dick, then I guess I'm a dick. Okay, it did go into a little bit more detail than that, as she said that I was being very mean to him, I was expecting way too much out of him, and that my lies and insults weren't helping him in any way. So then I fired back in the message saying that I didn't feel sorry about the message that I sent him. I told the truth, and that, hey, I want to help, I want to see him succeed, but he needs to put some effort into his work, show that he's actually motivated and he cares about his fans and that sort of thing. And that was it. I was completely blocked from any and all communication with him. I couldn't even donate on Patreon to him, which I did go back and try to do when I felt that his channel was getting some improvements, when I did feel like he was actually starting to update his fans again. And I also got that box full of stuff back, which actually hurt most out of all that. So, that's it. I no longer have any communication with Bob whatsoever. that friendship we had is completely gone, and there's no chance that we'll ever work together again. Now, unlike the VCR board game incident that I mentioned earlier, this is most definitely there's definitely blame on both sides here. This is definitely an instance of who's the A, who do you want to side with? I admit I wasn't entirely fair when I wrote those messages, and they were made out of anger and frustration, though I do still feel like I am telling the truth. So I don't think this conflict has any heroes or any villains. Of course, I do have to make this clear. Do not harass him. If you want to passively ask him about the incident, and if he wants to give an answer, that's fine. But do not go to his channel and go, "Oh my God, you were mean to your fans. Yeah, and ZZ Infinity says that you're a terrible person." No, that attitude is not okay. If I find out you do that, I will block you, okay? This happened quite a few years ago, and honestly, by this point, I think he's even forgotten that I even exist. I'm not doing this to stir anything up. I am just addressing a somewhat popular question that I have been getting asked, that I really wanted to leave alone until now. So I'm just making it clear that while Bob and I have collaborated in the past, and I am very happy with his collaborations, very happy for all the work he has helped me with on this channel. And I wish him all the luck with his current channel and all the work that he has done since our little altercation. That we have both gone our separate ways, and I have disowned any comments that I have left on his videos, as well as any comments he's left on mine. So there you go. That's the story of why Bob and I don't work together anymore, and let us never speak of it again. Now, in terms of more relevant commentary, yeah, as I pointed out there, Scenario has become a very odd recurring name for both. Okay, this is another gag that my grandma absolutely loves, just me doing the rim shot and then glaring at the camera.
As the name suggests, the console is
But yeah, Scenario has become a very interesting recurring name on both these early videos and on my blog. Scenario was behind some interesting projects. They technically did knock off consoles, but they had their own spin on them. I cannot really express what it's like to play a Scenario console. It's like, as I stated earlier, they're both the best and the worst plug and play creators, or at the very least distributors, that I've ever seen. They created both the best and the worst Guitar Hero plug-and-play clones, plus the best and the worst 8-bit knockoffs. They actually did go to the trouble of creating a console that well, like I showed, had the light gun and the NES, well, the Famicom cartridge adapter. It's like they decided when they started that for every product they made, they were either going to give 110% or nothing. And it's amazing at just the bulk of things that they produced. They didn't just make plug-and-play games. They also made paper shredders and calculators, and I've seen their name on quite a few things, but from what I understand, they have gone defunct, so I can't quite track down everything they've ever made. But they have made a surprising amount of plug-and-play games. In fact, if it's not a licensed property, well, okay, even that's up for debate, but if it's a mostly generic type of plug-and-play game, there's a good 9 out of 10% chance, 9 out of 10 chance, I'm sorry, that you will see their name on it. So they are responsible for most of these knockoff plug-and-play games. Oh, there's my hat sitting right next to the TV because I was just playing the game and it was getting a little too hot in there. But more often than not, Scenario's name will appear on these mostly forgotten plug-and-play games, just these super generic plug-and-play games. And even in terms of licensed stuff, I believe that they also produced a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire console and an Apprentice console. In fact, there were a couple consoles behind me during that wide shot, during the shot of me, that had the Scenario name on them. And I am almost convinced that they produced most of their products in-house, because a lot of their games do have a somewhat recognizable kind of style to them. Just the digitized, very poorly rendered computer models that they use for most of their background characters. They just have a very similar style to them, very recognizable low polygon style to them that you can see in those Guitar Hero games, and then in this one's baseball game. I don't know where the anime characters came from. I am. Oh yeah, and then of course they just ripped off the backing instrumental to pinks get the party started for this. for this game. For some reason. I mean, I know Scenario's an under-the-radar company, but I don't think they're that under the radar. And yeah, this is a 16-bit remix of Van Halen's Jump that I stole from someone. I'm sorry, whoever that was. I didn't know any better at the time. But the best compliment that I can pay Scenario is that their products are functional. They're not the most interesting. They're not the most, well programmed or designed or whatever. In fact, they are, as I point out, that they basically cornered the market in generic plug-and-play games, just games that didn't have any huge licenses attached to them. But for what they were given to do, yeah, they are a very interesting company. And since making these videos, these direct-to-disaster videos, I have also featured a couple of their games on my blog, including the big bonus slots, which is, I think might be, besides their later version of Guitar Superstar, I think might be the best game I have played from Scenario. And I'm still finding Scenario stuff to this day. I think one of my more recent plug-and-play games that I featured, one of the very few that I still had left to play, was a soccer game that had the Scenario name on it. And like all the other fake motion control soccer games that I've played, in fact, I've played several in this very video. It's just wave your hand over the sensor at a certain time to knock the ball in. But even then, it works, and I was flabbergasted at just the amount of detail they put into the sprites, into the motion capture sprites, basically. They did the kind of the Donkey Kong Country method, where instead of actually using computer models, they well, actually, it's like this right here. It's digitized graphics, digitized actors. That's basically what Scenario did for that soccer game I was saying. And okay, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Come on, 3, 2. Yeah. I kind of missed that chair, but that chair eventually did wear out. Also, when I fell over, I smashed my printer, so I had to get a new printer for that gag. That gag cost me a printer, unfortunately. Well, yes, I am blown away by games, by these knockoff, completely overlooked games that are only put out to market for a quick buck. It's especially these consoles. Now, for the 8-bit consoles, for the Famicom knockoffs and that sort of thing, I could kind of see what their purpose was. I could kind of see what market they were going for, but for these newer 16-bit, 16 and 32-bit games, the ones that are obviously trying to ape the Wii, obviously trying to jump on the motion control bandwagon, I don't know who these are for. I don't know what kind of audience these are for. The best I can think of is that they're, well, like I said with the with when they brought the Famiclones over to America, that it's just in hopes that grandparents who don't know any better will buy these for their grandkids. Just go, oh hey, it's that Nintendo Wii that little Billy was telling me about, and oh, it's only $75. Oh, he's going to be so happy. And then right after Christmas, the grandparent is sent to a nursing home and completely forgotten. But that had nothing to do with them getting the wrong video game console. They just mistook drain cleaner for Parmesan cheese. Now, this reactor line is actually really interesting to me. They're sort of on the same level as Scenario. Actually, I think that they're a little... I think this might be the highest quality plug-and-play Wii knockoff type console of its genre, of the... as I show there with the baseball game, like, just look at the sprites, look at the detail, and just listen to that announcer. Just how much time had to go into making this game that nobody was going to play. Like this rivals a lot of even Nintendo 64 games. That a lot of baseball Nintendo 64 games. So what market was this for? Who did they expect to get these games? Of course, it's games like these, games like this swimming game, where I'm wondering if, yes, they did just get their games out of a library, if there was a slightly more advanced games library for distributors to pull from that just had different graphics, different gameplay, but could run on similar hardware to what they were peddling. And in fact, like I show here, they do have a couple games that did have 8-bit versions, and we can even see today on things like that FWFX FWFX console that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, see, there's Fireman. That was a game on the other 8-bit consoles, but just given a little bit of a graphical overhaul. But while Scenario, I think, actually makes most of their games in-house, I think that Reactor, yeah, they basically take games from a library. I don't know, maybe they make their own games in-house, because there are some games here that I have never seen on any other console, especially that Sword of Warrior game. Is that about to come up? I mean, here's the Bomberman clone, of course, and oh no, this is Bomberman Act Zero. Boo! Does anyone even remember Bomberman Act Zero? For a while, that was like considered one of the worst games ever made, but I think everybody has just completely forgotten about it by this point. Okay, yeah, here we go. Sword of Warrior. I have never seen this game on any other console, so is this just exclusive to a certain library that Reactor or whoever... Who owns Reactor? Is Reactor the company name? Is there a company that owns the Reactor trademark? I do not know. I have seen that name on a lot of other things. But is there like an exclusive library that Reactor took this game from? Because I have never seen this game on anything else. In fact, the Reactor console series is something I probably should explore more. So this is the Reactor 32, so it has like about 32 games on it, of course. And then, but I have seen Reactor consoles that go up to like 144 games, and probably more. Of course, the thing with these really generic plug-and-play games is that I think anybody can slap their name on these things. There's no one set developer for most of these consoles, so if a company, if whoever owns Reactor wants to slap the Reactor name on a generic console like this, then they can. Or Lexibook. I've seen Lexibook slap their name on several consoles. In fact, a lot of Lexibook consoles have similar games to the Reactor, which strengthens my theory that most of these consoles are just get their games from one big public access type library, like the 8-bit, like the original 8-bit games, and then just some distributor slaps their name on it. But I should really go through other Reactors, other consoles that bear the Reactor name, and see what kind of games are on there. If there are actually different games exclusive to the Reactor series that you can't find on any other console, if they have produced their own games, again, like Sword of Warrior. In fact, if I can find another Sword of Warrior game, if I can find anything even resembling Sword of Warrior, that would make the search worth it. So I don't know, maybe one of these days when I have more money than I know what to do with, the completely fictional future that I am envisioning, I'll just get as many Reactors and as many Zone consoles as I can and see what I can find on them. Of course, I have played a couple of these other so-called Reactor or Zone... yeah, Monty Python. Let's get on with it! I can't go wrong with that. As I was saying, I have played some consoles with the Reactor or the Zone name on them, and most of them are repackagings of just games that I have seen on other Reactor or Zone consoles. In fact, I think one of them had some sports games that I later feature on the Intech Interact Infrazone. So I don't know where they're getting these games. I don't know who licensed these games, if anybody. I don't know where these companies are coming from. Especially what I just showed, where there is a version of the Reactor that actually has Genesis games on it. And if I'm not mistaken, that Reactor Genesis console was then converted into the AtGames Genesis console that I'm about to show, the motion console. So does that mean that AtGames and Reactor are shared by the same parent company, or is Reactor AtGames' name in another country? Is that what they go under in another country, or is it just AtGames holds the rights to distribute what's usually found on a Reactor console in certain countries? I don't know. This is a very strange rabbit hole that we are going down, and I wouldn't mind jumping in and exploring more. I might have to make a whole series about this. But yeah, why was AtGames given the Genesis license? Well, okay, I know the answer to that, because Genesis will let you have their license for a song. Anybody is entitled to the Genesis library. Because hey, Genesis hasn't made any decent games since the Dreamcast crashed. I do know that there's still a game creator, game publishing studio, or at least they were the last time I checked. But name one popular game that they had a hand in making in the last 10 years. That's not a re-release of their older content. Yeah, basically Sega's heyday was the 90s, and they have been stuck in the 90s ever since. And even if they're no longer a console company, they will ensure that their games are well known for all to play. But they will try to never lose relevance, as opposed to Nintendo, that seems to be ashamed of their history, ashamed of their older content, and try to hide their older games behind weird paywalls and subscription services. That basically makes playing their older content difficult to do officially. Unfortunately, if you want to play older Nintendo games, then emulation is probably your best bet, because even if you do manage to get even if you do manage to find a ROM, find an older game of Nintendo on one of their official services, then usually either they're charging too much. I mean, who wants to pay $5 for like Balloon Fight? That's a basically 1 or 2 screen game from way back when that barely even anyone even remembers. And often their emulators are crap. Apparently, from what I understand from compilation videos I've seen, the official Nintendo emulators that they've developed in house, or I don't know, but that they've officially developed, let's say that, are of inferior quality to things you can basically download off the internet for free. So yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to Nintendo games, Nintendo seems hell-bent on making you forget that they were once a big-time company, a big-time company even back then. They just want you to focus on their new generation of consoles, and that's that. And you know, let's not even go into how they treated their old digital storefronts and how they just banished thousands of irreplaceable games to the void. Where was I going with all this? I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, Genesis seems that Genesis will just give their properties to whatever company will first raise their hand. So I think originally, after Sega stopped distributing their own games, Radica stepped up, and Radica was actually based on the plug and play games, the Radica plug and play compilation games. I've seen that Radica actually was pretty good. I'd say I played at least 2 compilations of Sega Genesis games. There were 2 compilations, with one with a blue controller, one with a red controller, and then there was a standalone console of Outrun 2019, I believe it was called. And then and yeah, there you go with the Blinks Time Sweeper sound effects, which from what I understand didn't originate in Blinks Time Sweeper. That's like sort of a generic, I don't know where that comes from. I don't know what kind of audio library that's included in. So yeah, Radica did Sega games good, but then something happened. I think Radica went under. I think it went bankrupt and was absorbed into another company, something like that. So then the rights were picked up by At Games, and we basically know the story after that. At Games are a very eclectic company, in my opinion. Their main modus operandi seems to just be to distribute games. That's it. And so they don't really do that good a job at distributing games, but they don't do that bad a job. They just sort of kind of do their own thing. And sometimes, if you're lucky, then you'll get something good. You'll get something like the Intellivision flashback or the Coleco flashback, which in my opinion, are actually quite good, or the Atari flashback. They really loved their Atari flashbacks. I think they released a new model every single year, and basically it was just the same model from last year, but with like a couple games put on and taken off. If I remember correctly, I believe that the first Atari flashback was actually modeled after the 7800, and it had 2600 games, Atari 2600 games on it, and then a couple from the 7800, and then for some reason they completely abandoned that in favor of a more Atari resembling console, right down to separate controllers. And from what I understand, I of course haven't played all versions of the Atari Flashback. I do, like I say, I do own the Atari Flashback Portable and the Atari Flashback X or Gold X, one of those. But those are pretty good. However, AtGames is most infamous, at least at one point, were most infamous for their many, many, many Genesis clones. Like they just, somehow they managed to acquire the rights to the first-party Genesis library, and they just started churning out consoles left and right. There were a whole bunch of different handhelds, different plug-and-play games, even different standing arcade machines, from what I understand. And then, of course, there's what you're seeing right now, this weird motion sports combination console that contains Genesis games, but also these weird puzzle games and these weird motion games. And yeah, I have no idea what they're thinking. Now, once again, I am just overblowing it. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm just being angry to be angry. I'm just trying to make this big overblown point just to show that I'm a angry critic, because again, that's what I thought was the big thing back then. I do love this part coming up, though.
A lot of time and effort to make, and you made it something people just want to throw in the trash.
I don't remember if I actually intended the controller to fly out of my hand. I think I did, and then I was going to cut it right there, but just me turning around going, where the heck did I throw that thing? That was just too perfect, and I had to keep it in. Oh yeah, and then of course AtGames also did their own take on the clone console, kind of system on a chip type thing, where you could actually put in official cartridges and they would work. And yes, as people have pointed out on my gameplay videos of those Sega Genesis games, of those unofficial Sega Genesis games, yes, I played those on one of those AtGames Genesis on a chip style clone consoles. I'm sorry, I wish I had the money for a more high quality console. In fact, I remember seeing, way back when, HDMI Genesis consoles on AliExpress, and I really wish I could have afforded those. But unfortunately, money and I have never been the best of friends, so I just had to make do with what I had. So yes, whenever I played most of the time when I played a bootleg Genesis game, it was on an AtGames console. Some of them I did play ROMs. Actually, I do own an AtGames Genesis portable thing that I think I played a couple Genesis games on. A couple bootleg Genesis games on. And yeah, that worked all right for what it was supposed to do, I guess. But the FireCore Genesis, I don't know if FireCore was the emulator that was being used on these AtGames clone consoles, but it's not the most high quality Sega Genesis emulation system. I mean, I was able to play Hercules 2 on one of those portable. Using a ROM on one of those portable Genesis consoles, but as I showed in my review of it on my blog, it was horribly glitched. But yeah, my point is that AtGames is just this company that you never know what you're going to get, and from what I understand, they have really picked up their image lately. They have actually become a contender in the video game market with their Legends series. They are really going for the gold with their pinball machines and their emulation, their standing arcade cabinet emulators that have a whole bunch of different arcade and Genesis and lesser known titles. In fact, I believe on their AtGames Legends Flashback console that I once featured on this channel, that they had a couple games that were technically not licensed to be played on the Genesis back in the day, but could finally be officially played. I don't remember the names, unfortunately. They are a different language that I am familiar with. So where am I going with this incredibly long rant? I hate sauerkraut. Yeah, there you go. I think I took a look at this ping pong console just because of the box, just because of the anguish on the box, because I could not get it to work at the time. From what I remember, I eventually did get it to work. I think it was like the power source that I used. I had to. Oh! That was Bob. That was Bob Show's arm, by the way. I gave him a choice. I told him to either slap me with his own arm or with like one of those mouse icons, which I thought he was going to do. I thought that the mouse icon was going to be the easier one, but yeah, he went the extra mile. So yeah, well done, Bob. Well done.
The box is huge. It's bigger than
Anyway, as I was saying, I think I finally did get that ping pong machine to work. I think that I had to run it on batteries because plugging it into the wall, it didn't. It runs on a different power system, on a power system not native to America, so I had to use batteries in order to get it to actually power on and work. Or it could be the other way around. I could have had to plug it in because the batteries didn't work. I don't remember, but I do remember that I eventually got it to work. It's somewhere on this channel. And that's all I have to say about that. Now, the Intech Interact Infrazone. Now, I first heard of this console from Pro Jared. Pro Jared is not somebody that I follow, unfortunately. I think that the only video I've seen of his is his one on the Intech Interact, which he labeled the worst console ever made. So of course I wanted to get my own, and lo and behold, I found this version. I found this all-inclusive console, which not only had the console games that he featured on his channel, which I don't know. Did he actually have to go out and get the cartridges for that console, or did everything that he featured come with the console? That's what I'd really like to know. But this console doesn't have that problem. I think it has every single game released for the console built in. So I just had to go to the menu and select the type of cartridge, and it would, I guess it ran the games through emulation. Though I highly doubt that it was actually developed by Intech. In fact, I believe I say right here, I think that Intech was just the distributor at the time, and yeah, it's had many different names from many different distributors and many different games and add-ons. But I think I struck pay dirt, because not only did I get the console with what seems to be every single game related to it built into the console, so I don't even have to go hunting for any cartridges. Oh yeah, here's Pro Jared, by the way. Yeah, I forgot that I stole a little bit of, yeah, but not only did I get all the games, but I got built-in stuff, like I show there. That it comes with a light gun or an infrared gun. It's I don't know what kind of gun that is, but I do remember that I love it. So I basically got the Media Center version of the Intech Interact Infrazone. I got what's basically the closest to what the knockoff console market is like today. What this is basically not just a console, this is a whole media center, because like it shows there, like it shows on the menu screen, it has 96 arcade games, plus it also has the karaoke section and the shooting section. Okay, I think I'm done heaping praise on it, because there's really not much praise to heap on this console. Now, in its defense, I think that this is one of the most unique of its kind. Like I said, it's basically a big media center. But even among its games, a lot of these are unique to the Interact Infrazone. I have never seen these games on any other console besides this. Oh, it says Weiner's Sport back then. Oh, it must be a perfect sport for me then. Now, a couple of these games, yes, I have seen before. As I think I mentioned earlier, a couple of these sports games were on a Zone console. Were on one of the Zone consoles that I talked about earlier. I believe that baseball game was on there. I really need to go back and take a look at my older stuff again, because I'm trying to remember a lot of things that I don't remember. I wish I was 10 years younger. I wish that I was the 22-year-old shown in this video. Okay, I wish I had the experience that I have right now, but I wish that I was in a younger body, because that body had a mind that worked. Oh, heck, it had everything that worked. Practically everything you can imagine a body can do does not work for me anymore. Yeah, okay, you hear that? That's the sound of the world's smallest violin. I hate Sudoku. In fact, it was only fairly recently that I even started to learn how Sudoku even works, so that I could go through these older games, and so I could go through these plug and play compilations and actually finish a game for once.
Probably my favorite
And yeah, that Contra clone, that is another one of the major standouts on one of these consoles. It's right up there with Sword of Warrior. Is just it's like between a Sword of Warrior and Super X-Men and Lucky Rabbit, Wonder Rabbit. That these developers have created one good game, one game that will get you in the door, and that's it. And okay, but during this time, I didn't realize that the Donkey Kong, that the SNES Donkey Kong theme sounded the exact same as Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, because I only heard the very beginning where it was much more like the 8-bit. It sounded much more 8-bit, and when Cranky is turning it on the record. So I mistakenly thought that the Donkey Kong Country version sounded completely different. So I apologize for that. Now this is I think that this game, I think that the Protean Girl game actually belongs up there with the Sword of Warrior and all those, because that is one of the most unique games I have ever seen on one of these consoles. In fact, I think that game actually introduced me to what's it called? Qix, QIX, and its many clones. I think that's the very first clear the screen type of game I've ever played. Unless did I play Bully before I played this? Actually, Bully might have been the Rockstar Games Bully for the Xbox. That's probably where the thing that actually introduced me to that. But I have since learned that about the Gal's Panic clones of that game, and I'm not going to get away with playing any of those games, of course, but I am thinking of going back and playing Protean Girl. I am thinking of going back and seeing how far I can get a Protean Girl and see if the anime style graphics quickly turn into hentai. Hentai? Whatever. Because I would not be surprised if it had hentai, because as seen with these sorts of consoles, there really aren't any standards. In fact, on that Cool Baby 601 NES Classic ripoff console that I featured on my blog, I actually do point out that it has peekaboo poker on it, which is stripped poker with, yes, very 8-bit digitized nudity on it. Okay, here I'm complaining about the drum games. They don't work, and it's because I completely misunderstood. So you're not supposed to use both controllers. You're supposed to use the buttons on different ends of the controller. So the left button is actually the left side, and the furthermost right button is the right side. So you just alternate between pushing those buttons, and that's how the drum games actually work. I eventually figured that out, and yes, it is included in the gameplay videos that I have included on my channel. So glad that we finally fixed that little mistake, that we resolved that little misunderstanding. And of course, the gun part is the most fascinating part of this console. I am just blown away that they actually did include a infrared sensor for the console, and you can actually play roughly functional gun games, gun sensor games. I'm just blown away by how fluid the movement is. Now, when I played this console much later to get the gameplay videos, it didn't work as well as when I first played it, or at least I believe it didn't. Again, it might just be a result of a faulty memory, but I do remember that the gun worked much better when I played it for this video than when I eventually played it again, and it just kept losing. It kept losing connection. So I don't know, chalk it up to a different TV or different batteries, or just the console slowly deteriorating. I don't know, but I do remember that I did have more fun with it the first time than I did having to go back and play the whole thing for gameplay videos for my channel. And I actually somewhat applaud them for not just including shooting games. Like they do take full advantage of the motion sensing of the gun. So like I showed right there, they have puzzle games and find the difference games, and then of course this duck game. Oh, I couldn't get as far as I did in this one as I initially did, as you see right here. The next time that I played this game again, I think I think it was just me getting older and me getting my reflexes getting slower because I don't remember getting back to the body armor and gun stage when I later played this. So I don't know. At some point, I'm wondering if I should just go back and redo some of my gameplay videos, see if I can get further in some games than I originally did. Also, I'm trying to look for that wireless gun game. I believe that's what it's called. I believe it's just called Wireless. Re-Rez featured it on his channel, and I already have the Wireless 60 and the Wireless Air 60, so why not complete the trilogy and find that gun game? I'm very interested in giving that Avatar game a try.
Retro arcade classics sort of given a sandbox mode, reinterpreted with modern controls and functionality. And finally, we have the karaoke mode.
Now, on the opposite end of things, on the opposite end of the spectrum, the karaoke games worked much better the next time I tried them. Now, this first time I kept fighting with the microphone. I couldn't even get the microphone to work for one game, but for some reason, with the next time I played the console when I was actually trying to do the gameplay video, the microphone worked just fine. I don't know. I don't know what I did to it. Maybe it wasn't fully plugged in the first time. Maybe it was just a loose connection, loose wire somewhere, but I go on and on about how I can't get the microphone to work in this video, but then when I do the gameplay video, I do. However, I only sing part of a song because for the most part, I just wanted to show off the karaoke option in case anybody actually knew any of the songs and wanted to sing along to the karaoke. Besides, needless to say, my singing voice is horrible, so I just didn't feel like singing, torturing you through every single song on this console. Especially since, besides the kids songs, I don't even know any of the songs on this console. I actually have gone looking for a couple of them, and yeah, they are real songs. They are owned by certain studios. There was the "Every Day I Wish for a Time Machine." I don't remember what it's actually called or who actually played it, but I do remember tracking it down. And yeah, here's my singing voice, and even I can't stand it. Oh, I wish I had a higher quality camera because that would have just looked so much funnier. High quality. Okay, that's probably my favorite reaction in this whole video, if not the entire series. My grandparents absolutely loved that face I did as well. But yeah, like I said, that basically makes this console the progenitor to the modern knockoff console, where they just take all these unofficial music tracks and put them on an SD card, and then the console just creates its own. It's completely random dance arrows for the DDR section. Which have I played a more modern console that has a karaoke? I don't remember now, but yes, I did suffer through a whole bunch of unofficial DDR and unlicensed videos that I had to blur out for the videos. Okay, now this is what I was talking about earlier in that opening text crawl where, yeah, when I was recording this, for some reason, eventually my SD card mostly gave out. Well, okay, quarterly gave out, maybe I should say, because for some reason, when I finally went back to edit these videos, when I finally had a chance. So it took me all of November and all of December to finally make these gameplay videos with everything else on my plate. In fact, I finished these videos. I finished getting all the footage for these videos the night before I had to leave for the night before I had to go home for Christmas, and then right after that leave for college. So I worked for like 8 hours straight just to make sure that I could get all the footage that I needed, and I ruined my voice during that entire process. Yeah, you can probably hear when we finally get to the end. And several months later, when the semester was finally over and I finally had a chance to go back and edit everything, a couple scenes were just gone. A couple video files were just gone, including this scene that I'm showing right here, where I'm supposed to be giving this speech in my room, but it's gone, so I had to quickly re-record it in my college dormitory, which luckily at the time I had brought practically all my personal effects to, so I actually did have the bootleg consoles on hand as well as my jacket and hat, so all I really had to do was put up the blanket to make it less obvious that I was doing that at a much later date. And besides that, there was also a scene where I finished talking about how these knockoff Wii consoles also came with their plastic plastic sports add-ons, but hey, Nintendo also did it, so it was supposed to be the finale to a running gag where I would point out that, hey, these knockoff consoles were doing these things, but Nintendo did them first, so it's fine. And I was going to end things just by saying, well, hey, Nintendo did it first, doop-de-doo. But for some reason, that video file was gone.
No.
Now, of course, I absolutely love this sequence. I absolutely love this sequence of me trying to get rid of the console. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if it's that easy to see, but yes, I have the console hidden under my jacket there. Now, again, I really wish I had a higher quality camera then, but oh my god, my grandparents just burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Apparently, it's much more visible on an HD TV. And yep, there's my Corolla, or I should say our Corolla. I'm not the only one who owns it or drives it, and I completely forgot about the license plate situation, so I just lucked out that I did not show my my license plate. And the music's playing, that was from Psychonauts, and once again I stole the idea directly from Spoonie, who used that exact same music in his Ultima 6 video when he's going on the lament that he forgot part of the serpent staff. And yeah, if you look at my computer screen in the background, you can see that it's recording my voice as I'm talking. You know, once again, I just didn't really sweat the small details. I didn't even think about them. I just knew that I had to make this video series, and I had to make it with whatever I had on hand.
I have no idea. The upper left corner
Now, once again, as was the case with Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers, I don't think this console is that bad. Now, I don't think it's that good, but I don't think it's worth freaking out over. It's just another generic 16-bit Wii knockoff console. However, I knew that I had to end things with a bang, so while going through all these different consoles, I looked for something, anything that I could get upset at, anything that would royally tick me off and make me just go on this big rampage that you see at the end. And yeah, eventually I did find a console that I could say was insulting. I could say insulted my childhood, as you'll see in just a minute. Okay, yeah, spoilers. They took a few levels from the Richard Scarry's Busy Town game for the Genesis. They just redid the title a little bit, redid the graphics a little bit, took out the voice samples and called it Happy Taxi, something like that. And so, yeah, that gave me everything I needed to go into that huge rant, which I had to do at least 10 times before I finally got it finished. So if you listen to that, you can most definitely hear my voice getting really hoarse. Like, I'm amazed that I got all this footage together. I'm amazed that I got what I did, and just right on time to make that plain to my family in Missouri for Christmas. And yeah, like I say, like I point out, this is the final episode of Direct to Disaster. I decided that this is where I kind of needed to wrap things up and rethink what direction I was going with everything. But first, I also had to focus on going to college, getting an education, which ultimately did not pan out. I finally realized that college just wasn't for me, and, well, college basically agreed with me on that aspect. And I've been out of school for almost a decade by this point. I've just been trying to get certain independent projects off the ground. And since then, I've also, let's see, what have I worked at in the last decade? I helped build boxes. I helped clean cemeteries. Had a brief job making snack food. Oh yeah, and then of course there was that subscription crate that I helped found with some guys that I met on the internet. The Nostalgia Crate. That was fun. That was fun for a couple years. We'd go to thrift stores and find old junk. Well, old valuable junk, I should say. Nostalgic junk, nostalgic figures, nostalgic games, that sort of thing. And unbelievably, we found everything that we needed for the company. You wouldn't think that we'd find that much, the amount of nostalgic toys and such that we needed for that company. But no, it actually lasted a good 3-4 years before sales started taking a slump, and we decided that we needed to start focusing on other things. And then some of us tried to rebrand the subscription service into a snack crate called Treated Crate, but then 2020 rolled around and ruined everybody's junk. Also, subscription crates as a whole were on their way out, so we just took the L and went our separate ways. And then up until recently, I also worked at a place which was basically like eBay, where we'd go to thrift stores and, well, okay, they went to thrift stores. Well, they went to thrift stores and eBay and that sort of thing. They just found these things of high value for low cost, and then I was in charge of putting stuff on eBay and other sites, and I was also in charge of not in charge of, I helped package, I should say. It was mostly part-time unofficial work, but hey, it paid. But then in this last year, I don't know, my body just felt like it's started to give up, and I've just been needing to rest a lot. I have practically no energy most of the day, and so I had to keep taking time off, and eventually, yeah, they just laid me off. They just let me go. So currently, I am unemployed and just trying to focus on doing stuff at home, including my YouTube channel. Which, yeah, what have I done on YouTube since I stopped doing Direct to Disaster? Well, for quite a while after Direct to Disaster, I did continue doing those Let's Plug and Play gameplay videos. I even threw some other games in there, some other not plug and play games like Atari games, and I think I played Slender: The Arrival. Oh yeah, and Limbo. I played Limbo, and I just tried that for a little bit, but again, I just had a horrible understanding of the mechanics behind Let's Players, and I could not find an audience, and I could not find a tone or humor or anything, so eventually, yeah, I just gave that up. I did these I Try videos, these kind of like Brad tries, kind of like Cinema Snob Brad tries. I tried different foods that I could find around my area, but unfortunately, at some point, I ran out of food. I ran out of interesting food. I ran out of stuff, clickbaity stuff, let's say that. I mean, once upon a time, I had like Voodoo potato chips and Shaq soda. That was, yeah. So just food like that, but nothing that interesting, nothing great. So eventually I just finished that all off with the I Try Cleaning Out My Fridge little video that I did on that. And let's see. Oh, I got into Ashens. I decided to emulate Ashens for quite a bit. In fact, that's basically how I got back into video making, is that I tried to do Ashens, but with Lego, because I absolutely love Lego. I especially back then. So yeah, I decided to just review Lego, just do live reviews of Lego, as well as many Lego knockoffs and Lego off-brands and that sort of thing. And then eventually from that, I decided to take it one step further and do stop motion. So I pretended that I was a stop motion character. I named myself Brick Miser, later Brick Misère. That's how you actually pronounce it. That is canon now. And I would review things as Brick Misère. And that was a lot of fun to do, but it took forever. And I was actually doing these projects in the piano room in my dorm building, which a lot of people took umbrage with how long I would stay in that room when they had to practice the piano and such. So eventually, yeah, I decided, and of course, once again, I wasn't getting any views for those videos. But then from there, I decided to go into a blog. I decided that my strength was in writings. So I decided to switch entirely to written reviews. And I brought back my Brick Misère persona, and I actually gave him his own persona. He was a lovable idiot, let's say, who was always bugging these other characters, especially Pink Lady, and he would help me, the gang, I should say, would help me review Lego. In fact, along with the written review, I would also do these stop-motion constructions of the brick set in question, as well as these little comedic skits where the characters would interact with the brick set, or the characters, or whatever I was featuring that week. And I would alternate with reviews of plug-and-play games and bootleg games, which I would also include gameplay videos of. So for quite a few years, that was my major creative output. But even though it felt more like me, in fact, I don't think that I've ever felt more like me than when I did that blog. Nobody was reading the blog. I mean, let's face it, nobody reads anymore. Everybody's just into videos and such. So yeah, I eventually, after about 2 or 3 years, I eventually stopped doing the blog. And then I spent most of the rest of that year just trying to decide what else to do. And then I realized that I loved the bootleg games so much. I loved rip-off so much. And hey, what studio is well known for its constant output of rip-offs? The Asylum. So I decided, hey, let's give the Asylum a try. In fact, I was actually going to feature some Asylum movies on Direct to Disaster way back when. Like I said in my Snakes on a Train review, I actually did buy the DVD of Snakes on a Train to feature on Direct to Disaster, which, wow, if I didn't enjoy it when I looked at it when I have a more calm persona, which good time to talk about that during this scene, huh? Yeah, I don't know what I would have done if I reviewed Snakes on a Train with this persona, with how I'm acting right now. Holy crap. And that's basically my most recent focus, the Locked in the Asylum stuff. It's just I've had to, it's really slowed down for a number of factors, especially YouTube constantly claiming the videos, as I went over earlier. But I am trying other things. I am trying other different things for my channel as well. I have done other reviews of other movies, and recently I did bring in an animated avatar to serve as a, well, avatar, so that I don't actually have to appear on screen, but you also have somebody to interact with and not just hear my horrible voice over my reviews. And, well, who knows what the future holds. I mean, at least I have a future, as opposed to this guy. This guy's about to flush his entire future down the crapper. Now, I want to note that I did not destroy the console. I just took out the screws and I just kept it as closed as I could so it would look like I was ripping it apart. After this whole sketch, I actually did put it back, and eventually I did do a whole gameplay video of it. I actually did play through all the games on it. In fact, one of the games, the Diamond game, I believe, the Breakout clone, it actually played itself on the demo. It would actually play through all 30 levels, which I believe I do have a gameplay video of, in addition to my gameplay of the entire console, which also included a version of Super X-Man, as I pointed out in my big rant there. Now, most of this was ad-libbed. This is me just angrily screaming at the consoles, which is why I said the redundant thing. You have no reason to be played and no reason to ever be played again. I don't know what I was thinking there. I don't know what point I was trying to get to, but all I knew is that I had to hit my plane. I had to reach my plane in a couple hours, and okay, here we go. This is where Bob's work really shines. Okay. Yeah, I asked him for all these effects. Unfortunately, this is also where most of the missing footage is most apparent. So I applaud him on all the effects. I mean, you know, for everything that I said about him, he knows effects, he knows editing, he knows animation. So thank you, Bob. I know I have issues with you, but thank you for all your work in making this finale possible. Now, unfortunately, a lot of the footage that I had for this final battle, okay, this is also the first time I did stop motion. Again, like I said, this would become a major focus of mine later when I did it with Lego and such, but this is the very first time that I ever did stop motion. These consoles. Now, obviously, it's not good stop motion. It's very choppy. I think I kept moving the camera. I don't think I ever kept the camera still. But again, it was like everything. It was just a learning experience. Now, these guns were supposed to be firing at me. And I'd constantly be pulling out video game guns, and they'd shoot them out of my hands before I had a chance to fire back. And then for this part, yeah, like it says there, I actually filmed them tying me up, and I was supposed to be on the bed, tied up, and completely at their mercy. And yeah, here's the gatekeeper getting his revenge, that this was all orchestrated by the gatekeeper. So at least half of this battle is completely gone. I tried to edit around it. I tried to do as much as I could with without the missing footage, and there he goes. That is the complete end of Direct to Disaster. Now, at one point, I did want to bring back to Direct to Disaster. After I was done with college, I wanted to bring it back just in a bit of a different format. In fact, I think I actually have the script, the test script that I made for the new look at the new Direct to Disaster series. So the story, I was actually going to have a storyline, kind of like Linkara, where I'm in a secret underground lab somewhere, and looking at these weird projects was going to be like my experiments, or they were experimenting on me. I was a test subject looking at weird stuff, kind of like Mystery Science Theater 3000, and they would be experimenting on me. These things that I would look at were part of their experiments, as well as my reactions to them. And at some point, I would also learn that I was a clone, and there was also a failed version of me who was also a clone, who went insane after having to watch a disaster movie, and we do battle at some point. And then the original direct-to-disaster character, who you saw just vanish, he would become the gatekeeper. He would become the gatekeeper persona, taking the place of the other gatekeeper. There would actually be a whole storyline behind that. That's now his job in the Void. And yes, I would also feature movies and comics and games like I did with Direct to Disaster, except I would actually be more selective of what I would feature. I would actually have more of a personal attachment to everything. And oh yeah, there would also be a Rob the Robot who's like functioning as a scientist, and oh yeah, here's my grandma pretending to be my landlord. This is a lot of fun too. And this is right after she got her hair cut. She lost her ponytail, and she later grew it back. Though I think I preferred her with short hair. But yeah, she yeah, unfortunately I forgot to record her outside the door, so I had to put captions on. As I was saying, I would have a Robo Sapien as my buddy. He would be one of the scientists, but he would also have his own show where he basically did the bum reviews, like what Nostalgia Critics bum reviews, where he would very quickly summarize video games. He would do the bum reviews, but for video games. In fact, I think I even recorded what was kind of the prototype of that for one of my later videos when, again, I was trying to emulate Ashen's. I believe in one video I included what was basically going to be the prototype for that series of videos. And then there was Wall-E, that yellow puppet that you kept seeing hanging in the hallway. I don't remember if what kind of purpose he was going to have for the new show. I think he would just walk on screen and then walk back off, and we would pretend that he played some major part in everything. I don't remember. I do remember that I actually did write the script for the intro video, plus the first review where I talked about the Atari World, the Atari Quest. Yes, these Atari Sword Quest comics. I reviewed the first comic of Atari Sword Quest. But unfortunately, none of that came to be. None of that happened. Mostly because I did go into writing my blog, and I just decided that was my thing. Now, what's my thing now with everything that's been thrown at me lately? Well, only the future will tell. So hey, thank you all for listening, and major congratulations to anyone who has seen the whole thing up to this point. Thank you all for helping make the last decade possible, and for enduring me through my many, many learning experiences. I'll catch you all later, and hey, in another 10 years when I'm older and wiser, maybe I'll do another commentary just to update you on everything that's happened. Provided that I'm still alive.